Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit, the final product of 4 blood rules meanings, hematophagy, blood clone, blood memory, blood fate plunder. I set out to create a blow-up doll card, and ended up creating a freaking A-rank monster horde. But I still felt it was missing something, so I equipped the card and chanted, "Summon Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit." Then a translucent red blob appeared out of thin air and morphed into winged cloud saber-shaped blob. It hadn't actually shape-shifted into winged cloud saber, but the blob just took the frame of a winged cloud saber. I made a Calamity Daughter gem and then fed it to the Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit. Since I set out to create a custom blow-up doll card template for Vivian to learn, I didn't use the Calamity Daughter gem as the base for the creation of the Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit. Now that I had decided to keep this card for myself, and since I had already given it the Blood Fate Plunder rune, I found no harm in adding the Calamity Daughter gem to the mix. Eating the Calamity Daughter gem, another natural mutation triggered in the Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit. This card had already been through quite a few mutations and continues to do so. Slime Spirit, Blood Slime Spirit, Enchanted Blood Slime Sprite, Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit. Card name, Transcendent Blood Slime Demon. Card type, Summon type. Card rank, A rank, Rare grade. Card rate, 7 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, when activated the user can summon a mutant variant of Slime Spirit known as Transcendent Blood Slime Demon. Additional effect, Mutated Blood Demon Core, Blood Gluttony, Swarm Mind, Formless Demon Physique, Tentacles, Paralytic Fluids, Corrosive Acid, Blood Demon Minion, Blood Demon Swarm. Mutated Blood Demon Core. The monster core of the summons has mutated into a titled demon core, gaining a demonic physique and access to demonic powers. Blood Gluttony. This skill is the product of the Blood Fate Plunder and hematophagy abilities of the Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit. This skill allows the demon to plunder the skill of its victims through their blood. Swarm Mind. This ability allows the demon to use its mind to operate a swarm along with the various abilities of enhanced blood memory. Formless Blood Demon Physique. This skill allows the demon to morph into any shape with the help of the victim's blood. Blood Demon Minions. This ability allows the demon to split itself or use its blood to create demon minions, which have all the abilities of the original demon and can function independently of the original demon, but as a part of the swarm mind. Blood Demon Minion Swarm. This ability allows the demon to create multiple demon minions using the blood it devoured as a part of the swarm mind. I have always related the Viltronian core to a demon core, and today I have used my Calamity Daughter gem, which was based on the Viltronian core, to mutate a monster into a demon. And I gotta say I love the finished product. The influence of the blood rule on the demon was apparent with its skills all being related to blood. It was bound to happen since I used a total of 4 blood rule meanings to create this summons card, namely Blood Fate Plunder, Hematophagy, Blood Clone, and Blood Memory. The only regret I had about this card creation was that it was not an origin card, because most of its potential was limited by rank, and I blamed my golden grade grimoire for it. If it was not for that, I am willing to bet all my fortune that this card would be of a higher grade. Well, I could always upgrade this card after my realm has increased along with my grimoire grade. Not wasting time on what could have been, reading the card info of the Transcendent Blood Slime Demon card, I glanced at the translucent humanoid blood blob and let out a satisfied smile. This was one overpowered card for its rank. Trying to create a custom card, I ended up creating an overpowered card for myself. And it is about time I updated my arsenal of cards. Until now, I have mostly been depending on my physique, traits, origin card, and broken runes to fight. My arsenal of cards was seriously lacking. Therefore, I had asked Corey for martial arts cards that would supplement my monstrous physique, and now I had the Transcendent Blood Slime Demon card. This wasn't enough. I planned to create powerful field and trap cards using my mastery of array formation. But that will have to wait, as I was currently focused on creating a card template for Vivian to successfully create custom blow-up doll cards using the Slime Spirit cores. Done admiring the Transcendent Blood Slime Demon card, I placed an online order for more card ingredients, not wanting to disturb Susan's sleep in the middle of the night. D-Rank Slime Spirit Core X10, $7 million. F-Rank Wood Wisps Core X100, $100,000. Common Core X10, $1,000. Your order will be delivered soon. The estimated wait time is 15 minutes. Considering it was almost midnight, the delivery time and charges were low. The cost of the D-rank slime spirit core was $700,000 compared to the $1,500,000 price tag of the live slime spirit. Therefore, I decided not to use the second slime spirit present in the aquarium to create the custom card, and I plan to have Susan return it tomorrow. While waiting for the new ingredients to be delivered to pass time, I ordered the translucent humanoid blood blob demon to empty all the monster blood in vials from Vivian's storage trunk card. The blood in the vials was not enough for the demon to meet the requirements of the blood gluttony skill, so it was unable to plunder any new skills. Then I asked it to transform into the various A-rank monsters. Thanks to the enhanced blood memory of Swarm Mind, whichever monster the formless demon transformed into it could display the related wildness and ferocity as it used the original monster's skills. I had a feeling that the limit of the demon's skill was not just limited to monsters and human blood, but demons too. Now that I have explored what I can achieve with the blood rule meanings, I decided to no longer go off track and stick to the original plan of creating a custom blow-up doll card. The required ingredients had already been delivered, and as I was about to begin the card creation process with a one-track mind, poof! 3 figures appear in the warehouse out of thin air. It was Anne, ABA, and Agatha. And soon I received a message to my grimoire from Van notifying me that Ronnie was successfully rescued, and all the Butcher Bob goons involved were killed by Agatha. It has been more than 2 hours since the trio left to rescue Ronnie. I was surprised that it took them so long to accomplish the mission, but I remembered ABA speaking of hiring a professional photographer to immortalize her first mercenary mission. So I understood why the delay had happened. Mission completed. We left your cousin in the care of your men. Now pay up. ABA asked me enthusiastically. What the hell is going on in here? Without waiting for me to answer ABA, Anna yelled, glaring at Sarah and Vivian. What seems to be the problem here? I asked her. What are 2 girls doing in your warehouse this late at night? Anna questioned me, pointing at Sarah and Vivian. Wait, 2 girls. All I see are 1 boy and 1 girl. ABA spoke in confusion. Sarah's male body resembles a lot similar to the appearance of her female body, so those who had seen her in her female body would mistake her gender even if she were in her male body. If one were attentive enough, one could avoid this confusion, but insecure Anna jumped to a conclusion first and verified it later. They are helping me with card creation. Can't you see the ingredients on the table? I explained to Anna. Since the perks of having her close outweighed the death flag she rose due to her insecurity and obsessiveness, I decided to bear with her. And for some reason, her possessiveness was growing on me. I guess it was assuring to know someone would care if I were to die. Oh, I see. Sorry, my bad. You guys carry on. I will go to sleep on your bed. Anna apologized and, feeling embarrassed, hurried to the only bedroom in the warehouse. But then she suddenly paused in her tracks and turned to face me. Then she shyly said, If you're guessing, yes, I will be sleeping in my birthday suit. Nobody here cares, but wasn't that given? I replied. You know me the best, said Anna before walking into the bedroom. What about us? ABA asked after their warden left to sleep. You guys are still here? I thought you people would have escaped by now. I replied to ABA. She has locked the space, and I have already used all my teleportation cards, ABA replied. How many teleportation cards do you have? I asked ABA in surprise. Because Anna, the heir of the Southern royal family, herself, only had 2 teleportation cards. Apparently, not enough, ABA spoke dejectedly. Hearing ABA, I felt poor despite the recent addition of millions of assets to my wealth thanks to the appreciation of Kane Kaga. But I was not surprised by the fact that she carried multiple teleportation cards on her. As the only daughter of Demigod Windsor, it was not a surprise that as a doting parent, he would do everything in his limit and beyond to keep his precious daughter out of harm's way. Give me my money. Walking towards me, ABA extended her hand out and demanded that I pay up a middle-tier soul jade that I promised as the reward for the completion of the mission I tasked her Wolf Fong mercenary group with. About that, I don't have a middle-tier soul jade. How about I pay it later? I said. That won't do. Since you don't have middle-tier soul jade, then I will settle for an equal amount in terms of low-tier soul jades, said ABA, hearing that I wouldn't be able to pay her for the moment. Hee hee. I don't have enough soul jades to pay you, I said, scratching the back of my head. What? ABA yelled and then added, "This is my first mercenary mission. I need to get paid. Give me my money. How about you keep that slime spirit? As for the rest of the money that I owe you, I will cancel it out by providing you guys with accommodation." I tried to negotiate with ABA. "This dump is worth a middle-tier soul jade? How shameless can you be?" ABA questioned, looking around the warehouse. "What? Since you guys have no place to go but the warehouse, it is only fair that you pay for the accommodation." ABA and Agatha were Anna's hostages. For the secrecy of the silver milk powder and dungeon relocation, Anna couldn't take them to the temporary Southern Watch military base. So for now, until Demigod Windsor pays up, they would be confined in my warehouse. So I added, "Come on, don't be a sour tenant. This is the basis of economics called supply and demand." "Fine, you damned profiteer." ABA cussed, holding the aquarium containing the slime spirit, showing that she agreed to my terms of compensation. "Food is not included," I reminded ABA. "You?" ABA's face turned red-blue out of sheer anger. "I am kidding," I comprised, feeling that the ABA would snap, unable to control her anger. "Agatha, take my picture with my first reward for completing the mercenary mission." Ignoring me, ABA and Agatha began a photo session. With both ABA and Agatha here, I decided to move the card creation to the warehouse card lab. It is narrow but quiet and void of distractions. Vivian and Sarah carried the card ingredients and followed me to the card lab. As I was headed to the card lab to continue my card creation, ABA called out to me, "Wyatt, where are you guys going?" "To the card lab to create cards. I have to earn my keep. I am an orphan high schooler, remember? Not everybody has a rich dad to fool around like you." I said bluntly, "Why are you being such a sour puss? Is it because Sugar Mama Anna is not feeding her sugar baby enough candies?" ABA was not the one to take it sitting down. "Uh-huh." ABA's powerful retort was unexpected, but I continued to walk to the card lab. "Hey, wait. I am not done yet." ABA called. "But my patience is," I replied. "Don't speak as if you are tolerating us when clearly we are the ones tolerating a grumpy host." ABA spoke her mind as she followed behind me. Answering ABA would only lead to an argument, and I was in no mood to argue with ABA, so I didn't reply to her remarks. "Hey, I have a serious job for you. Could you stop a second and listen to what I have to say?" ABA asked in frustration, irritated by my silent treatment. "I already gave you the second that you asked for, but you wasted it on your pointless argument." I stopped, not because of ABA, but because I had already arrived at the card lab. "Fine, I apologize. Is that what you want to hear? Are you happy now?" Irritate, ABA let her frustration out. "You wasted another second of my time I just gave." I glared at ABA, seeing her trying to argue again, and continue. "Save it. Here is your second. Tell me what you want." "I want you to make a slime spirit summon card using this slime spirit," ABA said, pointing her eyes at the aquarium in her hands. Okay. If it is just turning the slime spirit into a summon card, then my service fee will be lower than the usual rate." I answered. "What? You want me to pay?" ABA asked in surprise. "What? You want me to do it for free?" I said sarcastically, mimicking ABA. "Come on, I already settled for this slime as payment instead of the promised middle-tier soul jade. The least you could do is help me turn it into a summon card." ABA bargained. "You speak as if I am taking advantage of you. Didn't we already agree that the remaining balance is settled as the accommodation charges?" I had to remind ABA of the agreement we decided on together. "Wow, there is no winning with you, is it? I don't know what Anna sees in you." ABA spoke in frustration. "You and me both, sister. If nothing else, I will return to card creation," I said as I walked into the card lab after Sarah and Vivian. "Stop. Wyatt, come on. Please. This is my first mercenary mission completion reward. I want it to be special." ABA wanted to immortalize her reward for the completion of her first mercenary mission by turning it into a card. "If you wanted something of significance, then you shouldn't have agreed to a middle-tier soul jade as a reward," I said. But seeing ABA's disheartened face, I took pity on the kid and added, "Let us come to a compromise. I am willing to turn your slime spirit into summon card for free if you are willing to air me to upgraded your D-rank slime spirit summon card to A rank for my usual price." "Okay, but how sure are you that you will be able to upgrade a D-rank slime spirit card to A rank? I know this slime spirit is not my fated ingredient, but I value it as much." If you fail the upgrade process, I will never be able to forgive you. ABA cherished the slime spirit with the utmost importance that one would give to their fate ingredient. I don't take clients that I cannot satisfy. Don't worry, I wouldn't have proposed this if I wasn't 100% sure. I assure ABA that her slime spirit was in capable hands. Okay, I will trust you this once. And also I am willing to pay extra for any other extra add-ons, so do your best. ABA decided to trust me and also offered extra for more upgrades I could add to her summons card. Give me that. See you soon. Taking the aquarium from ABA's hands, I closed the card lab door behind me. Sarah and Vivian had already made themselves comfortable in the card lab. I sat on the place that they both saved for me and decided to make ABA's card creation my first agenda. Then I can get to create a card template for Vivian. I took a common core and placed it on my grimoire creation page. Then I rearranged the soul pathway in the common core to create a trap array that was capable of capturing the slime spirit into the core. Capturing the slime spirit into the core, I rearranged its soul pathways and arrangements to merge it with the common core. Then I used the wood wisp cores to enhance the soul pathways of the slime spirit so that it can withstand merging with runes, and I commanded, Vivian, add your hematophagy meaning of blood rule to the core. Right away, boss, Vivian answered as she introduced hematophagy meaning blood rule power into the core. After merging the hematophagy meaning blood rule power with the slime spirit soul pathway, mutating the slime spirit into blood slime spirit, I ordered, Sarah, add your blood memory rune to the core. Yes, boss. Sarah made a copy of her blood memory rune and transferred it to the core. Enhancing the blood slime spirit's intelligence by merging the blood memory rune with its soul pathway, I instructed, Vivian, add your blood clone rune to the core. Following my instruction, Vivian created a copy of her blood clone rune and transferred it to the core. Then I merged the blood clone rune to the clone ability of the enhanced blood slime spirit, which resulted in a natural mutation, giving birth to an enchanted blood slime spirit. Then I morphed the core into a card. Card creation successful. ABA here. Walking out of the card lab, I called out to ABA, who was immersed in her grimoire, while Agatha was practicing her active soul control. Done already? ABA looked at the high schooler card creationist with doubt. She felt he was trying to cheat her of her father's money. What's with that look? I asked ABA, feeling odd about her gaze. Nothing, said ABA, reaching for the card. But I pulled back my hand and said, payment first, and then I will give you the card. Saying these words, I understood one of the reasons why cheaters cheat. They cheat because they don't want the other guy to cheat on them. Susan was right, we should stick with the rules and principles. Don't I need to check the card to see if it is worth the price? ABA argued. Fine. I gave ABA the card because of my ethics as a card creationist. I passed the card to ABA and going through the card info, she yelled. You did it. You created an A-rank summon card using a D-rank monster, you monster. Seeing the expected surprise on ABA's face, I wasn't surprised, but I couldn't help but feel proud. FCK. ABA cussed going through the card effects. Hearing the commotion, Agatha stopped practicing her active soul control and reprimanded ABA. Princess. Language. Agatha, come here and look at the effects of this card. Excited, ABA enthusiastically showed Agatha the card info. Impressive, you created this card? You are indeed a talented card creationist. Agatha praised the boy but thought, but this is not enough. I heard the Southern Emperor likes to have a good time with different boys, but I never heard about her obsessing over a man. If not money and status, could it be the thing in his pants, what she is obsessing over? Agatha had never given up on solving the mystery of why the Southern Emperor was possessive of a nobody orphan high schooler. I know my card is good. I don't require you to remind me of that. Now pay up. Not that I didn't enjoy the duo's praises, but I was keener on getting paid than hearing them sing my praise. Could you be humbler? ABA said sarcastically. You know, Wyatt, you can catch more flies with honey, Agatha advised, reminding me that I should be more respectful of my customers. Who said I want to catch flies? I didn't like where this conversation was headed. I don't know what the duo were thinking, especially the shorty. She better pay up. She would regret making an enemy of me. I will not tease you anymore. Since this is a custom A-rank card, I am willing to pay 1,000 median soul jades. ABA announced with a look that yelled out loud. Look, aren't I generous? Nope, 1,500 median soul jades. I negotiate with ABA, as the price she stated was not up to my calculation. 1,000 median soul jades was not a lot for a custom A-rank card, not to mention this was an A-rank summons card. Especially if the custom A-rank summons card was made using 2 ultimate tier blood rule runes. Even broken runes cost more than this. Therefore I demanded ABA 1,500 median soul jades. 1,500 median soul jades? Have you gone crazy? Walk me through your calculation. ABA was expecting to be praised for being generous, but didn't expect the boy to be not satisfied by the price, she generously stated. I used 2 ultimate tier blood rule runes to create this card. Those 2 together are worth more than the price you offered. I know that not all customers were as generous and prodigal as Kane Kaga, my #1 fan. But I expected to be paid by the market standards. What? You expect me to believe that you used 2 ultimate tier runes to create this card? ABA yelled, feeling that the boy was really trying to cheat her of her father's money. If you don't trust my words, you can as your retainer. She can tell if the card has made use of runes or not. I advised ABA to have her retainer verify the card for the presence of rule power. Princess, I do feel 3 different blood rule meanings from this card. Agatha did not wait for ABA to order her. She scrutinized the card with her mental strength and found the presence of 3 different meanings in the card. She couldn't find the mastery of these rule meanings unless she turned the card into core form, but she chose to convey her initial findings to her master. Are you sure? ABA asked Agatha. Not that she doubted Agatha's finding, but the boy. How could he have 3 meanings of the blood rule? Won't that make him a prodigy? For a card soldier to comprehend 3 blood rule meanings meant that he had comprehended 2 blood rule meanings to ultimate mastery. Yes, Princess. Would prefer it if I did a deeper analysis. Agatha offered. No need. I trust your senses, said ABA as she gave me a deep glance. I don't know what was going on in the duo's head now. I didn't care. All I cared about was getting paid for my work. Here, 14.99 median soul jades. I will be keeping 1 median soul jade as the payment for the mission completion. ABA handed me 14.99 median soul jades with a victory smile. I did not take the 14.99 median soul jades from ABA and instead stared hard at ABA, which conveyed, give me the total 1,500 median soul jades or become my enemy. Feeling that making an enemy over a median soul jade was not worth it, ABA coughed and said, I will add another median soul jade as my appreciation for your hard work. Here, take these 1,500 median soul jades. Good, seeing that ABA had come to her senses and didn't pull her stun on me. I gave her a radiant smile and accepted the 1,500 median soul jades. Done trading with ABA, I returned to the card lab to finally get started with the creation of a custom blow-up doll card template for Vivian. Without any further ado, I activated my soul pupils while ordering Hive AI to record my mental strength pattern as it interacted with the ingredients while I created the card. I took a common core and a slime spirit core and placed them on the card creation page of my grimoire. Then I transferred the soul pathways of the slime spirit core into the common core. Next, I took 10 wood wisp cores to enhance the soul pathways of a slime spirit, empowering it with enough vitality for it to materialize its body and withstand further enhancement by the runes. Now that the foundation of the slime spirit summons card was set, next, I instructed Vivian to add her hematophagy, meaning blood rule, to the core. Following my instructions, Vivian introduced hematophagy, meaning blood rule power, in the slime spirit core. After merging the hematophagy, meaning blood rule power, with the slime spirit soul pathway, mutating the slime spirit into blood slime spirit. Then I ordered Sarah to add her blood memory rune to the blood slime spirit core. Sarah made a copy of her blood memory rune and transferred it to the blood slime spirit core. I used the blood memory rune to enhance the blood slime spirit's intelligence by merging with its soul pathway, creating an enhanced blood slime spirit. Next, I asked Vivian to add her blood clone rune to the enhanced blood slime spirit core. Vivian created a copy of her blood clone rune and transferred it to the enhanced blood slime spirit core. Then I merged the blood clone rune to the enhanced blood slime spirit soul pathway, giving it the ability to shapeshift and enhancing its clone ability, which resulted in a natural mutation, giving birth to an enchanted blood slime spirit. Then I morphed the core into a card and summoned the enchanted blood slime spirit. Soon a translucent red blob appeared in the card lad. Then I ordered, create a blood clone. Following my order, the blood blob in front of me split into two, creating a single clone of itself. The two blood blobs were identical, but one was slightly bigger than the other in size. The smaller one was the clone. Vivian, summon a female fairy guard. I instructed Vivian. Yes, boss. Agreeing to my request, Vivian got up and headed out of the card lab. As the card lab didn't have enough space to summon her origin card, Forbidden Garden. Walking out of the card lab, Vivian chanted, partial summon, Forbidden Garden. With her chant, Vivian summoned a single Elder Druid. Since her origin card constituted 25 Elder Druids independent of each other, it was possible for her to independently summon a single Elder Druid. Then Vivian ordered, Elder Druid, summon Fairy Guard. The Elder Druid started to glow with brilliant green light, and soon a small bud started to grow on its branch. This small bud matured and blossomed into a cream-colored flower. The fully bloomed flower started to turn into Caucasian color fruit, which slowly grew bigger and bigger, from the size of a tangerine to the size of a watermelon to the size of a jackfruit. The fruit finally stopped growing once it reached the size of a meter and 110 pounds in weight. Soon the huge-ass fruits started to crack, and a Caucasian-colored humanoid figure broke free from these fruits, like a chick breaking free from its eggshells. It did not take long for the humanoid figure to break free from its shell and descend to the arena floor. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a she, wearing attire made out of leaves covering her sensitive parts. After acquiring the card from the high schooler card creationist, ABA played around with it, but soon she got bored knowing she needed to feed it monster blood to fully uncover its abilities. Since she was a hostage, she didn't know how much freedom she had in here. Could she order monster blood online? Or was it against the rules? Therefore, she decided to patiently wait for her captors so that they could help her procure some monster blood. So when the card lab door opened, she eagerly looked for the young card creationist, but to her disappointment, his female assistant walked out of the card lab and summoned a tree monster that gave birth to a human, freaking her the hell out. What the FCK? Hey, wait up. Seeing the girl return to the card lab, ABA called out to her, hoping that she could help her procure some monster blood or lend some blood of her summons. Vivian was delayed, and hearing the commotion outside, I decided to check on her through Hive AI. It was ABA. She seems to require monster blood and was troubling Vivian to procure some for her or lend some blood flood from her summons card. Seeing ABA wasn't taking a no for an answer, I decided to head out and handle it. What's going on? I spoke aloud, gaining ABA's attention, who was pestering Vivian to give her some blood from the Elder Druid. Wyatt, you are here. Help me procure some monster blood to test the abilities of enchanted blood slime spirit. Seeing me walk out of the card lab, ABA immediately asked me to help her. Can't you just order it online? They give doorstep delivery. I reminded ABA. I wanted to, but didn't know if the rules allowed me to do so. ABA answered. What rules? I asked ABA in confusion. That I am hostage here, so I don't know if I am allowed to place online orders. ABA trailed off, knowing how stupid this sounded. Aren't you a model hostage? I scoffed at ABA's stupidity. Where others would try any means to escape, this idiot here was coming up with hostage rules that didn't even exist. Just freaking order the what you want online. There are only 3 rules you have to follow here. First, always stay within a 150-foot distance of Anna. Second, don't try to escape. And third, don't ask stupid questions. Fine, I get it. You don't have to yell. ABA backed off after hearing the 3 rules that she had to follow. TSK. I couldn't help but click my tongue looking at ABA's retreating back. Then I laid my eyes on the fairy guard. She was beautiful, but her butt and bosom weren't curvy enough. I shook my head, thinking some men may find it a turn on. Returning to the card lab, I looked at the blood clone created by the enchanted blood slime and ordered while pointing at the fairy guard. Biomorph using her blood. The translucent blood blob jumped at the fairy guard, and extending its tentacles, it latched onto her. Following Vivian's orders, the fairy guard did not resist. Then the enchanted blood slime spirit made tiny incisions on the fairy guard's skin using its corrosive acid and started sucking her blood. Having acquired enough blood to activate its biomorphic physique's ability to transmute into the fairy guard, the slime jumped back to the ground and transformed into a naked, identical fairy guard. Confirming that the shape-shifting was flawless, I ordered the blood clone to use the fairy guard's ability to summon leaf attires to cover its sensitive part. Making sure that the blood clone had committed the fairy guard's blood to its enhanced blood memory, I placed a common core on my grimoire, modified its soul pathway to a trap array, and trapped the blood clone in it. Since the blood clone cannot live independently of its original body, using the vitality from the wood wisp core, I tweaked its soul pathways to make it an independent living entity. Then merged its soul pathway with the core, turning it into a summons. Now I had an independent enchanted blood slime spirit clone in the core, which could change into any shape using victim's blood, which is not good for business. Therefore, I added prohibition to the enchanted blood slime spirit clone's morphing ability, making it so that it could only morph into the one predetermined shape, that is the fairy guard's shape. There was another perk of placing prohibitions on the abilities of the enchanted blood slime spirit clone, that its card rank drops. A-rank cards can only be used by golden grade grimoire holders, so creating an A-rank blow-up doll will negatively impact my customer base. So I decided to remove all the skills of the clone to reduce its rank to F rank, so that any card apprentices could use this card. Whether they could afford it or not, that was a different question. The price of the card will not be sky high, but it will not be cheap either. Once all the probations, restrictions, and deletions were made to the clone, I morphed the core into a card. Card creation complete. Card name, Slime Fairy. Card type, Summons card. Card rank, F rank, common. Card rate, 1 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, the user can summon a slime fairy. Additional effect, Fairy Transformation. Fairy Transformation. Using this skill, the slime fairy can turn into a beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. After removing all the abilities and restricting its morphing abilities, the enchanted blood slime spirit clone had turned into an F-rank common grade slime fairy with only one skill, Fairy Transformation. Next, I had Vivian create 10 different female fairy guards with different appearances. For example, mature, lowly, MILF, teen, slender, big-breasted, etc. The idea was that I wanted to create slime fairy cards that could morph into 2 or more appearances. For people that get bored with the same face, they can choose the slime fairy card with the ability to morph into 2 or more appearances. The slime fairy card that can morph into 2 appearances will cost more than the slime fairy card that can morph into only 1 appearance. Similarly, the slime fairy card that can morph into 3 appearances will cost more than the slime fairy card that can morph into 2 appearances. Card name, Transformation Slime Fairy. Card type, Summons card. Card rank, F rank, common. Card rate, 1 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, the user can summon a slime fairy. Additional effect, Enhanced Fairy Transformation. Enhanced Fairy Transformation. Using this skill, the slime fairy can transform into 2 different beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. Enhanced Fairy Transformation. Using this skill, the slime fairy can transform into 3 different beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. With the slime fairy card and the transformation slime fairy card, a card apprentice could summon a slime fairy that could morph into 1, 2, 3, or more appearances based on the card. But they could not summon 2 different slime fairies to enjoy a threesome, foursome, or form a harem. Therefore, I ordered the enchanted blood slime spirit to create a blood clone. I used a common core, trap array, and would wisp cores to turn the blood clone into an independent blood slime. Then I modified the soul pathways of the blood slime so that it can split into 2 bodies and both bodies will have the transformation ability. Then I had the blood slime feed on the blood of a slime fairy, making sure that the blood slime has committed the appearance of the fairy in its memory. I placed a prohibition on its transformation ability and deleted extra abilities to decrease its rank to F rank. Then morphed it into a card. Card creation successful. Card name, Slime Fairy, Twin. Card type, Summons card. Card rank, F rank, common. Card rate, 1 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, the user can summon a slime fairy. Additional effect, Fairy Transformation, Twin Clone. Fairy Transformation. Using this skill, the slime fairy can turn into a beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. Twin Clone. the slime fairy can split into two identical slime fairies with the abilities of the original slime fairy. Each body can only morph into one identical appearance. Card name: Slime Fairy, Triplet. Card type: Summons card. Card rank: F rank, common. Card rate: 1 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: the user can summon a slime fairy. Additional effect: Fairy transformation, clone. Fairy transformation. Using this skill, the slime fairy can turn into a beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. Triplet clone. The slime fairy can split into 3 identical slime fairies with the abilities of the original slime fairy. Each body can only transform into one identical appearance. Card name: Slime Fairy Multiple. Card type: Summons card. Card rank: F rank, common. Card rate: 1 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: the user can summon a slime fairy. Additional effect: Fairy transformation, multiple clones. Fairy transformation. Using this skill, the slime fairy can turn into a beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. Multiple clones. The slime fairy can split into multiple identical slime fairies with the abilities of the original slime fairy. Each body can only transform into one identical appearance. Card name: Slime Fairy Threesome. Card type: Summons card. Card rank: F rank, common. Card rate: 1 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: the user can summon a slime fairy. Additional effect: Enhanced Fairy Transformation, clone. Enhanced Fairy Transformation. Using this skill, the slime fairy can transform into 2 different beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. Clone. The slime fairy can split into 2 slime fairies with the abilities of the original slime fairy. Each body can only transform into one appearance using the ability Enhanced Fairy Transformation. Card name: Slime Fairy Foursome. Card type: Summons card. Card rank: F rank, common. Card rate: 1 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: the user can summon a slime fairy. Additional effect: Enhanced Fairy Transformation, clone. Enhanced Fairy Transformation. Using this skill, the slime fairy can transform into 3 different beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. Clone. The slime fairy can split into 3 slime fairies with the abilities of the original slime fairy. Each body can only transform into one appearance using the ability Enhanced Fairy Transformation. Card name: Slime Fairy Harem. Card type: Summons card. Card rank: F rank, common. Card rate: 1 stars. Card durability: 100/100. Card effect: the user can summon a slime fairy. Additional effect: Enhanced Fairy Transformation, Harem, multiple clone. Enhanced Fairy Transformation. Harem. Using this skill, the slime fairy can transform into multiple different beautiful fairy who will attend to its master's every need. Multiple clone. The slime fairy can split into multiple slime fairies with the abilities of the original slime fairy. Each body can only transform into one appearance using the ability Enhanced Fairy Transformation, Harem. I spent the whole night trying to make different slime fairy cards with the help of prohibitions and restrictions. As an added upside of the prohibitions and restrictions, the rank of the slime fairy card is always reduced to F rank with perfect card ratings and durability. I needed to make sure that there were no loopholes in the cards that the card apprentices can take advantage of when these cards hit the market. As for the pricing, I had a range in my mind, but I decided to leave it to the professionals. By professionals, I mean Cindy. The slime fairy cards were divided into 2 divisions: Transformation Slime Fairy cards and Multiple Slime Fairies cards. Transformation Slime Fairy cards. This division of slime fairy cards contains the cards that only have the transformation ability, but not the clone ability. Therefore, the variety of cards in this division was limited. Multiple Slime Fairy cards. This division of slime fairy cards contains the cards that had both the transformation and cloning ability. Therefore, this division of cards had a variety of cards compared to other divisions. The most important thing to notice here was that these slime fairy cards were created using the blood clones of the enchanted Blood Slime Spirit Summons card, meaning I was using a single A-rank card to create multiple different F-rank cards. What could be more cost-effective than endless supply of free ingredients? I made it so because Vivian alone cannot carry the entire business of slime fairy cards. So in the future, when I learn about card creation techniques to create card recipes for regular card creationists, I plan to hire trustworthy card creationists who will raise the company's slime fairy cards production to meet the global requirement. Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit card can only be created by me using the 3 blood rule meanings from Sarah and Vivian. As long as I controlled the production and circulation of this card, I didn't have to worry about the recipe of the slime fairy card leaking. Therefore, in the future, when the card template I created for Slime Fairy can be turned into card recipes, I plan to hire card creationists to boost the production of the cards. Once I start hiring regular card creationists, Vivian will switch to creating Rule Slime Fairy cards as a VIP card collection line. These cards are going to be expensive as hell. What was the Rule Slime Fairy card? Remember how we used blood clones produced by the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit card to create the Slime Fairy cards? Similarly, we are going to feed the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit blood rule pills to create blood rule clones, which will be used to create Rule Slime Fairy cards. Since blood rule pills would be used to create Rule Slime Fairy cards, their rank will definitely not decrease to F rank. But I will make sure that the Rule Slime Fairy cards rank at minimum would be limited to D or C rank using prohibition and restrictions. These Rule Slime Fairy cards will be high-end blow-up doll card collections only meant for the rich and wealthy. I have been in society long enough to know that the rich and wealthy are willing to pay more to separate themselves from the regular folks. And the Rule Slime Fairy cards were going to do just that. Vivian, I have transferred you some funds. Use them to order ingredients and practice the card creation following the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit and Slime Fairy card templates to the dot. I prepared the card template and shared it with Vivian through Hive AI. Now, all she had to do was practice it until she perfects it. Since she had a capable assistant aka Hive AI, it should not take her long before she perfects the card creation process of the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit and Slime Fairy cards using their respective card templates. Sure, boss. I will not let you down. Vivian assured me that she would give her best to perfect the creation of the blow-up doll card collection with the help of the card templates I created for her. Sarah, I will have to trouble to bear with her. Or if you choose to, you too can practice the card creation. More hands are welcomed. Sarah helped Van with the TSR guild stuff, but Van already had Pablo and Fred to help him with the guild stuff. So I decided to have Sarah help Vivian share the burden of production of the blow-up doll cards collection. Yes, boss. I too think I can be of more help here than in the guild. Sarah readily agreed to my arrangement to have her help in the production of the blow-up doll cards collection. Good. Susan will be in here in an hour or two. If you need any assistance, ask her. I will be taking my leave now. Sharing both the card templates with Sarah, I exited the card lab. Walking out of the card lab, I saw ABA and Agatha practicing their active soul control. Not wanting to disturb them, I quietly walked out of the warehouse. Breathing in the cold morning air, I could not help but compliment this world for not dropping the ball on fossil fuels. That was given since they had alternative fuel sources like the monster cores and soul jades. The air here was a lot easy on the lungs, or maybe just another perk of my monstrous physique. I set up a temporary cleansing array to clean myself and my attire, and then checked the grimoire to see if Cindy was online. Apparently, she was. It was a mystery whether she just got up, or like me, she never went to the bed. Anyway, today was going to be her lucky day. Decades of toiling in the fine gold under the Psycho Sisters were finally going to pay off for her. Calling Cindy. Good morning, boss. How may I be of service to you today? Cindy sounded chipper than I expected her to. Maybe she did have a proper rest yesterday night and got up early. Are you free? I asked Cindy. Unlike Van or Nick, Cindy was not my calamity daughter Gem, who would leave everything behind to follow my orders. Therefore, I checked with Cindy if she was free. I am not. I have to go through all the manifests before the original body wakes up, answered Cindy's clone. It wasn't Cindy who answered my call, but her clone. Okay, then when she wakes up, ask her to call me. I asked Cindy's clone to take a message for her original body. I thought Cindy was being worked to bones by Psycho Sisters, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Still, she slept in her office, which speaks volumes that either Cindy had no reason to go home like me, or my initial assumption was correct. The point here was whether Cindy had dissatisfaction with the Keith sisters, which I can use as fuel for my purpose. Sure, I will deliver your message to the original body when she whack. The clone Cindy's voice was interrupted by another Cindy's voice which yelled, "Boss, I am up. I am up. No, need to push yourself. Call me when you have freshened up." I could not treat Cindy like I do with the Calamity Daughter gems, though Cindy would not mind. She sure will form an opinion of me. "No need, boss. I am wide awake. Please relay your orders." Cindy chose to continue the call. "Okay, I have a job for you. I believe that you will be a perfect fit for the job. Freshen up. I am coming to meet you at the Fine Gold Towers." The warehouse had guests, so I could not talk business in front of them, especially about the blow-up bowl card collection since I was trying to not be associated with these cards. "Boss, can this be considered a surprise inspection?" Cindy asked. "I have already mentioned that I will not interfere with Fine Gold business, and I meant it. As I said earlier, I have a job for you. We are going to discuss that and nothing else." This was the problem with regular subordinates compared with the Calamity Daughter gems. They asked too many questions, and I had to go out of my way to make sure that we all were on the same page. But with Calamity Daughter Core, all I had to was relay my thoughts, and they would strive to achieve to the best of their abilities. Such a shame. I will not get to show off the work ethics of our company to you, boss. Cindy was making small talk to associate with me. As a regular subordinate, this was a necessary step to gain their boss's trust. Otherwise, how would their immediate superior know that he or she could be trusted? But all these office politics weren't necessary with the Calamity Daughter gem. The cons of regular subordinates and pros of Calamity Daughter gems came to my mind because I really wanted to skip all the nonsense by feeding Cindy a Calamity Daughter gem. But I controlled myself from giving in to the temptation, and Cindy was not making it easy for me with her small takes. With the Fine Gold Towers in my sight, I accelerated my hoverbike towards the tower main gate number 2 because it was the nearest gate on the route from the warehouse to Fine Gold headquarters. Nearing the gate, I saw Cindy along with other security staff members waiting at the gate. Cindy waiting at gate number 2 to receive me, I appreciated that. As for the crowd along with her, I didn't. Cindy knew that, and was the reason why I saw her asking the security staff to get back to their post and not disturb her. A high-ranking senior executive of the company waiting at the gate to receive someone was bound to attract the attention of other staff, especially the ambitious ones. After dealing with the nosy staff, Cindy noticed me nearing the gate and waved at me. I directed the hoverbike towards her and stopped it next to her. "Boss, you are here." Cindy greeted enthusiastically with a bright smile on her face. "I will be in your care." Recalling my hoverbike into the card, I asked Cindy to lead the way. Following Cindy, I walked the grounds of the Fine Gold. I couldn't help but remember the last time I was here. Back then, I was just a helpless little lamb at the mercy of my clients, the Fine Gold. And now I own this F-King place. The woman who would rarely show any expression on her face was now serving me with a big smile on her face. Back then I thought Cindy's facial muscles were dead, but now I knew that wasn't the case. They worked fine. It was just that those muscles lacked the interest to make an effort for an orphan high schooler. "Boss, I know that you said you weren't going to meddle in Fine Gold business, but I think you should at least know what your investment is up to. This will not be considered meddling, but you checking up on your company." As Cindy led the way, she skipped the small talk as I asked her to, but that only lasted for a while, and soon she couldn't help but try and tell me that she was an excellent employee who was dedicated to me and someone I could trust. There were 2 ways for a subordinate to let their employer know that they are trustworthy and hardworking: show and tell. The showing part works by actually doing the required hard work, hoping that their dedication and commitment towards the job and the company get noticed by the top brass. As far as the telling part goes, it was done by taking the credit for the work done. Whether they participated in the work done was a puzzle that the top brass would choose not to solve. Here's the thing. The top brass is either busy enjoying the AC in their luxurious office or the exotic cocktails in their fancy parties. Most of the time they have their worries and don't have the time to go around looking at who is doing what. And that is why there are managers, the f***ing credit hogs, who work an honest man to his bones and steal his due credits. Right now, I can be considered as the top brass of the Fine Gold, since I barely ever spend time in the compounds of the Fine Gold. Cindy was telling me that she is dedicated and committed to working for me, and I had to go along with her words for now and believe that her priorities lay with me. Therefore, for her, these small talks were necessary. It was her begging me to allow her to show me how she can be of use to me. She was basically yelling, "Boss, use me. Use me for my complete worth. Tell me, Cindy, what should I check on and where should I begin? This was me allowing Cindy to show that her priorities lay with me, her new boss, not her old boss, Diana Keith. Thank you, boss. Cindy's face blossomed with a confident smile, seeing that her new boss has allowed her to give a sales pitch to sell herself and her expertise to him. Cindy knew that though the new boss showed zero interest in the company on the surface, behind the scenes, it wasn't actually true. After all, he was the one who was planning to invest more into the company. There is no way a person would invest in something they are not interested in. Cindy's hunch was right on. As the guy who was giving the fine gold the contract to become the sole supplier of silver milk powder in the Blossom District, her new boss was more than just interested in the company. He wanted to control it from the shadows. Otherwise, it was not worth the investment. The biggest obstacle to her new boss's idea was her old boss. Cindy has long since been planning to jump boats, even if it meant betraying her old boss who gave her this new life, because that is how she can survive in this cooperate world. Her old boss was the second largest shareholder in the company. She would have money even if she lost her current authority, but what about her? Cindy didn't want to end her career just because her old boss was not willing to transfer her authority to the new boss, even though they were willing to reap the fruits of the new boss's hard work. This wasn't a betrayal, but survival. Boss, the company has temporarily stopped taking new clients and halted expanding its already existing businesses. The new agenda of the company is to build a supply chain throughout the Blossom District. Interesting, go on. According to Cindy, Diana has put all her plans of expansion for Fine Gold and its other child companies on temporary hold and has directed all the resources of the company to prepare for the upcoming project, supplying silver milk powder to the entire Blossom District. Right now, the main focus of the company is to map a safe route throughout the Blossom District for distribution. Until now, Fine Gold merchants were only operating in the neighboring cities. Now suddenly expanding to the entire Blossom District was a huge leap. But it is okay since our respected CEO Diana has been planning for this for years. Though Cindy spoke of the current plans and priorities of the company, she was actually pointing out where Diana was going wrong by rushing things. Her addressing Diana as CEO Diana and not as the boss was a micro-sign from her expressing that she has already switched her boss. But you think CEO Diana's plans are not enough to handle this big transition, don't you? The last sentence spoken by Cindy sounded a little satirical. She did not believe Diana would pull this off just because she dreamed to expand Fine Gold to the Blossom District one day. Fine Gold was a big fish down south. But as you move closer to the capital, you rarely see big fish as it is filled with sharks and whales. So just because you dream to be in the big leagues in your childhood doesn't mean that you will enter the big leagues out of nowhere. Right now, Fine Gold was trying to enter the deeper waters. Whether it will be able to swim deeper or float to the surface or be devoured was not clear, but just moving forward on a flimsy plan was not going to work, as big leagues are different and things are done differently around here. I don't mean to undermine or criticize CEO Diana's plan for the company in any way. Cindy dragged her words like virtuous little employee who would never betray her boss. But I knew there was a but in Cindy's sentence, and I helped her find it. I acted along with Cindy. Hiding behind these whimsical charades makes her feel more safe than fine. Whatever works for her as long I am getting the worth of my time. But I don't think that Fine Gold is ready to become the sole supplier for the entire Blossom District. If CEO Diana continues with her plan, then Fine Gold will fall on its face hard. Then I don't know if we will be able to recover from the losses incurred. And there it was, folks. The virtuous employee finally admitted that she wasn't a virgin. Cindy spoke her mind, criticizing Diana and her plan for the company. She didn't hesitate to predict the downfall of Fine Gold as a company. Cindy, tell me, why do you think so? I inquired the virtuous employee of her naughty escapades. If a girl tells you she lost her virginity, who, when, where, how, and why were the obvious questions. First, of the status and market differences. The Blossom District has a few second-tier cities. Their market is way different from the market in a third-tier city. And how can the people of second-tier cities allow folks from third-tier city enter their market? There will be a lot of pushback and resistance. If it was just one city, Fine Gold could fight back. Hell, even give the folks from the second-tier city a run for their money. We are not talking about a single city, are we? But the entire Blossom District. The forces of the Fine Gold will be stretched thin. There is no way that the Fine Gold will be able to overcome the pushback and resistance of the folks from the second-tier cities. Fine Gold isn't armed with enough good men for this task. CEO Diana understands this. Therefore, she has started hiring more staff. Here's the thing about the new staff. Their priorities don't lie in interest with Fine Gold but themselves. So when things become intense, believe me, they will, these people will not hesitate to bail. Some will rise to the occasion, but the latter will be true for most of the part. The Circle, they haven't forgotten the debt CEO Diana owes them. We have caught a spy of the Circle and the recruits. Who knows how many more have, or are trying to infiltrate the company. The escapades Cindy had in store for me were not small. One has to remember, she was the virtuous employee who started off saying she didn't want to undermine or criticize her old boss. But when she got the chance, she showed that she had a lot of opinions about Diana and how she did things. Don't worry about the Circle, it isn't a problem. When the Fine Gold was just an upstart, it was the backing of the Circle that helped it grow to its current glory. Now that Fine Gold is ready to spread its wings wide, Circle was here to hitch a ride. They were an easy problem to solve, but the real problem was that the Fine Gold didn't understand its inability and was swallowing more than it could chew. If it continues like this, it would choke itself into self-destruction. What I am implying here was, why is Fine Gold trying to break into the market of other cities? Instead of outsourcing the distribution of silver milk powder to the locals, as the royal family was opting to do, if Diana chose to outsource the distribution to a local, or even partner with the locals, she wouldn't have to go through the hardship of facing pushback and resistance from the folks of the second-tier cities to break into their markets. Even if she manages to successfully enter their market, she still had to understand their market, as it was way different from the market in a third-tier city. Fine Gold had zero experience with how the second-tier city market works. Diana was basically setting up herself to fail. Diana is smarter than this. What is the problem here? What is causing her to choose this suicidal route? Cindy led me into a luxurious dining hall, and walking past the neatly arranged tables with gold-plated cutleries, we arrived at a spacious open veranda, and at the center of it was a dining table. Cindy went ahead and pulled a chair for me, saying, "Boss, I took the liberty to arrange for a light, healthy breakfast. Shall we continue as we eat?" "Sure," saying that I walked past Cindy and looked at the view through the veranda and added, "I didn't know you guys had a lake in here." It was built to add serenity to the company, but mostly to train Fine Gold guards. Cindy placed the chair back in its place and walked next to me, explaining the lake, while she signaled her staff to bring in the food after 5 minutes. "It seems your boss didn't count pennies when it came to building training facilities for her guards," I said while returning to the dining table. CEO Diana planned to fight the Circle with her guards one day, so that was given. Cindy stressed the word CEO Diana as she answered. Once I became the majority shareholder in the Fine Gold Merchants, Diana was no longer the chairwoman and the CEO of Fine Gold. I became the chairman, and Diana's title was shortened to CEO. I heard you offered the Bright Lions, TSR Guild, and Tiger Squadron to use the Fine Gold training facilities. What did your CEO Diana say about that?" Once I became the majority shareholder in the Fine Gold Merchants, Fine Gold not only extended help to Elliot, but also the Bright Lions, TSR Guild, and Tiger Squadron. I don't dare to take credit for that. It was CEO Diana's idea. I was just following her orders, Cindy answered. "Is that so? Ain't she a smart woman?" I already knew it was Diana who ordered Cindy to offer my other organizations that they could make use of Fine Gold facilities. Since I owned Fine Gold, this was given, but I appreciated Diana's thoughtfulness. Cindy was quick to claim credit. I wanted to see how far she was willing to go, but she saw my intent from miles away. After all, she was a smart woman. "Yes, CEO Diana is an exceptional businesswoman." Cindy complimented Diana following my lead. "So, why the heck would she try to break into the market of different cities with limited resources, instead of outsourcing the distribution to the locals or partnering up with them?" I had a hunch about this, but I wanted to give Cindy a chance. Until now, Cindy had only pointed out what Diana was doing wrong, but not why she was doing it, and what she was doing right. Now I gave Cindy a chance to stop gossiping and start being productive. As I pointed out earlier, status. Not just the fact that Fine Gold is from a third-tier city, but the status that came with the realm, card overlord. Second-tier cities are crawling with card overlords. The families and other organizations there are being led by peak card overlords. Not to mention that the talented ones have formed ego gems and can mobilize rule power. The card overlords that choose to stay in a backwater second-tier cities are not the cream of the crop, but they have been ruling the second-tier cities for years and have amassed enough wealth and legacy to afford broken runes, even if they cannot comprehend the rules of their own. These people are tenfold stronger than fine gold in terms of manpower and personal power. CEO Diana knows a wolf cannot partner with a tiger, so she is trying to break into selective city markets while trying to map the safest distribution routes throughout the Blossom Distinct. I know what you are thinking, boss. When the time comes for the distribution of the silver milk power, the royal family will publicly announce their backing to the fine gold as the sole distributor of silver milk powder in the Blossom District. With the royal family backing the fine gold, these families and organization form the second-tier cities shouldn't dare to push back fine gold. If you think so, then I can only tell you that you have gravely mistaken. Like the circle used to rule in Sky Blossom City, every city, be it third or second-tier city, they have their tyrant, who will collectively represent the cities from the shadows. When it comes to partnering with them or outsourcing the distribution to them in their respective cities, these greedy tyrants will not agree to the generous 50-50 split, not to mention the 70-30 split fine gold's way, which CEO Diana is planning to propose. Therefore, CEO Diana is trying to test the waters before the announcement of the royal family, at the expense of failing and never being able to recover from it. Cindy slowly explained how Diana had already foreseen the problems that would occur when fine gold is awarded the distribution of silver milk powder in the Blossom District, and was trying to come up with contingencies. At the expense of the present, she was paving way for the future. She is indeed a brilliant businesswoman. I could see what Diana was planning after hearing Cindy explain the circumstances. Diana was basically trying to do what I planned to do to deal with the Circle before I got in touch with Anna and the Circle. I planned to rally the Bright family and the Whitebin family against the Circle. Why would these two families do my bidding? Of course, I planned to tempt them with my otherworldly knowledge. This was a long-term plan which could only come to fruition after years of meticulous planning, but I skipped all this trouble thanks to Elliot, who introduced me to Anna, the Southern Emperor, commander of the Southern Watch, the heir to the Southern royal family. Anna's presence in my life had made it a lot easier and more complicated. Though I preferred a simpler life, I am getting there. Sunny-side-up omelet, bacon, and freshly squeezed orange juice for breakfast. You know how to win a man's stomach, Cindy, I said as I took a bite of bacon. I am happy that the breakfast is to your liking, boss, Cindy said humbly as she used her gold-plated cutleries to cut the bacon into small pieces before eating it with a fork. Card overlords with ego gems and broken runes. No wonder Diana has to go through these means, despite the initial losses, trying to find forces to partner up in those cities. The tiger will let the calf live until it is hungry again. That is what Diana was trying to achieve around the Blossom District. By trying to break into the market of the cities in the Blossom District, Diana was actually conducting reconnaissance to figure out how she could suppress the local tyrants of these cities. Similar to how in my plan I choose the Bright and Whitebin families to suppress the Circle in the Sky Blossom City, Diana's plan involved finding families and organizations in these cities that were willing to stand up to the local tyrant organization, tempted by the profits the silver milk powder distribution and sales would reel in. These families from second-tier cities also looked down on fine gold, but they would not dare to be demanding because they have already made the enemy out of their city's local tyrants. Now they wouldn't want to get blacklisted by the Southern royal family, at least not until they can fill their pockets. Hence the tiger will let the calf live until it is hungry again. Amidst the cooperation, fine gold will gain a lot of capital to grow and expand its company and operations. Not to mention, I promised Diana to give her a platinum grimoire if she formed an ego gem within the next 3 months. So keeping the enemy by their side, the fine gold will grow stronger than their so-called partners. If Diana's plan works, then within a year of the distribution and sales of silver milk powder, fine gold will grow to the point where it can single-handedly dominate the entire Blossom District market. Thinking of all this, I couldn't help but marvel at Diana's plan. This is why I let her lead the fine gold and planned to her lead all my operations in Sky Blossom City instead of my Calamity Daughter gems. If I had let my Calamity Daughter gem take charge of fine gold, then in the end I would have to do all the work while they followed my orders. But Diana had already started paving the future path for the fine gold. This proved my theory that when it comes to using brains, using regular people would be wise choice, as my Calamity gems were best suited for grunt work and bronze. Hearing me perfectly see through what Diana was trying to achieve by trying to enter the market of the cities around the Blossom District despite the limited resources, Cindy was without words. On the surface, it may look like Diana doesn't know her limits and is trying to bite more than she can chew. Once you know that a product like silver milk powder exists and Fine Gold is going to be the sole distributor in the Blossom District, you start to see the pattern in Fine Gold's recent behavior. They only showed intention to enter the markets of the cities around Blossom District, but are holding back, making excuses that they haven't yet mapped a safe route for Fine Gold merchant ships around the Blossom District. Fine Gold was just testing the waters, trying to figure out the big fishes, sharks, and whales in the deep waters of the Blossom District. Cindy, you seem restless. Is something the problem? I said, looking at Cindy, who was no longer enjoying her breakfast. Nothing, boss. Everything is fine, Cindy answered hastily. Date, April 2nd, 2321. Time, 8:04. Location, Sky Blossom City, Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch, Fine Gold Tower Number 1, Tower Number 1 Penthouse Office. Sister. Not good. Jaya rushed into her sister's office while yelling for her sister. Jaya, how many times have I asked you to knock before entering? Diana snapped at her sister, not caring for the anxious look on her face. Sister, you are worried about this, when everything you have built is about to be set on fire, Jaya argued impatiently. Fire? Where's the fire? Diana asked, looking at her little sister with great interest. Your trustee is planning a coup and you are in the mood for jokes? Jaya snapped at her sister for not taking her words seriously. Oh really? Does that make it okay for you rush into my office without knocking? Diana chose to ignore her little sister's words and prioritized disciplining her. You are still hung up on that. Didn't you hear what I just said? Jaya was irritated that her sister was still hung up on the fact that she did not knock before entering her office. They say education begins at home. Seeing your disappointing rank in the Sky Blossom Young Heroes list, I have decided to adopt that saying in our daily life. Before Diana could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jaya. The Sky Blossom Young Heroes list is out already? What ranking am I? Jaya asked with great expectation, forgetting the reason why she was here. You should be ashamed to ask after your disappointing performance in the tournament. Heck, I am ashamed to tell you your ranking. Back in my days, I was ranked no one. All the high schoolers rallied behind me to form a high school gang, and now look at you. You are such a disappointment. Diana lectured her sister. You didn't have monsters like Wyatt, Corey, and Courtney in your time. Back then, they didn't have a citywide tournament. You were lucky they made the Young Heroes list based on the information they gathered. Otherwise, who knows what your actual rank would be. Now tell me my rank. Jaya argued. You are one to talk. You didn't even fight them. Heck, you didn't even make it to the semifinals. Diana mocked her little sister for her disappointing performance in the city tournament. Let me see. Ignoring her sister's remarks, Jaya grabbed her sister's grimoire to check her rank in the Sky Blossom's Young Heroes list. Soon she gasped in astonishment and yelled, What is this? You were spying on them? No wonder you weren't worried. How is this possible? Did you know they were going to meet today? Jaya asked her sister in astonishment. She thought her sister was busy refining her soul power and forging an ego gem, so she had lost touch with what was going on in the company. But it seems she had underestimated her sister. I knew Cindy was going to meet somebody special today, but didn't think it would be the new chairman of Fine Gold, Dalton F. King Wyatt. Diana did not hide her intent on the fact that she was not the chairwoman anymore. How? How did you know that Cindy was going to meet somebody today? Did the R&D team finally perfect hacking? Jaya asked with great expectation. I hate to break your heart, but I have shut down all projects on hacking. It was going nowhere. As for Cindy's plan, Tower Number 2's chief chef informed me that she was planning to receive someone today. He was pissed that she meddled in his daily routine and asked him to cook for her guest. Even if I don't own the majority shares in the company, in the employees' minds I am their boss. This is why I keep asking you not to treat the employees like SHD. Diana knew that as long as she or the new chairman himself didn't come out and announce the regime change in the company, employees would think that she was in charge. If they weren't so f-king stupid, I wouldn't have to treat them as such, would I? Jaya may have found respect for the new chairman of Fine Gold, but in the end, she was still a SHTTY person. The only thing that changed right now was that she had started working hard to earn her place next top 1 percentile of the world. Even rich and entitled can dream. Not to forget that the only thing worse than a SHTTY person was a hard-working SHTTY person with a dream. You know their dream was going to smellier than the smelliest poop you ever had dropped. There is a trick to that. I will teach you. We will need to get you a pet for that. Now that Diana knew she was going to be climbing to places, she wanted to train her trusted sister to hold the base for her. Because no matter what, this was where her legend began. You are finally going to allow me to get a pet. Yeah. Jaya cheered when she heard that her monster-hating sister was planning to get her a pet. Oh, no honey, not that kind of pet. Diana corrected Jaya. She was one of the victims of the monster war. She would be damned before she took in a monster as a pet. What? What kind of pet are you speaking of? As far as I know, there is only one kind of pet. Are there different kinds of pets? Jaya was puzzled hearing her sister. Half of the time, she didn't understand what her older sister was saying. You will see. It will be a teachable moment for you. You know what? I'm kind of looking forward to it. Diana spoke in riddles, adding confusion to her already confused, slow-witted sister. So, what are you going to do about Cindy? I warned you repeatedly about her. I literally said these words. She would stab you in the back one day. But you didn't listen. Now look, we have raised a traitor amidst ourselves. Jaya had hated Cindy's gut for a long time. Cindy was just another crony of her sister's, yet she acted all high and might. Now that Cindy has shown signs of rebellion, Jaya couldn't be happier. Cindy isn't the problem. This is her way of giving us a heads up that she has switched sides. The problem is our new chairman. I cannot help but feel that he knows that I am eavesdropping on their conversation. He keeps looking right at the spy device. Diana knew better than to underestimate Cindy, who has worked for her for years. So, she had already guessed that Cindy chose the venue to meet up with the new boss, knowing full well that Diana would spy on them. Diana was not bothered by Cindy. What bothered her was that the new chairman of Fine Gold Merchants also appeared to know that she was spying on them. Perhaps Cindy already informed him of this. Diana could not help but wonder. This must be one of those weird coincidences. Jaya interpreted. Coincidence, perhaps. But then I would be underestimating him. The whole city underestimated that boy. And in the end, the boy survived and Circle fled the city. While the entire world dreads the name of the Southern Emperor, he seems to have a questionable relationship with her. When it comes to him, there are no coincidences. I think he knows I am eavesdropping on them. But the question is, why is he letting me eavesdrop on their conversation? Come on, sister, you speak as if he is all-knowing. I know he has achieved unexpected things in the past, but this, even for him, is too much. Though Jaya spoke these words, they lacked confidence. As she too, like her sister, believed that if it is him, then it was possible. Jaya, what have I taught you about underestimating your enemy? Diana asked Jaya sternly. I better order a coffin for myself, Jaya answered. Not that one, the other one. I better dig a grave for myself. No, not that either. I better engrave my tombstone with the words, here lies the dumbass that died underestimating her enemy. Ding ding, that's the one. Diana applauded when Jaya finally spoke the answer she wanted, but not the other correct answers. Ugh. Then what are going to do about this? Though annoyed, Jaya still asked her sister what she planned to do about the situation. Noth. As Diana was about to answer her sister, she abruptly halted, hearing a voice from her grimoire. So Diana, if you are free, why don't you and your sister join us for breakfast? Your chef makes one of the best bacon I have ever tasted. A weird static sound emitted and the feed was cut, leaving Diana and Jaya dumbfounded. Location: Sky Blossom City, Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch, Fine Gold Tower Number 2, Staff Mess. CEO Diana, if you are free, why don't you and your sister join us for breakfast? Your chef makes one of the best bacon I have ever eaten. Lately, I have developed a habit of using my soul pupils to scan every place I visit. With recent assassination attempts on my life, I found myself doing this more than usual. Those circles still did not see me as a threat and underestimated me. Sansa Baylor was hell-bent on erasing my existence. She didn't hesitate to send 3 dozen of Card Emperor to kill me. So yes, my actions couldn't be considered an overreaction. So when Jaya led me into the veranda, I had already spotted the mechanism Diana had placed to spy on my conversation with Cindy. I didn't like Diana eavesdropping. I could have called her out sooner, but I didn't because Cindy wanted Diana to eavesdrop on our conversation. No, Cindy did not say this to me, but it was obvious. Cindy has worked for Diana for years. She knew what Diana was capable of, especially in the Fine Gold compound. Yet, She chooses such a conspicuous place for our meeting. This meant that she wanted Diana to hear in on over conversation. She wanted to give Diana the courtesy of knowing that she was planning to switch sides. But the question here was, why did I come to this conclusion? Did Cindy already know that I would find out someone was eavesdropping on us? Was this all part of Cindy's elaborate plan? If yes, then what was she up to? From the movement, I knew somebody was eavesdropping on us. I had my super brain card assisted by my 3 slave consciousnesses and Hive AI to hack into the spying device and Cindy's grimoire. It took a while, but the super brain card finally gave me the answers I was searching for. Since it was the compound of the fine gold, it was given that Diana was spying on us. I didn't need a super brain card to tell me that, but it was assuring to know that I was right. As for Cindy, the super brain gave me a lot of intimate details about her, making it hard for me to look her in the eyes, especially when I knew that Cindy was not playing any games. She was, but not with the intent I thought she was. Yet, it was good to know that Cindy was 100% on my side. Sorry, boss, if I have offended you with my actions. Diana has been my mentor and friend for years. I could not leave her side just like that. I hate goodbyes, so like the coward I am, I had to choose this method. Cindy wasn't surprised that I called Diana out for spying on our conversation. Instead, she apologized to me for involving me in her matters. I can understand, but if you pull such a stunt again, I will not be this understanding. And don't act humble. I know this is your way of assuring me that you were 200% on my side. Cindy went on to complain about Diana to me despite knowing that she was eavesdropping on us for 3 reasons. First, out of consideration for her years of friendship and mentorship under Diana. She wanted to let Diana know that she had already switched sides. Second, to assure me that she had broken all ties with Diana, and from now on, she would be loyal to me and me alone. What would be the better way to assure your new boss you are loyal to him, but not the old boss? Bad-mouthing the old boss to the new boss in front of the old boss is what Cindy just did. Third, to test me. Yes, she wanted to test how emotionally mature her high schooler boss was. He was a man with great abilities and mind, but was he emotionally mature enough to handle the tense situations calmly? Or was he just another genius teenager who lets the soup of hormones in his body do the important decisions instead of his mind? Haha, so boss, you had already figured it out. Honestly, boss, I was surprised by your reaction. I thought you would flip the moment you discovered that device, but you held back and let me say my goodbyes and let me prove my loyalty to you. Thank you, boss. It seems I didn't overestimate you and made the correct choice. Cindy thanked and praised me for not blowing off over the Diana eavesdropping ordeal. Don't mention it. But next time you test me, be ready to face the consequence. And how did you know that Aura's sight can discover hidden mechanisms? I figured Cindy was so confident that I would be able to find the spy device because of my origin card Aura sight. Boss, Mrs. Wyatt, was a renowned pathfinder. She could spot tarps and ambush from miles away in an instant. So, you who had inherited her origin card would be no different. Cindy answered and then added, Boss, if you are done with the breakfast, I have prepared a meeting hall to talk about the main agenda. I promise you will not find any surprises there. Don't worry, I have taken care of the device, and let's wait for CEO Diana and Miss Jaya. I knew that Cindy planned to take me to a separate meeting hall, where she had made sure that no one could eavesdrop on over conversation as I assigned her the task that I spoke of in the call earlier. Cindy had made all the preparations accordingly. I commend her for that. But this was not enough for Cindy to prove to me that she was loyal to me, yet she had managed to prove to me that I had chosen a capable person to lead the sales of the Slime Fairy Card Collection. Sister, do you think Wyatt has perfected the hack project? Otherwise, how do you explain him spotting you spying on them and directly addressing us through it? Jaya quietly followed her sister from Fine Gold Tower number 1 to Fine Gold Tower number 2, thinking hard, trying to deduce how their new chairman was able to spot her sister spying on him. And only one answer came to her mind, the hack project. So she could help but ask her sister. Yes, he did, and he also found the secret to immortality. Diana replied sarcastically to her sister's outlandish theories about their new chairman. But what she didn't know was how close to the truth her words were. Sister, I am being serious. Then how do you explain how he discovered you spying on him? Jaya was used to Diana's satire, but she couldn't help but demand her sister to take her words more seriously. My first guess was that Cindy informed him about me spying on them beforehand, but that is unlike Cindy. Then I remembered that our new boss had inherited his mother's origin card Aura sight. The next is obvious, or do you need me to spell it out for you? Diana's words had a hint of mockery in them. How could that escape Jaya's sharp Voltronian hearing? She heard it all right. I know what aura sight does. You don't need to explain it to me, said Jaya, but she still did not seem convinced. Why would their new chairman think that it was her sister who was spying on them, but not herself or any other top brass in fine gold? And something spookier than that was that he invited both her sister and her to the breakfast. How did he know that she was with her sister? There were too many unturned stones about this to reach a definite conclusion, but she chose to believe in her sister, as she has been right so far, and didn't want to be mocked by her sadistic bully of a sister. Good. At least you are not too far gone. There is still hope for you. Diana consoled her little sister in her way. Sister, if Wyatt is our enemy, why are you following his orders? Jaya asked, referring to her sister teaching her a lesson on underestimating her enemy earlier. What? Chairman Wyatt is our patron. How dare call him our enemy? Girl, did your Brian lose a few nuts? Diana asked Jaya exaggeratedly. But, earlier, you compared him to an enemy. Jaya no longer understood her sister. Little sister, listen well. Somebody is your enemy only when you know you can defeat them. If not, they are not your enemy. Diana dropped some knowledge on her sister. Whoa. Jaya finally realized that her sister sounded a lot like a coward, but cowards outlast the brave. Who taught her this? Her sister. Don't ask any further stupid questions. Come now, let's greet Chairman Wyatt with a bright smile and make him feel welcomed. Diana's right eye corner twitched as she spoke of the new chairman. Okay. Jaya felt the ups and downs in Diana's voice, but chose to ignore it. Good morning, Chairman Wyatt. Diana and Jaya greeted their new boss with big smiles as they had decided earlier. Good morning, you two. Why don't you grab a seat? Cindy already signaled the staff to add a pair of chairs, plates, and sets of cutlery to the table. After the staff made the arrangements, Diana and Jaya got comfortable in their seats. Why do you stare? Is there something on my face? I asked Jaya, who has been peeking a few stares at me for a while. Being caught, Jaya got spooked like a cat and hurriedly shook her head in denial. Looking at her tomboy sister acting shy in front of the new boss, she decided to help her. Boss, you look handsome today. She could help but stare. Silly girl, I guess she is at that age. Sister, Jaya shouted in protest and gave her sister a death glare, but Diana was unfazed. Okay then, let's talk about rules. I would like to suggest a new rule, no more games. Do you understand? I glared domineeringly at Cindy and Diana, making my intent clear to both of them. Yes, boss. Cindy and Diana replied simultaneously. Your words aren't as truthful as your eyes, I said, and then added. Let me make it clear what happens to you when you break my rules. You will lose everything. I am not talking about your wealth, but your freedom to choose your life and death. Remember, I am willing to reason with you guys because I respect your brains. But you dare to point that towards me, I will take control of them. If you thought Circle was a bad partner, then I am worse. On a serious note, you guys have what you have because I value you and am willing to give guys a seat at my dinner table, but if you dare cross me, others may kill the family pet that bites them, but I don't. I have something worse than death awaiting it. You guys might not understand most of what I am saying, but for your sake pray that you never get to understand those words. Are you threatening us? Jaya asked. Who else among the trio would be stupid enough to ask me this after having gauged what I am capable of? Not you, just the other two. People only threaten those that can harm them. I scoffed at Jaya's ignorance. You? I know you are strong and can have us killed. But we too are living and breathing people. How can you treat us like your disposable slaves? Jaya spoke about rights. That's rich coming from the girl who forced me to create her origin card by threatening my life. I guess this little miss here doesn't like the taste of her own medicine. Haha. Last time I checked, disposable slaves were not given a buttload of money for their troubles. But you did get 1 point correct. You guys are indeed disposable to me. I didn't spare Jaya or Glacé. That ignorant fool wasn't worth it. Boss, then how do we get out of this disposable status? Not Cindy, but Diana asked this. This was not surprising as she showed the willingness to part with an arm for the rest of her life to gain the opportunity to work with me, so she would be willing to do more to keep this relationship going. By proving your loyalty and gaining my trust, as simple as that. This cannot be achieved in a day or two. So girls, buckle up, this is going to be a long ride. But remember, in the end, I am going to believe what I want to believe. I answered Diana. To which she nodded in understanding. Seeing my gaze fall on her, Cindy let out a big smile and said, I am as loyal as one can get. You two need to understand. If you follow me with dedication, I will take you to the top with me, but if you hold malice, you can only blame yourself. And most importantly, you two are only the start. There are going to be others. It is up to you how long you can follow me. If you understand the basic truth of our relationship, that if I grow, you grow, then the cooperation can last till the end of us. But if you cannot comprehend something as simple as that, then others will fill your spot, and you will have really become my slave. I hope next time we meet, I don't have to waste a few minutes of my time trying to get all of us on the same page. Otherwise, I will switch to more obedient dogs. I warned Cindy and Diana, making sure they understood their position in my empire. Yes, boss. Cindy and Diana agreed. They were willing to give their all to climb along with their new boss, but they were too smart for their own good. They are the kind of people that check the exit before they enter a room. They always needed a plan B. They like to be prepared rather than being caught off guard. It was not in their nature to blindly follow and give their full trust to someone, because they are not used to relying on others. All they have, everything they own, they got it through their hands. Now someone came out of nowhere and asked them to blindly trust and follow him so that he could take them to the promised land. Fat chance that they will agree to that. The instinct that has helped them survive in this world until now helped them make a place for themselves in it, and helped them climb the social ladder, also did not allow them to surrender their fate to a stranger with big promises, even though they had a feeling that his promises were likely to come true. Good, then let's talk business if you had your fill. I knew what I was asking of Cindy and Diana was equal to asking them to go against their nature and instinct, which made them desirable to me in the first place. But they had to understand to tame their nature and instinct to not act against me, but for me. I know we cannot train a dog to be vegetarian, but we can train it to not bite the hands feeding them. That's what I was trying to convey to Cindy and Diana. Wait, I have a question. Who else than Jaya would be ignorant and dare to change the topic I brought up? What was interesting was Diana did not seem to care that her sister's ignorance may cause her trouble. Considering that it is her, she may prefer the parenting style that would let a child get electrocuted to learn that they should not stick a fork in a live socket. What is it? I asked in the spirit of the healthy relationship that I spent minutes lecturing about. I want to be of help. Give me some work too. Hearing Jaya, Diana was surprised. These were not the words she was expecting from her little sister's mouth. She felt that Jaya was acting a little reserved in their new boss's company. Ask your sister, not me. I threw the ball to Diana's court. But you are her boss, Jaya argued. I don't see how this helped her case. Yes, I am. Her work and well-being are my responsibility, not you. And I hate nepotism. I add the last part hoping that it would sum up the intention I wanted to convey. Good. I don't want charity either. I want you to give me work because I am capable, Jaya said with resolve. Are asking for a job? I was confused about whether Jaya was asking for a job or wanted to be assigned work like Diana and Cindy. Yes, I want a job. Jaya's resolve almost blinded me. Where was all this positive in her coming form? Then asked CEO Diana, I don't meddle in fine gold business. I can't believe I was going in a circle because of Jaya. Where did she get this positive resolve from? This was Jaya I am talking about, who was basically the embodiment of the good-for-nothing rich second generation popularly referred to as the young master. No, I want to work for you. Hire me like you did other students in your school and schools around the city. Jaya demanded despite being repeatedly rejected. You want to join Bright Lions? I was dumbfounded by Jaya's demand. I would prefer to work for you. But yes, I am willing to start at the bottom. I didn't understand what Jaya was trying to achieve here. Ah, young love. It can be so unreasonably motivating and stupid at the same time, Diana sighed. Sister, don't speak nonsense. People will think you have some nut loose. Jaya reprimanded Diana for making unappreciated comments. Ah, you heartless, love-stricken fool. I don't want you to suffer unrequited love. It is better to be rejected and made a fool of than suffer through the silent pain of unrequited love, Diana advised. Why you shut up? Jaya wanted to say more, but she saw a never-seen shade in her sister's eyes. It seemed to hide a story within it, a story filled with heartache that her sister rather not share with her. Jaya wanted to inquire, but this wasn't the right company and time for that. I am trying to save you some heartache, but you don't seem to appreciate it. I guess there is no escape from this curse. Diana sighed. I grew impatient. First Jaya, and now Diana. Whatever nonsense these two were babbling about, they better not involve me. I had no time for this. Our little Jaya has her first crush. This calls for celebration. Cindy chimed in while signaling me to bear with it. This is why I preferred Calamity Daughter gems. No emotions involved, just pure dedication to the cause. I can't treat people like tools, otherwise it will lead to mutiny. Cindy and Diana both have proven their value enough for me to consider their emotions, so I had to go along with them. Turning to Jaya, I asked, "Who is the lucky guy?" Hearing me, the trio went silent as if I said something taboo. But Jaya laughed and said, "Don't listen to them. They are pulling my leg. Cindy, I will get you back for this." The last part was menacing. I felt it across the table. I don't know what Cindy did to deserve this, but I think she can handle Jaya. Now, if you guys are done with your inside joke, let's get back to the topic at hand. I wanted to start talking business and be done with small talk. Good. So have you decided on a job for me? Jaya asked me, misunderstanding my intention behind my words earlier. You weren't kidding. I didn't know Jaya would be this persistent about this. I am dead serious. Why are you hesitating so much to help me? You took in the high schoolers all over the city. Is it because I forced you to create my origin card? Are you still holding it against me? Jaya didn't let go. She started rocking the boat by digging up the past. Did I hold my past with Jaya against her? Was I that narrow-minded? Yes, I was. I plead guilty to all counts of charges brought up against me by Jaya. If not because she came in the package with Diana, I wouldn't tolerate her presence, not to mention her wasting my time. No, you are not that petty. You forgave the Bright brothers and made them in charge of your high school gang and hired that obnoxious Corey Bright to work for you. You even associate with Courtney, who was hired to kill you. So it is not the past between us. Is it because I am useless? It has to be that. Jaya indirectly gave me a good person card, which left me shell-shocked. But I can't have it. Correction, Willem Bright paid me 3,000 soul jades to take his family's younger generation under my wing. Susan hired Corey. As for Courtney, we knew each other before that tournament ordeal. I am willing to pay the same amount to work under your wing. Yep, I dropped the stone on my foot. I currently don't require extra staff. Go meet Nick Bright. He is in charge of hiring new gang members. He should have some work for someone of your capabilities. Yes, since throwing the wall to Diana's court was not working, I threw it to Nick, who did everything I asked him to, permanently putting an end to Jaya pestering me. Thank you. You will not regret it. Jaya enthusiastically thanked me, and her sister did not even bat an eye hearing her little sis was going to join a high school gang. You done right. I asked Jaya. Seeing her nod, I added, finally, let us start with your cultivation. How far has your soul energy refining come? I was keen about Cindy and Diana forging their ego gem because they both were key personnel in my operations. They needed to have respective realms to represent my operations outside of the Sky Blossom City. Since I cannot use Calamity Daughter gem to raise their strength, I decided to personally monitor their cultivation to provide them with resources and help where they were going wrong. I had already seen how far they have reached in soul every refining with my soul pupils, but to maintain the status quo, I had to hear the answer from them. I think I will reach the required purity level by the end of the next month, replied Cindy, and Diana continued. Me too. The silver milk pills you provided us with helped a lot. Both Diana and Cindy had been refining their soul energies for years now, so this result was expected, and it was good to know that silver milk pills were able to help. What about your ethereal spirit? I have found mine, said Diana, and I saw a domineering Diana, with an authoritative air of the general surrounding her in Diana's eyes. I was surprised to learn that Diana's ethereal spirit was so awe-inspiring. She had already reported that she found her ethereal spirit, so no surprise there. I cared about Cindy. She didn't have as many resources and opportunities as Diana. I haven't been able to find my ethereal spirit, Cindy reported dejectedly. Don't worry, you still have time. I consoled Cindy. What else could I say to her? But Cindy didn't seem to be satisfied. How could she be? After all, a platinum grimoire was at stake. I have found my ethereal spirit too, said enthusiastic Jaya. Hearing those from her, everyone, including Diana, was dumbfounded. You found your ethereal spirit already? Congrats. Cindy congratulated Jaya skeptically. Save it, Cindy. I know you doubt whether I have really found my ethereal spirit. You may be thinking that I am lying to gain attention. Jaya didn't accept Cindy's well wishes, instead retorted to her with a smug look. Well, you're right. I wouldn't put it past you. After all, I have seen you do a lot of stupider stuff to gain attention. Hearing Jaya speak so direct, Cindy did not bother with her polite act, but directly spoke her mind. Well, get ready to be proved wrong. With a smug expression, Jaya summoned a smug-looking miniature Jaya in her eyes. The resemblance between both the Jayas was uncanny. Whoa, good for you. How far have you come in soul energy refining? Unable to stand the smug Jaya, Cindy decided to bring her a notch down. She brought up soul energy refining because she knew that Jaya barely had patience to practice her active soul control, so it wouldn't take a genius to guess that Jaya would not spend hours trying to refine soul energy. Haha, joke's on you. If the boss supplies me with more silver milk pills, I will be able to get started with ego gem forging by the end of the next month. Jaya laughed aloud. This was the first time she was able to beat Cindy in an argument. She felt that her hard work and sacrifice these past few days were worth it. Jaya knew that this result would not have been possible if not for the boss's silver milk pills. Therefore, turning to her boss, she said, "Thank you, boss. If not for your pills, I could not have achieved this result. Can I be shameless and ask for more silver milk pills?" Diana shook her head with a satisfied smile. She couldn't be prouder of her little sister, not because she was able to shut Cindy's mouth, but because she had finally learned to be low-key. Diana was happy because her sister hadn't even reported to her about her achievements in ego gem forging. The once little brat who would run to report her about everything, trying seek, praise every little thing, had finally matured. Diana couldn't help but feel a little lost seeing the baby she adopted as her sister had grown up so fast. But Diana was willing to look past that as long as she knew she had raised a capable and independent adult. You used weeks' worth of pills in just 3 days? You do know that they are not candy, and there are serious side effects if you take more than what your body can tolerate. I had given them enough soul pills to last weeks, yet Jaya ate them all in 3 days. Was this stupid girl not afraid of death? Really? But I didn't feel any side effects. Instead, the more I ate those pills, the easier the soul energy refining became, replied Jaya casually. I checked Jaya using my soul pupils to find whether she was lying or not. She was not. Her soul energy had already neared the required purity for forging an ego gem. I don't understand. The silver milk pills seemed to work more efficiently on Jaya compared to the rest of us. There had to be a reason for this. Come to think of it, silver milk power was accidentally created while I tried to create the superhuman serum to counter the Viltronian who had colonized the Earth. Does that mean trying to kill the Viltronian, I created a product that would help his race alleviate their strength? Jaya was the only pure-breed Viltronian. The pills are showcasing enhanced effects only on her. My Calamity Daughter gem, and I did not feel any such advantages after consuming silver milk power, which proved that its enhanced effects only showed in pure-breed Viltronians. Damn it all. Calming myself, I turned to Diana and said, "Tell me everything you know about the D-rank Sliver Beach dungeon and its relation with Jaya." "Boss, what do you mean?" Diana acted confused. Seeing that Diana was not willing to answer, I checked Clown Mask's memories to verify Jaya's origin. Going through the Clown Mask's memories, I was shocked and couldn't help but cuss. FCK. I choose to forgive Diana for not answering my question, considering this matter was related to Jaya's original parents, and she had signed a soul contract regarding it. The matter was about how the Circle and Diana together massacred Jaya's entire tribe. Exploring Jaya's origin in Clown Mask's memories, I found a lot more juicer stuff about the current world. It was more chilling than the fact that Diana participated in the massacre of Jaya's tribe. Going through this information, my entire view of this world had changed just like that. For a moment, my entire body went cold. My thought process had paused, and my complexion visibly paled. "Boss, are you all right? You look like you have seen a ghost," Cindy asked, seeing my complexion turn pale all of a sudden. "Diana, we need to talk later." Ignoring Cindy, I spoke, staring straight into Diana's eyes. I wanted to discuss with Diana what I had just found out about this world. Maybe she wasn't the right candidate to talk about this stuff. After all, she has sworn to secrecy using a soul contract. But before going to discuss with Anna about this, I wanted to confirm if I would be safe letting Anna know that I know the truth about this world and how the first human came into existence in this world. Considering the implication of this matter, I can understand why the government has kept all the traces of this matter hidden from the general populace reach, and why those that know the truth are sworn to protect it and take this secret to their grave. I never expected to land on a world-class secret trying to explore Jaya's origin. I don't know how Jaya will react if she knows her real origin. It was not my place to tell her, but Diana's. Unfortunately, she was restricted by the soul contract. I landed on some world-class level secret information, which would probably put me in the crosshair of the people who were trying to keep it a secret. It all started with me realizing that the silver milk powder was the best supplement for the pure-breed Viltronians to grow their strength. Then I got to thinking that why would I find something related to Viltronians in a D-rank Silver Beach dungeon? Last time I asked this question, I did not know where to start finding an answer for this, so I let it be, but now it was different. Therefore, I tried to understand the relationship between D-rank Silver Beach Gate and Jaya by asking Diana. Since she was not willing to cooperate, I accessed Clown Mask's memories, and there it was. Boss, I don't know what you are talking about. Diana continued her act. I cannot blame her cause the soul contract she signed was very strict. It had a clause about not revealing that she had signed a soul contract. Diana jumped through a lot of hoops to adopt Jaya. I wanted to know why somebody so calculative would risk her life to protect and adopt a stranger, not just a stranger, but a strange being. I understand. Let's have chat later. Since Clown Mask and Diana signed the same contract, I knew all the clauses in the soul contract Diana had signed, and I thought I could come up with a few loopholes to find a way around the soul contract to get some information from her. I hoped to find the information I couldn't find in the Clown Mask's memories with Diana because she was able to adopt Jaya despite the strong opposition. As you wish, boss. Diana was not thrilled about this idea. After all, the topic her boss was hoping to talk about risked triggering the soul contract she agreed to. Good. Seeing Diana agree, I nodded in satisfaction and turned to Jaya asking, "How were you able to find your ethereal spirit?" "I didn't have to find it. It was already present in the center of the blue stone," Jaya answered. "What blue stone?" Cindy, who hadn't found her ethereal spirit, keenly listened to Jaya, hoping that she could find a clue regarding where to find her ethereal spirit. But she did not understand what Jaya was speaking about. "It is my origin card," Jaya replied to Cindy with a smug smile, knowing that Cindy was trying to gain insight on how to find an ethereal spirit. Hearing Jaya, I was really curious how she will form her ego gem. This topic spiked my interest. Jaya already had a Viltronian core. How will she forge an ego gem? Is it even possible for her to forge an ego gem? Or will she forge a titled demon core like Corey? To satisfy my interest in the evolution of the Viltronian core, I decided to provide Jaya with the resources required and motivate her to get faster results. You know, Jaya, if you can forge your ego gem before the college entrance exam, you might be able to enter the top 10 universities despite you low grades. Really? Is that possible? Can I enter the same university as you? Jaya asked me with great enthusiasm and anticipation. Seeing the enthusiasm I wanted to see on Jaya's face, I knew my motivation was working. A little more push, and she will spend the rest of the days focusing on forging an ego gem. Yes, you can choose any of the top 10 universities you want to attend. Can I attend the same university as you? Jaya asked. She did not want to appear clingy to her boss, so she asked his permission to attend the same university as him. Sure, why not? It is your choice. So, I think you should put joining the Bright Lion Gang on hold until you have forged your ego gem. I didn't want Jaya to divide her attention on unnecessary things and solely focus on being my research subject. Since Jaya was persistent about this, I didn't directly stop her from joining the Bright Lion Gang and instead asked her to up it on hold until she is done being my research subject. Okay. Jaya agreed to my suggestion readily and even appeared to be greatly enthused for some reason. Sigh. Diana sighed, looking at her sister. When she had brought up about enrolling Jaya in college, Jaya refused to go to college, arguing that she didn't want to leave her big sister alone. But now when their boss brought it up, she readily agreed. Love does make people blind. Cindy was sullen, seeing Jaya all giddy. She wasn't jealous that Jaya was able to find her ethereal spirit and will soon be able to forge her ego gem, but unhappy about talent and how it made hard work appear obsolete. She has been refining her soul energy and trying to find her ethereal spirit for years, yet she was nowhere close to finding her ethereal spirit, let alone forging an ego gem. Meanwhile, Jaya, who started later than her, had already caught up with her in terms of soul energy refining and found her ethereal spirit without going through a lot of trouble. Though she was too prideful to be jealous of an entitled brat like Jaya and many more like her, There were too many to count. If she were to be jealous of everyone, then the madness would swallow her. So as a mortal, she chose to question the heavens for the unfairness like the rest of the mortals. After all, blaming the heavens was the most insane thing to do. Cindy, what's wrong? You look sullen. Or perhaps you are jealous of me. Giddy Jaya didn't miss the disappointment on Cindy's face and chose to get a few shots in. Me jealous? Of you? You wish. Feeling blatant disband for her in Cindy's voice, Jaya was pissed. She wanted to retort, but was signaled by her sister to stop messing around. Cindy, there is no need for you to worry about finding your ethereal spirit. Do your best and refine your soul energy to the required purity rate by the end of the next month. Still, by then if you are unable to find your ethereal spirit, then I will ask Anna to help. So there is no need to be demotivated. Really? Is that possible? Jaya asked with great astonishment even before the person in concern, Cindy, herself. Jaya wanted to rub the fact that Cindy will not be able to forge an ego gem within 3 months on Cindy's face. So she was visibly disappointed hearing that their boss would help Cindy. Don't ask how, just know that it is possible. I believe I don't need to teach you that things discussed here should not be talked outside, right? I said mysteriously. There is no method for one card apprentice to help other card apprentices find their ethereal spirit. I lied to motivate Cindy because I could help her find the ethereal spirit with help of my soul pupils. It will be strenuous, but Cindy as a capable employee was worth it. You don't have to go through all that trouble for me, boss. Cindy said that to be polite, but her eyes said a different story. Sometimes a person's body is more honest than their mouth. No trouble. You are my subordinate. This is what I should do. Know this. As demanding I am of you guys, I am the same to myself. So you can trust me to have your back all the time. But if you have second thoughts, then blame yourself for being stupid. I had to appear like a reliable boss for these two to work their ass off for me in the come future. Thank you, boss, Cindy replied with a few words, but understood that if the heavens are unfair in one way, then it will be more than fair in another way. It would be in her best interest to protect and cultivate that part of her life. Currently, that part of her life was her mysterious young boss. She decided to do everything in her power to hold on to it. Now let us get back to the business part of my visit. I took out the slime fairy card collection I made last night and passed a few of them to Diana and the rest to Cindy, saying, "This is my new product. Give me your thoughts on them." Jaya was disappointed that the boss did not ask for her opinion. She did not voice her disappointment as her sister had taught her better than to disturb her when she is talking business, thanks to some tough parenting. "Boss, is the card info for real?" Cindy asked. Though she was surprised that her boss thought of creating pleasure cards, still she supported it because there was a lot of money to be made in this particular market. But Cindy was not convinced by the CAD info after reading it, and had questions regarding how close these cards came to the real thing. Though the card info spoke a big game, she was skeptical that whether the cards could resemble the real deal and would let a card apprentice experience something close to real intercourse. I can't answer that because I have yet to use them, but you guys feel free to use them and check for yourselves. I tried hard to answer without sounding ambiguous, but the last part still ended sounding exactly that. Hearing that I haven't used the pleasure cards that I created, Cindy and Diana gave me a stare. I didn't know what to make of their stares. Were they calling me a liar? Or were they questioning my ability as a man since I didn't pleasure myself with the pleasure cards I created? Or did they think something was wrong with Big Wyatt? I even felt a hint of petty in their stare, making me favor the latter. "Hey, quit staring. I don't need to explain myself to you guys," I warned the two nosy women. "No judgment here, boss," said Diana. She too, like Cindy, was surprised that their young boss would create pleasure cards, but thought this was a brilliant idea if well executed. Summon Slime Fairy. Cindy equipped a Slime Fairy card and summoned a Slime Fairy. With her chant, a translucent red blob appeared out of thin air, and then Cindy commanded, "Fairy Transformation." With her command, the translucent red blob transformed into a human female with pointy ears wearing a bikini made up of leaves. "This will sell, but it won't be a hit," Diana immediately answered, looking at the blank expression of the Slime Fairy. "Considering that the world has no shortage of perverted old men and horny teenagers, it will sell like hotcakes. But like CEO Diana pointed out, it will not be a hit." Cindy too agreed with Diana's verdict. "Care to explain, you two?" As the creator of the cards, I was proud of them and would like to think that they were the best of the best, so I would miss the minute details that the second set of eyes wouldn't. This is one of the reasons why I asked for Diana and Cindy's opinions on these cards. Boss, it is given that men will hump anything with a hole, but Diana was about to explain why the cards will not be a hit in the market, but was interrupted by her bratty sister. FCK it. I don't care if you punish me, sister, but could one of you explain what the heck is happening here? Jaya finally could not hold back her astonishment, and willing to bear the consequence, she interrupted. Jaya acts like a delinquent, but underneath all of it, she was just a little virgin and delinquent in practice. Though she had a thorough understanding of the sexual tension between a male and female, she rarely comes in contact with it. After all, who dares to court the sister of Diana Keith? Appearance aside, Jaya herself was a haughty and ruthless person. So many capable players assumed it would be in their best interest to stay away from this fine gold firecracker. Knowing and experiencing are two different things. Just because you know how a combustion engine works, don't mean you know how to repair a car. Therefore, even though Jaya knew sales of one's body was the backbone of the state's economy, she, herself, had never witnessed it. So when Jaya saw the red slime summoned by Cindy turn into a semi-naked human female, she had an idea of what was happening, but that only fueled her curiosity. She needed to know if what she was thinking was correct. If not, what plans do her sister and boss have with such a card? In the end, her curiosity got the best of her, and willing to bear the consequences, she interrupted the conversation. How many times do I have to warn you not to talk unless you are asked to in any business meetings? You are getting bolder day by day, aren't you? Here, take these cards, and stay quiet. I will deal with you later. Warning Jaya. Diana passed the collection of slime fairy cards to Jaya, so that Jaya could quench her curiosity by reading the card info and keep up with the conversation without interrupting them. I was right. Sorry, I will stay quiet. Reading the card info, Jaya knew that her hunch was right. The new cards created by the boss were indeed pleasure cards. Now she finally understood why her sister stared at the boss when he claimed that he did not use these cards and thought, "Boss is so handsome, he doesn't need these cards to get laid." I wanted to throw the nuisance named Jaya out, but Diana seemed to want her little sister to participate in the meeting, and since I still had use for Jaya, I decided not to bother. So, where was I? Yes, men will hump anything with a hole, but the majority prefer a certain degree of connection on an emotional level. So the lack of emotion, especially the blank, expressionless face of the slime fairy, will be a turn-off for most of the customers. They may buy this card at first following the hype we will create about this card in the market, but will soon be reluctant to use these cards. Many will not even bother to buy these cards or their variety for the second time because they can just visit the brothels. Considering that boss wants to run a successful business using these cards, then their price is not going to be cheap. Another reason for the customers to choose a brothel over these pleasure cards. Cindy continued her explanation from where she had left before Jaya's interruption. Boss, the retention rate of customers for these cards isn't going to be very low. This means our regular customer base will be limited to horny teenagers who do not have access to brothels. Soon the royal family and government will put a ban on these cards, claiming that these cards are harming the young generation. In the end, the future for these cards is very bleak. Diana added, supporting Cindy's explanation. Yeah, and who would want to do it with a monster? I don't see any damning reason why people would be willing to buy these cards at the risk of their reputation. Even if you were to provide anonymous services, only desperate people will be willing to go through those procedures. In the end, the sales will drop, and these cards will not be able to make a positive mark in the market, giving the government and royal families enough reason to ban these cards. So, the question right now is, when people can access the real thing for a cheaper price, why will they be willing to spend a fortune on these cards? You can consider lowering th price, but that will not be a solution to this problem. You will only be shortening your profit margin in a dying business. As my sister pointed out, unless these cards leave a positive mark on society, the government and royal family will come for these cards, and you will not have the power to stop them. Jaya, who was asked not to speak unless asked to, suddenly spoke after her sister, supporting Cindy's claims and explaining the reasons for her support. Jaya spoke all these words in a single breath, fearing she would be interrupted for speaking without permission. All Jaya wanted was to prove to her boss that she was worthy to occupy a seat in this meet. If it was some other stranger, Jaya would rather not bother, as her sister taught her that it was better to be underestimated by the competitor than to be overestimated. But today, for some reason, she didn't want to be underestimated. She wanted to show what she was capable of. She wanted to impress her boss and be praised by him. Therefore, she was willing to speak despite her sister warning her not to speak unless asked to. Hearing Jaya's take on the sales of pleasure cards, I was a little surprised, but then I remembered Elliot's bad history with Jaya and understood this girl, though rash and ignorant, was not to be underestimated. After all, she was still heir to the fine gold merchants. Now I understood why Diana wanted her to attend the meeting. She was creating an opportunity for her sister, hoping that I would make some place for her little sister in the upcoming pleasure card business, realizing that Jaya was not a total dumbass. Jaya, I appreciate your opinion. Cindy and Diana, I think she has earned the right to speak in the meeting. What do you guys think? A good leader has to reward subordinates who show initiative. Right now, that was what I am supposed to be. Jaya, well said. Boss, I agree with your decision. Cindy spoke in support of her boss's words. Yet she couldn't help but glare at Diana. She knew what was going on in here. Diana was slowly trying to plant the idea that Jaya would be a good addition to the pleasure card project. Cindy didn't mind her friend and mentor trying to look out for her sister, but she hated the fact that she was trying to dig in her cake. Boss brought the pleasure card project to her. This was supposed to be her opportunity to climb up the social ladder, yet Diana was trying to cut her sister in her project. This was not cool. Despite her dissatisfaction, Cindy chose to calmly compliment Jaya and support her boss's decision, as things weren't set in stone yet. Still, boss, she did defy direct orders. It would not be right to reward such behavior. It will set a bad precedent. Though Diana was happy with Jaya's action, she could not blatantly show her intentions, so chose to appear strict and unforgiving. Good, then I will leave her punishment to you. Now, I want you guys to help me understand why the royal families and the government will ban my cards. I have seen the Guild Association mall selling adult toy cards. How come they haven't banned those cards? Leaving Jaya's punishment to Diana, I asked why the royal families and government would specifically ban my card when there are so many adult toy cards being sold and easily available to the younger generation. Out of the 3 points made by the trio, I was having a hard time trying to comprehend this one. 1. The slime fairy showed no reaction whatsoever. It was slime in general. What did you expect? 2. It was a monster. Who in their right mind would be willing to buy a card that would let the world know that they were a deviant, who wouldn't hesitate to do it with a monster? 3. Government and royal families implementing a ban on these cards because it is a bad influence on the younger generation. A 16-year-old would be considered a legal adult, but not legal enough to enter a brothel. They need to be at least 21 years old to enter or work in a brothel, which meant everyone from 16 to 21 years old would buy my cards since their options are limited. I understand what Cindy meant by most men would prefer to receive a satisfying response or little reaction, or at least a little interaction or little emotional connection when they engaged in sexual intercourse with their partner, which they cannot expect from the slime fairy, but can easily get from the sex workers in the brothel. Not to mention the price of the cards looks steep compared to visiting a brothel. In a short period, the brothel will indeed be cheaper, but over the course of a year, buying my pleasure cards would be cheaper compared to regularly visiting a brothel. My cards were basically like masturbation. It felt good while using them, but afterward you can't help but judge yourself. Not to mention it could not provide the feeling one would get while being complimented by your partner. Ah, babe, you were so good. Hearing these words from your partner at the end of the deed was priceless. These words at that moment feel so motivating and empowering that some would even compare it to a second orgasm. As for the second problem pointed out by Jaya, my cards in essence were a monster summons. No respected adult would be willing to jeopardize their reputation in society by buying these cards. These 2 points were enough to tell me that in the end, my card would sell, but they would not be a hit like I expected them to be. Diana's words made sense. But what I didn't understand is why the hell would the government and the royal families would ban my card when there are so many adult toy cards on the market? And what the hell kind of rule is this, that a 16-year-old would be considered a legal adult, but not legal enough to enter a brothel? One needs to be at least 21 years old to enter a brothel. When a 16-year-old can buy cards that are capable of mass killing or even a massacre, why weren't they allowed to enter the brothel, but have to wait until they are 21 years old? What the hell kind of rule is this? Boss, Are you comparing this to adult toy cards? Diana asked me while pointing to the slime fairy. I gave Diana a blank stare. Granted, slime fairy is more than just an adult toy card. The conservative side of the world will indeed find it hard to swallow the fact that horny teenagers are humping slime monsters. But still, sigh. Boss, if you think about it, there is no way we can try and sell these cards in the open market. Various factions in society will find it blasphemous. These cards are far from mere adult toy cards. There is a market for them. Maybe with time, people may change their opinion about these cards. At first, when the adult cards were introduced, they too had to face a strong rejection. Now you can see them being sold everywhere. If we do this, we can't expect a quick hit. We will have to be in for a long haul. Maybe someday people will come around to the idea that this is not blasphemy, just regular humping. Diana advised me to not expect these cards to become a quick hit in the market. And boss, the real reason why the royal family and the government will try to ban your cards is that these cards have the potential to harm their interest. What do you mean by, my cards will harm the interest of the royal families and the government? I asked Cindy after hearing her explanation. I didn't understand why would a couple of pleasure cards would harm the interest of the royal families and the government. It is common knowledge that brothels in their respective regions are regulated by royal families, and the brothels in the central region are regulated by the noble families under the direction of the government. The income from the brothels is the backbone of the various regions' economies. If your cards are available in the market, they will be cut into sizable chunks of it. That the government, nor the royal families will appreciate and plan to cut the problem from budding by banning your cards once and for all. Cindy explained that the brothels in this world were not only legal but regulated and capitalized by the government and the royal families. Wait, brothels are regulated by the government and the royal families? Shouldn't they try to close the brothels and not capitalize them? I asked Cindy in shock. They tried stopping it after the Monster War, but failed. So instead, they began regulating the brothels themselves and declared other establishments illegal. Said Diana, as someone who was raised in a brothel, this topic in general was her sore spot. What? I understand the royal families agreeing to this, but for the government to agree to this, there has to be some other reason. I didn't want to believe that the government that was founded by heroic demigods like Michelangelo and others was as corrupt as the royal families of this world. There are many reasons why the government and royal families decided to regulate the brothel themselves. But the most important one of them is that children were also being sold in these brothels. The government tried to make laws to stop these kinds of practices, but these laws did not stop the greedy people from forcing children into selling their bodies. Since it was after the Monster War government, and the royal families lacked funds, and there were lots of insurgents to take care of, so they could not divide their resources and had to choose. In the end, the government and royal families decide to regulate the brothels themselves while declaring other establishments illegal. With more funds to spare, the government and royal families hunted down these illegal brothels. To avoid being caught and harassed by the cops, people started to frequent the legal brothel following the new laws agreed upon by the government and the royal families. Ever since the brothels are being regulated, the case of people being forced to work in brothels and sex workers being killed have lowered to a record low. Not to mention, due to mandatory medical support in the brothels, the spread of sexually transmitted diseases has also lowered. Due to these laws enforced by the government and the royal families, both the customers and sex workers are safer and satisfied with their jobs or experience at the brothels. In recent years, brothels have transformed from the house of lust into houses of companionship. The customer's experience in the brothel has reasonably soured to record high satisfaction. After all, the sex workers are not treated as mere tools of sex, but are trained to satisfy the customer both mentally and physically. The new laws mandate that sex workers need to pass various training and tests before they can start their career as sex workers. And it also asks them to pick up a certain type of art or handicraft and gain minimum education as they continue to work. The sex workers are not just selling their bodies, but an experience that the customers accept from their reality. Believe it or not, the rape case has decreased considerably, and the case of children being forced to sell their bodies is rarely heard ever since the government and the royal families have started regulating the brothels. Cindy passionately explained how the act of government and the royal families not sticking with the conservative ideas and doing something progressive has changed the world for good and made it a better place. Hearing Cindy's passionate words, my head almost exploded. The idea that being a sex worker was considered a career, for me, was hard to swallow. Since when did it become okay for people to start thinking, I will grow up to be a sex worker? I get the law had made a lot of things simpler, but glorying and romanticizing the act of selling one's body was not okay with me. I know the law has done a lot of good, but considering my experience in this world, I wouldn't put it past a few criminal organizations like the Circle that may be participating in the sales of children. After all, with the government banning it, the deviant perverts would be willing to pay fortune for this service. And how can the organizations like Circle let go of their source of easy money? The brighter the white part of the world, the darker the black part of the world is. One has to understand that both are the faces of the same coin. One doesn't come without the other. Yeah, right. Diana scoffed at Cindy's passionate explanation about how the government and the royal families regulating the brothels have positively affected the world. You don't agree, Diana? This is the first time I have seen Diana act so out of character. I could not help but feel that there is more to what Cindy just explained. Therefore, I asked Diana to tell me what Cindy has missed in her explanation. Those people in the brothels are not just ordinary sex workers. They are spies for the royal families and the government. As Diana was explaining her thoughts on the government and royal families regulating the brothels, Cindy interrupted by sighing, "Here we go." Cindy's words visibly antagonized Diana, who glared at Cindy as if she were thinking of ripping Cindy's mouth out. But then she forcefully calmed herself, repeatedly chanting the words, "Control, boss is watching." "Cindy, you are still the managing director of Fine Gold. And last time I checked, I am still the CEO of this company. Don't forget you still work for me." I didn't understand what Diana was getting at by saying this sentence to Cindy. Was she threatening to fire her, or was she saying, "I am your boss, obey me, itch"? I don't think Diana was stupid enough to mean either of the statement in my presence. After all, they both work for me. I didn't forget. And last time I checked, we both worked for the boss. Cindy simply pointed out to Diana what I was thinking. But I don't condone Cindy interrupting Diana just because she doesn't like what Diana was saying. I didn't see Diana interrupt her when she was passionately praising the good that came from the government and the royal families regulating the brothels. Cindy was in the wrong here. As for Diana's words about her still being the CEO, I cannot take offense until I know what Diana actually meant by it. I know, I haven't forgotten. Still, thank you for the reminder. Dana said calmly and added, "Cindy, I'm sorry to inform you that you cannot move your office to the Fine Gold Tower #2 penthouse, as I have other plans for it." Diana went in the direction. "Sure, I cannot fire or punish you in front of the boss, but I can still make your life hell in the company, because I am in charge of you." This was well within the rights of a CEO. I didn't stop Diana because what good was it of having a capable CEO and undermining her every decision? I might as well say that I don't trust you to her face and take up the CEO position while I am at it. "What do you mean I can't move my office to the penthouse? It is already my office." Cindy questioned Diana because the last time she checked, the penthouse of Tower #2 has always been her office. "Oh, sorry. I meant you have to move your office to the floor below." Diana felt satisfied as she saw Cindy argue. This is her feeding her sadistic urges and feeling in control, even though she knew she was not. "But the floor below is used by the sales team to receive VIP clients," Cindy argued. "Then move to a floor below that," Diana replied without a thought. "It is occupied by the senior executives of the sales and customer relations departments." Cindy was pissed by Diana trying to throw her weight around, but all she could was try and come up with different reasons to reject Diana's orders. "Good. I am sure they will be more than happy to make room for their spectacular managing director's office. Until they set your office, you can operate from the employee mess. It is spacious. I am sure you will like it there. A change of location may prove to be productive. What do you think, Cindy?" Diana was bent on showing Cindy that the regime of the Fine Gold might have changed, but she is still in charge of her. "Fine. How long will it take for them to set up my office?" Cindy did find it demeaning to operate from the employee mess, but she still endured and asked Diana when her new office was going to be set up. "I don't know. The contractors didn't give a definite time," Diana said casually. "Why you feeling wrong?" Cindy turned to me. "Don't look at me. I already gave my word to her that I was not going to meddle with Fine Gold business." I shrugged my shoulders at Cindy's cry for help. After all, she was wrong for trying to undermine what Diana had to say on the law that allows the government and royal families to regulate brothels. This right here was a classic situation that defined what kind of boss I would choose to be. Will I be impartial? Will I undermine Diana as CEO, or directly help Cindy oppress Diana, or be a stickler to rules and punish Cindy? Whatever type of boss I chose to be would shape the future of my cooperation with Diana and Cindy. The wrong choice would make Diana or Cindy or both of them feel the need for a backup plan to secure their future. And the right choice would make them feel confident about their future and find gold under my direction. These two right here were really capable people with fear and ambition. They weren't calamity daughter gems who would follow my arrangement without question or a second thought. Here I need to think about everything I say and do when it comes to them, as I need them working for me, not planning on an escape strategy. Therefore, I decided to choose to be none of the above and be a man of my word. In this situation, any person would try and use their status and try to mediate between the two by choosing one of the courses of action stated above, but that was equal to breaking the word I gave to Diana that I would not meddle in fine gold business, sending this two running right for their backup plan. What person would trust a boss who blatantly ignores his word? The whole cooperation between me and them is based on mutual trust. If I am not able to keep such small promises, then what guarantee did they have that I would keep my other promises to them? Their situation may force them to continue to work for me, but they will not be 100% as invested if otherwise. This was human nature. It is very fickle, especially with the smart ones. Therefore, I tend to rely on the calamity daughter gem. If I were to think I can control them or any other humans just because I have a few advantages over them, then I would be kidding myself. Calamity daughter gems are easier to handle. I could not help but lament this thought, finding it tiresome to deal with actual people. Taming a person takes time, lots and lots of time, but once they realize what you are doing, the results will not be the one you prefer. Diana and Cindy were too smart for me to try that SHD on them. Therefore, I had to rely on the classic mutual respect and trust to gain their loyalty. I may have made it look like they had to prove their loyalty to me. True to some extent, but it was also true that I had to earn their trust and loyalty. Hence the drama. If I overlook this, then the cooperation between the three of us will never yield the result I was gunning for. Geez, you two. Stop it. You guys are interrupting the meeting. Boss is a busy man. Don't waste his time with your drama. Jaya commented on Diana and Cindy's actions, acting all high and mighty, forgetting that a few minutes ago, she was no better than them. Diana and Cindy glared at Jaya, and then they calmed themselves to not show their ugly sides to their boss. Even though that ship left the port long ago, Diana and Cindy were a duo who faced many problems together. Yet, now they were at each other's throats because of the recent regime change in fine gold. Diana could not help but feel that Cindy was gunning for her position by getting close to the new boss, while Cindy cannot help but feel that Diana was gunning for her career by trying to pave a path for her good-for-nothing sister. In a way, they both were doing what the other suspected them of doing. So yeah, their instincts weren't wrong, which is why they were on edge in each other's presence. They hated each other's gut, they were friends and then mentor and mentee, yet the other did not think twice before gunning for her position or her career. They defined the words plastic sisters. Jaya is right. Diana, why don't you continue what you were saying? And Cindy, any remarks can wait until and after Diana is done. I asked the two to continue the meeting, leaving behind their grievances with each other. Yes. Both agreed with me simultaneously, and then Dana continued her explanation. The brothels are a way for the government and royal families to collect information. People are more loose-lipped when drunk and horny. The government's so-called training and tests to become a sex worker's nothing but them cultivating spies, or should I call them operatives, the fancy term used by the government and the royal families. Diana then looked at Cindy and added, "You say the law of regulating brothels has turned the brothels from the house of lust into the house of companionship, but I say they have turned it into a den of snitches and house of ego." Cindy stared back at Diana and controlled herself from rebutting Diana by falling for her obvious provocation. Seeing that Cindy did not fall for her provocation, Diana smirked at her and continued with her explanation. As Cindy pointed out, the brothels have indeed become fancier under the regulation of the authorities, but all this crap about not just selling their bodies, but an experience is a stunt to attract power people to the brothels. It worked so well that the society that felt ashamed to be spotted next to a brothel has now started to condone it. Back then, brothels were isolated from the city, but now they have become a hub, Any business opened next to them will make 500% more in profits compared to anywhere else in the city. These so-called operatives are paid extra for every high-end or of interest client they snitch on. High-end clients are people with high social standing in society, basically the members of various influential families, sects, and organizations. And of interest clients are the ones put under the watch list by the authorities. This way the authorities are always one step ahead of the troublemakers. You said children are no longer used in these brothels, but you failed to notice that they are being groomed to become sex workers under the pretense that they are operatives serving directly under the government or their respective royal families. The word operatives is glorified and romanticized to get the gullible children into a life nobody would willingly choose. As far as the claim that rape cases have decreased, you have mistaken, my friend. The offenders have just become more thorough in dealing with their victims. Hearing Diana's side of the story, I came to understand the brothels of this world are a way for the government and the royal families to surveil their citizens or subjects, mostly the ones that could prove a threat to their regime. Well, I was not surprised, seeing how they controlled all the information circulated in the Grimoire network. Back when I was searching for answers on physique and traits, the only authentic information I found was soon scrubbed by the authorities. I wouldn't be surprised if the authorities had a way to hack into our grimoires, because I could, and it is a lot easier since the other party doesn't even know something like this is possible. When you don't even know that it exists, how do you defend against it? Though this makes it easier for me to hack into others' grimoire, I could not mess with secure stuff like the bank accounts or alter the identity info, etc., because they had a very strong firewall. The instant I try to breach them, the authorities will be notified of possible malpractice by so and so card apprentice. Then I would have no place left to run. Still, I had a lot of room to flex when it comes to Grimoire and Grimoire Network using my super brain card. Cindy, go ahead and speak. The floor is yours. I said to Cindy, who looked like she was trying her best to hold back a lot of what she wanted to say to give me enough time to process what Diana said and form an opinion about it. First of what CEO Diana had claimed is all conspiracy theories. There is no evidence to support her claims. Cindy immediately claimed that Diana's claims are nothing but outlandish theories with no evidence to support them. What do you know about brothels? I spent my childhood there, and most of my friends and elders from my childhood still work in the newly reformed brothels. The workers there are as terrified of the authorities as they used to be of their pimps. Don't speak unless you know what is going on in there. Diana quickly rebutted Cindy. You two don't forget why I am here, and let's not turn this into a debate about whether the laws supporting the authorities regulating the brothels are good or bad. All I care about is how this will affect my new business venture. For that, I need to know and understand the entirety of these regulated brothels. So, ladies, don't just give me your opinion. Tell me everything you heard about the brothels and the authorities operating them. We need to make sure not to make enemies out of the government and royal families this early in our development phase. I was okay with Cindy and Diana expressing their opinion on the regulated brothels, but when it appeared to turn into a debate, I immediately warned them that they were going off track. Yes, boss. Diana and Cindy responded in agreement. Good. Diana, could you explain to me what you meant by the brothels turning into the house of ego? Please elaborate. Diana only spoke about how the brothels were a den of snitches, but never explained what she meant by terming it as the house of ego. Boss, would you believe me if I told you that last month's city brothel's top beauty's virginity was sold for 100 median soul jades? Diana answered with a deadpan face. Hearing Diana, I was astonished. One has to know that 100 median soul jades equal 1,000 low soul jades. 1,000 low soul jades for a one-night stand was just prodigal. How prodigal are the people in a second-rate city and first-rate if the people in the third-rate city, like the Sky Blossom City, can be this prodigal? I finally understood why the government and royal families decided to regulate the brothels. This was a lot of easy money. Astounding, right? The income the city brothel generates on a signal night is more astounding. Enough to make you feel you are in the wrong business. Want to hear something more sickening? The sex workers are only given a percentage of this money. Yeah, someone else is forced to sell their body, while someone else is reaping the profits. The training and reforms that Cindy mentioned, like the medical support in the brothel, all are charged hefty prices and are cut from the sex workers' wages. Diana slipped back to arguing about how bad the regulated brothels are, but feeling my glare reminded her not to go off track, and she continued. Not only the new worker's virginity is sold in an auction, the authorities have come up with many other ways to have the customers compete over the sex workers, and as always, those that pay the highest get their pick. For wealthy customers, this is like a conquest. They are willing to spend a fortune to go to spend a night with the best and most desired hostess. This competition is seen as a form of asserting one's pride and dominance, so it usually becomes very competitive. To save face, customers are willing to pay any price. The authorities always welcome more money. The brothels are also opened in the Grimoire network, so that the city brothels can attract customers from neighboring and other faraway cities. Boss, you cannot access that site, as it will not show in your Grimoire network, as you are not of the required legal age to access such profanity. Every aspect of the brothel is such that they make the customers compete with one another over the sex workers, and the sex workers are ordered to favor the high-paying clients over the rest, and also have the clients order expensive things frequently. This is why I called the brothel House of Ego. Sister, your news is outdated. I heard a wealthy female merchant visiting the city last month directly bid 1,000 median soul jade for a male sex worker. Crazy, right? My pocket money is chump change in front of that. Jaya complained to Diana that her pocket money is not enough. You are lucky that I am giving you pocket money. Diana didn't give in to Jaya's complaints. Ignoring the sisters, I finally was starting to understand how my pleasure cards will affect the government and the royal family's interests. What Dana and Cindy said was an understatement. If it were me, I wouldn't just ban the slime fairy cards, but I would hunt down its creators to avoid future competitors. This was a big problem. If I want to start a business venture using pleasure cards, then I have to find a way to get around this problem. The authorities weren't the only problem, but I need to perfect the pleasure cards so that they can challenge the trained sex workers in the brothels in every way. Real money can only be made through these pleasure cards when they manage to attract high-profile customers who have so much money that spending it becomes their daily worry. Not to mention the strong conservative ideas of the society that would frown on card apprentices humping summon monsters. The word frown here was an understatement. Now that I know the three main obstacles stopping my blow-up doll cards business venture, all I had to do was find solutions for them. Sounds easy when I put it like this, and thanks to my cheats, I could afford this level of optimism. The problem about my business trespassing in the lanes of government and royal family's interests was something I needed to worry about when I had a complete product to sell. And right now my product is no way near the expectations I have for it. As for the conservative views of the world, it is not a problem if my product is good. Just take the adult toy cards, for example. They were able to break social norms because people do use them, and they use them because they are better than the alternative. Similarly, if my product is good, then people will buy them, and it is only a matter of time before they become a thing like adult toy cards. So, right now I should be focused on perfecting my product rather than worrying about the government or the royal families. Let's solve the problems right in front of me first, and later when the clutter clears up a little, I will have a better view of what I are dealing with here. Now that I had decided on the next course of action in the blow-up doll project, I looked at Diana and Cindy, who were giving each other a stink eye, and said, "It's decided, go get me a hooker." "What?" Jaya yelled in tremendous shock. "Diana, Cindy," and I looked at Jaya in confusion. Feeling our stare, she buried her head in her bosom, while Cindy teased her, saying, "Girl, don't make it too obvious." "Why you?" "Hooligan, what do you mean by that?" Flustered Jaya inquired Cindy aggressively. "Do you really want me to spell it out?" For some reason, Cindy pointed her brows towards me as she answered Jaya with a question. No, don't you dare." Jaya threatened Cindy with her glare. "Girl, make up your mind. Will you? Do you want me, or don't want me to explain my words from earlier?" Cindy asked Jaya playfully. Jaya glared at Cindy, and knowing that there is no winning with her, Jaya turned to look at her boss and asked, "Boss, why do you need a sex worker? Is it related to the pleasure card project?" Worrying that boss may take her inquiry offensively, Jaya chose her words carefully. "Yes, I want to experience how the sex workers trained by the authorities are different from my slime fairy cards. Only by doing this, I can know where my cards are lacking, and then strive to improve their shortcomings." I explained to Jaya to erase any misunderstanding, but it seems my words only created a misunderstanding if there wasn't one there already, as I felt weird gazes from Diana and Cindy too. How can you say such things? Jaya uttered in embarrassment. What? Then how else am I supposed to know where my cards are lacking compared to sex workers in the regulated brothels? I asked Jaya and the others that gave me a judgmental gaze. Boss, are you sure about this? Jaya asked me. For some reason, she seemed to be embarrassed. Yes, and why are you embarrassed? Sex workers are also people trying to earn their living. In some ways, it is better than stealing and taking bribes. I responded. But, you bringing sex workers to work, isn't it a little ambiguous, boss? Jaya didn't want her boss to use such options when she was present right next to him, but this was too fast too early in their relationship. What is ambiguous about it? It is for research and development. I don't want to hear about it. Just get a sex worker so we can compare the real thing with the slime fairy. I ordered. What? Boss, you never said anything about our participation? Cindy asked in distress. She couldn't help but think that for a virgin her boss had a big appetite to invite all three of them to an orgy with a professional in the mix. Suddenly Cindy's impression of her boss fell to the bottom. Jaya was left speechless hearing her boss inviting her and her sister to an act she rather not imagine, but it keeps popping up in her mind. Jaya could only shake her head chanting, Go away, vile evil. Boss, I am afraid I will end up breaking you. Maybe next time when you have some experience and don't smell of your mother's milk. Being raised in a brothel, Diana had very free thoughts about sex, but she hated the idea of doing it with just anybody for money. This was no longer a pleasure but work. The saying, find something you love to do and you'll never have to work a day in your life, didn't apply to sex workers. Because you don't get to choose your clients, and the high-paying ones are mostly old fossils with one step in the grave or fat perverts who attended prom with their mom because their cousin didn't feel safe attending prom with them. As for Diana's last remark, she was looking for trouble with her boss. How dare he say such words to my sister? Basically, the girls' impression of their boss had turned negative. Another word from their boss, and this meet might turn into a homicide. I know this is a sensitive topic, but nope, that won't do. Without you guys, I will be going in blind. I need you two to tell me what I should be looking for and what are the shortcomings of the slime fairy card. Just consider this as regular R&D stuff. It will be easier to deal with the embarrassment. As the creator of the card, I will miss the finer details that a second and third pair of eyes would not. Therefore, I needed Diana and Cindy to help me understand what I was missing. Boss, this is taking it too far. I think I speak for everyone when I say we don't want to participate in your so-called research and development. Cindy expressed her opinion. With the expression she was making on her face, I could tell that she was dissatisfied with something. I could see that same expression on Diana as well. I even felt a little killing intent from her. As for Jaya, she had buried her head in her bosom and kept chanting something. I couldn't hear it since it was barely audible. By now, seeing the girls' reaction to my orders, I knew I had lost them somewhere in the middle of our conversation. We weren't on the same page. But I could not put my finger on where the problem was. Especially with Diana. Why is she so agitated to leak a killing intent? Everything was going so good just a few minutes ago. Is it because they had a low opinion of sex workers? But considering Diana's background, I don't think that's the case. Then what was it? Why are they so against research and development? Do they feel I am being disrespectful to them, or the entire woman side of the human race? Guys, you do know that I respect you. All the women in my life, and the women in general? Why are guys making that expression, that right there, as if I am your enemy? If you don't speak your mind, I will not know where I am going wrong. Diana and Cindy, I need your help. You two are the only ones here who can teach me what I am dealing with here. I need your help to understand the slime card's shortcomings and how to fill them. Asking Diana and Cindy to explain their dissatisfaction, I asked them to reconsider and help me with the research and development of slime fairy cards. Cindy and Diana looked at their boss in disbelief. Is he hearing himself or not? Looking at him act innocent and throw the blame on them, saying that they weren't cooperative enough. Cindy and Diana's chests raised and fell in sheer anger for their boss. Boss, we don't know what you mean when you speak of research and development involving a sex worker. It has rooted a misunderstanding between you and us. You should give us more details on this, so as not to sound ambiguous. Not Diana, not Cindy, but Jaya spoke up explaining where the misunderstanding between us stemmed from. This could only mean Jaya is more trusting of me than her sister and Cindy. This was surprising. I never thought Jaya would be more trusting of me than the other two. It seems I need to reevaluate Jaya. Her capabilities were questionable, but her trust in me was satisfactory. I see. It seems you guys misunderstood me. Let me explain how this slime fairy card works. Saying that I gave the trio a simple explanation. So, this slime can transform into anybody using their blood. Isn't that crazy? Then won't those who buy this card have their slime turn into anybody they want? Jaya asked in surprise. She was visibly disturbed by the notion that the slime could turn into her with enough blood from her. Considering what these cards were made for, Jaya wanted to destroy them from the face of this world. No, there is no need for you to worry about it. I have restricted the ability that these cards can only turn into the predetermined appearance set by us. I answered Jaya and looked at Diana and Cindy if they had any questions. We understand how the card works, but we do not understand our part in your research and development involving a sex worker. Why do you require us? And how does this so-called research and development work? Cindy asked sternly. She was still not convinced that there was a misunderstanding to begin with. She felt her boss was making excuses to save skin now that he knows that his SHD won't fly around here. I want you guys to call a sex worker because I want the slime fairy to copy the sex worker and transform into them. And then you guys will compare the original sex worker with duplicate slime fairy sex worker to tell me where the slime fairy is lacking. I explained why I wanted the presence of a sex worker for the research and development phase. Listening to her boss's explanation, Cindy was infuriated because she knew he was making up excuses to cover his ass after inviting them all to an orgy. Why did she think so? Because the slime fairy cards were evidence enough that the morphing ability of the slimes was top-notch. The problem with the card was not about the appearance of the slime fairy, but the lack of emotions, reactions, and responses. Yet her boss wanted to research the slime fairy's morphing ability when the problem was clearly that the slime fairy would not give the viewer a human-like feel because it is a monster slime to begin with. How do you get a slime monster to express human-like expressions? Instead of asking this question, her boss was lying to cover his ass. She started to regret choosing this prevented lying boss over Diana, her longtime friend, and a capitalist. Though she takes advantage of her hard work, at least she was open about it, unlike her new lying boss. Now the choice was made. She needed to be smart about this and handle it cautiously, until she finds a way out. Boss, the problem doesn't lie in the transformation ability of the card, but the fact that it cannot give its user a human-like feel through expressions, emotions, reactions, or basic interaction. We need to focus on that rather than wasting our time on something that doesn't need perfecting. Cindy was in crosshairs with Diana, so even though she felt her new boss was an unreliable pervert, she had to make peace with it for the sake of her career. Though Cindy tried a soft approach, Diana, who was supposed to be smart, could not control herself, feeling that their new boss had just disrespected her younger sister. A dragon has a reverse scale, and Diana's reverse scale was Jaya, her little sister. Yes, Jaya was not the best and had her shortcomings, but Jaya was Diana's diamond, her star, her life. Like how the darkness loses meaning without the light, similarly, Diana's life had started with Jaya's entry into her life. Jaya was the one meaning of her life that made Diana continue to live her miserable life. They say even a demon has a heart, and in Diana's case, Jaya was her heart. The only reason Diana was holding back right now was that she knew together three of them were not the high schooler's match. Therefore, controlling her bloodlust, she left the talking to Cindy, as right now she was in no state to speak reason. Sometimes, even the smartest of us do the stupidest thing when we feel that the most precious to us is in danger. I see, you guys still don't get it. I shook my head, seeing that a small explanation wasn't going to cut it. They only understood the overview, so they did not know the key abilities responsible for the functions of the slime fairy. I was in no mood to explain everything to them from scratch, so I just gave them the answer. Diana and Cindy were smart, but not nerds. Do you guys remember when I said that the memory of the slime spirit was strengthened by the blood memory rune? I asked the trio. Yes, we do. You did say that slime spirit's memory was enhanced by blood memory rune of blood rule. Jaya answered immediately, but feeling a glare from her sister, she went quiet. Cindy chose to keep quiet because she felt her boss was trying to come up with another lie to cover his ass and have them participate in his nefarious plans. This predicament of 9 to 5 office workers did not leave her even if she had climbed to the senior executive position. The function of the blood memory rune is to allow the user to read the memory of the victim through their blood. Thanks to the blood memory rune and blood clone rune, the slime spirit can transform into a perfect clone of the target using their blood. It will not only have perfectly cloned their appearance, but also their memories. That means the slime spirit can replicate the actions, reactions, responses, and interact exactly the same as the target whose blood it had ingested. So imagine if the slime first had the memories of the sex worker. It would utilize the training of the sex worker and give its user the human-like touch it was missing before. This is where you two come into the picture. You guys will scrutinize the slime fairy from its reaction and response. And then if possible, I would like you two to check how close the experience with slime fairy is to the actual thing. That is if you guys are only up to it. I don't mean to force you guys. I explained to the girls in detail how the slime fairy worked, why I needed a sex worker, and what part did they play in research and development. I should have done this earlier, which may have saved me all this trouble. At least one good thing came out of this. I got to know the response of the trio if I were to invite them to an orgy, of course with me as the leading and only male. Sadly, the answer was a resounding no. The reason why the slime fairy lacked the reaction and response was that it had copied the memory of the female fairy guard, who had zero memories as she was just created. Since the female fairy guard who it had cloned lacked the notion of reaction and response, the slime fairy lacked the reaction and response. Back in the warehouse, the options were limited to fairy guards, but out here I had Diana and Cindy, who could order a sex worker for me since I wasn't the legal age to order them. Now I don't know how much the slime fairy can learn from its clone memory, but I hope that it could perfectly replicate the seduction, temptation, and coquettishness of the sex workers. This way the users can experience more stimulus and a human-like feel. Who better than a sex worker to teach your slime about seduction and temptation? That is why I had asked the trio to get a sex worker for research and development. I am sorry, boss. I shouldn't have doubted you. Cindy immediately apologized. Diane followed her and apologized too. No, apologies required. It was a misunderstanding. I should have been more clear with my intentions and given you guys more details. A normal boss would forgive and forget, and so did I. This was also good as I knew how much these two trusted me. I cannot ask them to trust me with their lives in the single morning we met. It will take time for me to cultivate trust for me in them. No, boss. If only we had been patient and informed you when we misunderstood you in the conversation, the situation would not have unfolded into this. I am truly sorry. Diana, who had regained her calm after the misunderstanding was cleared, got up from her chair and bowed to me while she apologized again. Meanwhile, Dana thanked her fortune that she didn't lose herself to her dark side and did something she would come to regret. Boss, I didn't doubt you for a second. I knew you would not demand such a thing from us, and we're trying to improve the slime fairy card. Jaya looked at me with a look that yelled, "Aren't I a good girl? Praise me." This girl, looking at her younger sister wagging her tail in front of their boss waiting for his praise, Diana could not help but sigh. Thank you for trusting me. What else am I supposed to say? Not wanting to cause any more misunderstandings, I thanked Jaya for her trust in me. Jaya felt like a dog who was expecting a bone, but instead got a pat on its back from its master. Covering the disappointment she felt, Jaya awkwardly responded, "No problem, boss. You can always count on me." Diana shook her head, hearing the conversation between her dejected sister and their dense boss. Diana had a little experience with unrequited love and the heartache that came with it. She didn't want her younger sister to go through that. So earlier she tried to hint about her younger sister's feelings for their boss to the boss, but he was denser than a stone slab. Therefore she decided to not give up and become more obvious. As the saying goes, with persistence, even a drop of water can punch a hole in a stone. Cindy felt threatened, hearing the conversation between her boss and the little Lut Jaya. She blamed herself for overreacting earlier over an obvious misunderstanding. Now she had doubts about being asked to be in charge of the new slime fairy project. If earlier the chances of Jaya being involved in the new project were low, now because of what just transpired, Jaya's chances of being involved in the new project seemed pretty high. This is the reason she felt threatened hearing the conversation between their boss and the little Lut. Cindy thought hard of the ways to salvage the situation, but nothing came to her mind. She could only hope that her boss would still trust her enough to let her lead the new project. The chances of that happening in Cindy's calculations were very low. Cindy couldn't help but blame herself for the current predicament. If there was a time travel card, she really needed it right now, so that she could go back in time a few minutes and slap herself silly before she stupidly pushes away the opportunity that came knocking on her door. So, which one of you going to hire a sex worker for the R&D of the slime fairy card? I asked Diana and Cindy since I couldn't, as the legal age limit limited me from doing so. I will do it right away, boss. Cindy enthusiastically offered in hopes that active participation can help her come back in her boss's grace and be assigned as the lead for the slime fairy card project. Hold it. Diana was about to stop Cindy from calling a sex worker, but was interrupted by Cindy instead. CEO Diana, there is no need to fight over this small stuff. Whether you do it or I do, it is all the same. Cindy mistook Diana's interruption as her trying to compete with her for the task. No, you moron. I have other concerns related to security risks of hiring a sex worker for the research and development of the slime fairy card. Reprimanding Cindy for interrupting her, Diana then turned to me and said, Boss, trust me. The sex workers cultivated by the authorities are operatives trained to collect intel on their client for the royal families. If you were to involve them in the R&D, then the Southern royal family will know about the slime fairy card even before we introduce the cards in the market, which is equal to us dropping a stone on our own foot. Reprimanded by Diana, Cindy wasn't pissed as she had already gotten used to it working under Diana for years. Instead, she thought that by off chance if Diana's outlandish conspiracy were correct, then the consequence would be very dire, so she didn't dare to blatantly reject Diana this time around, claiming that Diana did not have evidence to back her claims. Hearing Diana's warning, I released that using a sex worker for R&D for the slime fairy card was not without consequences. Therefore, I asked Cindy her opinion about this. What do you think, Cindy? Toxic work environment, a term coined back on Earth. I won't go no much details about it as the name itself is self-explanatory. It speaks about an unhealthy work environment where employees are stressed, communication is limited, blame culture is at its peak, and people are rewarded tacitly or explicitly for unethical, harmful, or nasty attitudes and actions. Blame culture was the problem I was trying to avoid by involving Cindy's opinion in matters that matter. I didn't necessarily require her opinion on this particular incident, yet I asked Cindy for her opinion, hoping she doesn't feel I am blaming her for the misunderstanding earlier. As the boss, I am responsible if my subordinates chose to betray or leave me. So as the boss, it was my responsibility to do everything to avoid such a thing. Boss, even though I don't agree with CEO Diana due to the lack of evidence to support her words, but I do believe this is worth looking into. Hearing her boss ask for her opinion, Cindy's mood recovered, believing that if she worked harder, she will be back in her boss's good grace once again. Then how do you plan to do that? I asked. Cindy was surprised that the boss was actually asking for her opinion for the second time in a row. Cindy didn't know why, but she felt appreciated. These kinds of things were a regular Monday morning for her, yet she could not help but like the attention. What she didn't know was that her blaming herself was helping her boss win her trust and loyalty with a little attention and a few words. Cindy answered, obviously asking them if they are spies working for the Southern royal family is not an option. Stating the obvious after saying obviously doesn't make it less annoying, said Diana, eyeing Cindy. Clearly, Cindy said, so trying to buy time to figure out an answer. But nothing brilliant came to her mind. Boss, I have a few friends who work as sex workers at the city brothel. I trust them. If you approve it, I call them right away. Diana offered a solution that she thought would best work for the situation. Cindy stared at Diana. In the end, Diana did steal the task she wanted to use to gain some points with their boss. Since you have friends there, can't they confirm whether they are spies working for the royal family or not? This was a no-brainer. Yet Diana didn't use this as evidence to support her claims, which could only mean either she did not want to implicate her friends or they weren't as trustworthy as she claimed. The latter seems most reasonable, because if she did not want to implicate her friends, she would not have recommended them to me. About that, they always deny it ambiguously, so I can never tell if they are lying or telling the truth, Diana answered. Isn't this proof enough that your words are nothing but nonsense conspiracy theories? Maybe we should ignore your crazy talk. Cindy said this out of spite for Diana trying to steal the task right under her nose. She did not dare to act on it, because a lot was at risk to lose over spite. You two don't start again. Boss, aren't you close with the Southern Emperor? Why don't you ask her? After all, who better than a royal to answer whether the sex workers are cultivated as informants for the royal family? Jaya chose her timing. Throwing her sister and Cindy under the bus, she answered with a solution for the predicament in hopes of the obvious, her boss's praise. That's an idea, but let us keep digging for one with less severe consequences. Though on a mission, Anna acted like she was out here on a vacation. I don't know what her grandmother saw in her to let her be the commander of the South's greatest military force, Southern Watch. The trio thought hard, but could not think of any possible way to confirm whether the sex workers in the city's brothel were the informants for the authorities without opening another can of worms. The only option that appeared quite so often in their heads was the kidnapping and interrogation of a sex worker, which they would entertain for a second and then throw in the back of their mind, only for it to pop right back in the front. Thinking of the consequences that if the sex workers were indeed the informants of the authorities, the trio would bury this thought no matter how many times it dug itself out. Leave it. I will ask Anna, saying that I used my grimoire to contact Anna. Today, I left the warehouse early to not let Susan misunderstand seeing a naked Anna sleeping in the bed that was meant for me, again. Hearing their boss call the Southern Emperor by her first name casually, the trio were stumped, but then considering the silver milk powder, they all nodded in an understanding. Calling. Anna. Hi. Babe. How dare you leave me asleep naked on your bed? Do you know how embarrassed I was when your manager walked in to clean your room? Anna answered the call in an intimate voice. If somebody heard her then, they would think that we were a thing now. Or somebody was really listening on the other side of the call. Susan may be. Knowing Anna, this was quite possible. But I was relieved to know that I dodged a bullet by leaving the warehouse early. Anna, I am busy now. So, could you confirm if the government and the royal families are using sex workers as informants? Fearing that Anna was deliberately letting Susan listen in on this call, I stopped Anna from spouting further nonsense and asked her to confirm my doubts. Why do you ask? Are you at a brothel right now? Anna asked me. Yes. So are they informants or not? I lied to mess with Anna. As the descendant of the people who passed the law about authorities regulating the brothels and the legal age limit to enter or work at a brothel, Anna should know better than anyone else that considering my age, I couldn't possibly be at a brothel, maybe a police station, trying to sneak in a brothel. You are lying. I checked, you are at the Fine Gold compound. Anna caught my lie. But how does she know where I am so accurately? Did you perhaps put a tracking mark on me? I asked Anna. Do you have to ask? Of course, I did. After what happened at the stadium, I would be foolish not to. Anna answered as if putting a tracker on somebody without their permission was all right. Thank you. I thanked Anna for being thoughtful. Though I didn't appreciate it, I would choose living over being dead any day. Don't mention it. So are you planning on visiting a brothel or using their services? Anna asked me with an eerie tone attached to her voice. Would you believe me if I said no? I answered Anna with a question. Recounting my past experiences, this was the best strategy to answer a trap question. Yes, I would believe anything you say, Anna replied. Don't you know that I am not of the legal age to use the services of a brothel? Again, I answered Anna with a question, because I didn't want to lie to Anna who trusted me so much, but I couldn't tell her the truth either. She would flip knowing the truth. Wyatt, don't make me come to find you. Anna, just answer the damn question. Are the authorities using sex workers as informants or not? Fed up with Anna sweating me like I was her cheating boyfriend, I asked her to just answer the damn question. Okay, I will. Right after you tell me if you are going to use the services of the city brothel. Once again, Anna did not answer me. More and more I started to feel that I wasn't the only one who was trying to dodge the questions. It seems like Anna too didn't want to answer me and was trying to avoid giving me an answer. Why does that even matter? Anna, just answer me. This was the first time Anna had shown reluctance to help me. So, I was starting to think maybe Diana's theory weren't just conspiracies after all. That is it. I am coming over, Anna announced. You don't need to come over here. I am returning to the warehouse. Wait for me. I never got the answer from Anna, and I didn't know what she was trying to achieve by coming over here. But I saved her the trouble of the commute as I decided to return to the warehouse to explain my new business venture to Anna and Susan. I thought I could keep it under the rug and have my calamity daughter Gems deal with it, but it turned out that if I were to continue my business venture, I would need all hands on deck. Especially Anna, as she was the only one with a high enough privilege level that could get us the information we lacked. Thinking of Susan, I couldn't help but wonder if she would be okay with this. Fine, you come over. Anna snapped and hung up the call. Compared to the dissatisfied Anna, I was more worried about Susan learning about my new ventures. Until now, I never cared for anyone's approval about what I did, but today, for the first time, I hoped Susan would approve of what I was doing. Not that it would stop me from continuing further with my plans. Diana, Jaya, and Cindy could tell that the call didn't go as planned, hearing the one-sided conversation and seeing their boss lost in his thoughts. So neither dared to disturb him. Sorry, ladies. It seems we will have to pause the meeting for now. Let us continue back in my card boutique. That way I can introduce you to the production team. Together you guys can handle the R&D. I said after thinking it over. For now, Diana, Cindy, and Jaya made up the sales and management team for the pleasure cards business. I felt it would be good if they met the sales team, Vivian and Sarah. It may prove productive. So, we are leaving for the card boutique? Asked Jaya. Yes, I answered, getting up from the chair. Boss, before that, why do all the slime fairy cards transform into a female humanoid monster? Why not males? You do know that there is an even larger market for pleasure cards with female customers than male customers, said Jaya as she handed me the slime fairy card collection to me. Hearing Jaya, Diana, and Cindy looked at me curiously. They thought the same as Jaya, but didn't dare to be so blunt. I did think of that. As you guys know, those cards are a work in progress. There will be a male version of these cards soon. As for these cards, most of them are for demo, and some of them are for Ramikaga. Honestly, the fact that these cards could be made with female customers in mind did cross my mind before Jaya pointed it out, but I threw it at the last of my priority list, not wanting to picture a naked man with a single leaf covering his genitalia. Nice going, Jaya. You made me picture what I was voiding all this time. I see. Maybe we should also make demo slime fairy cards with male fairy transformation skills. For R&D, of course, Jaya replied. You guys will soon be meeting the production team. You can ask them to make some. I answered and head out. Boss, this way. I have made arrangements for the transportation. Cindy hurried to match my pace and reported the arrangement she had made for the commute to the card boutique. No need. You guys use it. I will be riding my hover bike. I rejected Cindy's arrangement for commuting to the warehouse. See you at the card boutique, saying that I speed off on my hover bike. Yes, boss, Cindy answered to the wind as her young boss had already left the scene on his hover bike. I didn't see you this enthusiastic when you worked for me, Diana commented, seeing Cindy wait at their boss's hand and foot. Well, you never appreciate me as the boss does, and he is not as cheap when it comes to treating his employee unlike you, Cindy replied to Diana's comment. I didn't appreciate you enough. I made you the managing director of the fine gold sky blossom branch. Girl, what less do you want? And when was I cheap? I gave you an entire penthouse as an office. Diana declined everything Cindy accused her of. Yeah, right. While you are at it, why don't you claim that you are the world's most generous boss? Cindy scoffed and spoke sarcastically. You bet your ass I am. You were barely a few breaths away from death in some back alley, covered in your own feces. If I hadn't taken pity on you back, then you wouldn't be here or have all this, Diana said with great arrogance. Oh yeah? Last I checked, you took pity on about at least 34 people in similar or worse condition than me. Where are they right now? What I am and have right now is what I have earned with my own hard work and dedication. Not you nor the circle can claim otherwise. That's rich coming from you. I remember you were the one who killed most of them, Diana reminded Cindy. Yes, I did. And I own it unlike you. That is why I am going to do everything it takes to live and live for the souls that helped me reach here. Cindy recalled how the circle pitted them against each other in name of training and survival of the fittest. Diana should know, as she was the one who introduced them to that hellhole. Oh, I own it all right. Unlike you, I don't use it as an excuse to help me sleep at night for all the heinous things I did, Diana argued, and even had a hint of disgust in her voice towards Cindy's reasoning. Oh yeah, you want to go at it, itch? Cindy had always hated the fact that Diana thought she was better than her, even though both of their origins began in the pits of the circle. See, you can take out a dog from a street, but not the street from it. Diana looked down at Cindy. Yeah, right back at you, itch, sighed Cindy and turned to look at Jaya, who was staring at the duo, and yelled, What is it? Let's go. I don't want to keep the boss waiting. Jaya hurried the bickering duo. You are head over heels for him, aren't you? You no longer hide your feeling in front of us. Cindy commented, looking at eager Jaya. Yes, I like him, there I said. You two better stay away from him. Jaya warned Cindy and Diana. Don't worry, he is too young for my taste. But if you dare to meddle with what is supposed to be mine, don't accept me to play by the rules. You do understand what I am saying, right? Cindy replied to Jaya's warning with a compromise. Yes, the new pleasure card business is yours. Even if the boss gives it to me, I will reject it and recommend you to him. But in return, you will help me keep other lots away from the boss. Jaya understood what Cindy was hinting at and cut a deal with Cindy. Fat chance of you being chosen as the lead for the pleasure card project, but I like what you are offering, deal. Cindy did indeed have a fear that Jaya would be chosen over her, but she thought that the chances of that happening were slim and was more worried about her boss bringing someone new to lead the project. Jaya, I am disappointed that you are putting your teenage crush over your career. You are just mesmerized by the fact that you finally meet a boy of your age group who could stand up to me. But as you climb higher, you will see that there are many more fish in the sea, each one more dangerous than the other. So I recommend that you stop pausing your career over something that will not last for long. Diana did want her sister to experience love and its tasteful shades, but not at the cost of Jaya's progress. Diana wanted a life for Jaya that would help Jaya's future, not a life with no clear future. This is what I have chosen, sister. Please don't stop me. And also, you heard our boss say that if I am able to forge an ego gem before the college selection, I could attend Morningstar College with him. I still have a lot to do. Let's not think of a career for now. And if nothing works out, I can always mooch off you. Jaya replied cheekily to her sister's stern reminder that her teenage crush will not last. Though Diana did not like the fact that her sister was willing to risk a future on a silly crush, she thought as her only sister Jaya could afford to make a few mistakes in her life. Shaking her head, Diana signaled the driver to bring the cart over. You know the destination. Take us there as fast as possible. Remember, your life depends on it. Jaya ordered the driver as she got into the car. Jaya, don't threaten the driver. Do you know how hard it is to find capable and trustworthy drivers? Cindy reminded Jaya that they can't keep switching to new drivers over little things. Date, April 2nd, 2321. Time, 12:20. Location, Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. How did you guys reach here faster than me? I asked the fine gold trio who were about to enter the warehouse as I recalled my hover bike. We got a new driver, Jaya replied. Come on, let's head in together. I headed into the warehouse along with the three. Wyatt, you are back. And you brought back more guests. As soon as I entered Titch warehouse, Susan greeted me. Manager Susan, we are not guests. We too like you are the boss's employee. Don't treat us any differently. Diana corrected Susan. Susan, CEO Diana, is right. They work under you. You don't need to treat them any special. These words were not just for Susan, but for Diana, Jaya, and Cindy too. They needed to know that Susan was not someone they could mess with. Fine, I do as such. But you have a visitor. It is your sister-in-law, Jackie. Susan reported. What is she doing here? I knew why she was here. She must be here to beg me to save Ronnie. I had not informed Uncle Wyatt and his family that my people had rescued Ronnie because I wanted to plunder Ronnie's origin card first before informing them that their son has been rescued, but tragically, he was no longer a card apprentice. She is waiting for Guild Master Van and Captain Ben to bring her husband, Susan answered. Hearing Susan, I was confused. How did Jackie know that I rescued Ronnie from Butcher Bob? Not even Susan knew about this. As I walked in further, I finally knew why. Jackie, you don't have to worry about your husband. He is safe now. I and my mercenary group have rescued your husband. Wyatt's people should be bringing him back to the city any minute now. ABA and her big mouth. This dumb lut. I cursed as I heard ABA assure carrying Jackie that her mercenary group had rescued Ronnie and he was fine. While you are at it, why don't you tell her that Ronnie is in a coma? I said, walking to the couch while glaring at ABA. Ronnie is in coma. Before Jackie could finish her dramatic yell, she fainted. Thankfully, ABA and next to her caught her, saving Teach baby in her belly. Wyatt, how could you say such words thoughtlessly? Susan blamed me and went to check on unconscious Jackie. As for the three from Fine Gold, they were still digesting the fact that they were not directly under their boss, but Susan. Diana thought Susan and she were equals, but no, she was her immediate superior. How did the CEO of Fine Gold become a lower title than a manager of a small card boutique? Wyatt, what do you mean? Before we handed him to your man, the medic in my team checked his condition and said that there is nothing to worry, he was unconscious, that is all. ABA hurriedly explained. Clearly what she meant was when her men had Ronnie in their custody, there was nothing wrong with him, so we should not blame her mercenary group. Well, my people say otherwise. It seems that Butcher Bob's people tried something to extract Ronnie's origin card. I lied. I don't know if stealing someone's origin card was possible for other people, but considering that a blood rule meaning like blood fate plunder existed, then there should be other rule meanings which can achieve the same through a different method. I made up such a lie because I planned to go ahead with what I had planned earlier for Ronnie, even if the Wolf Fong mercenary claimed that Ronnie was fine in their custody. Some would crippling Ronnie for life was going too far, but I did give him a lot of chances. He screwed up each one of them since I saved his life not once, but twice despite all the betrayal. I owned his F-King life. He is lucky I am keeping him alive. They should thank his unborn baby for that. That is not possible. I checked the data prepared by the medic on Mr. Ronnie's health. It showed no signs of injuries, not to mention the outlandish nonsenses you just spouted. How is it possible that Ronnie entered a coma? Said Agatha. She was blaming my men for any complication in Ronnie's health. Miss Agatha, I am not trying to point blame. I am just stating what I learned through my men. Seeing Ada and Agatha get so defensive, I had to set back. Extracting someone's origin card is impossible even for a demigod, Master Wyatt. So whoever fed you with these lies, you should inquire him again. Agatha suggested to me. Is that so? But I trust my men. They wouldn't tell me something if they weren't sure about it. I stood my stance. Fine, believe what you will. Master Wyatt, when are your men going to arrive in the city? I would like to check on Mr. Ronnie's condition. Said Agatha. Soon, they will bring him to the warehouse. So you can check on him then. Hearing Agatha be so adamant about ABA's health, I knew I couldn't go through with my plans earlier. Fine, said Agatha as she returned to the couch. Susan, where is Anna? I ignored Agatha and looked for Anna. Not being able to find her, I asked Susan. She left, Susan answered, sitting next to unconscious Jackie. What, she left? I clearly said that I was returning to the warehouse, yet Anna left. Why did she leave? What does this mean? Is she trying to avoid me? She said something urgent came up and had to leave, Susan added. Anna has revealed many secrets to me, so I don't think she would avoid me just because she didn't want to answer me if the sex workers were royal families and government informants. It must be something important. I decided to give Anna the benefit of the doubt. What about these two? Why are they here? Shouldn't she take her hostages with her? I asked Susan, pointing at ABA and Agatha. Southern Emperor has marked us with her card and warned us not to leave the vicinity of the warehouse, ABA answered. And you believed her? I said and added, why are you two still here? Shouldn't you take this opportunity to run back home? She said if we try to run, then our ransom will be doubled, ABA replied. Is that all took Anna to fright you two? Why don't think of it like this? If you successfully escape, you won't have to pay a penny. I wanted ABA and Agatha out of the city. If they are not here, then I can continue with my plans for Ronnie. Princess, don't listen to him. It is better if we follow the Southern Emperor's arrangement. Hearing my advice to ABA, Agatha advised her otherwise. Hearing the argument from both sides, ABA got to thinking. Seeing ABA consider escaping, I decided to add fuel to fire. Agatha, aren't you a card emperor? Why are you afraid of Anna? Even if she is strong, aren't you confident enough to escape carrying ABA? Hearing my words, ABA looked at Agatha with expectation, to which Agatha answered coldly. Correction, I am a semi-demigod, not a card emperor. And yes, I am not confident that I can escape the Southern Emperor's pursuit. So, Princess, please just wait patiently until His Highness Demigod Windsor pays the Southern Emperor the agreed-upon ransom. Then Agatha glared at me, and looking at still contemplating ABA, she added, Princess, please remember he is on the Southern Emperor's side. Maybe he is trying to get us to escape to double the ransom. Hearing Agatha's claim that I am in cahoots with Anna to double their ransom, I was speechless. But for ABA, it was the sound of reason which finally gave her some clarity on their situation. She glared at me along with a victorious smile. She pointed her finger at me and complimented Agatha. I almost fell for his nefarious plan. Well done, Agatha. As the escort of the demigod Windsor's only daughter, I bet you must have various cards that can help you erase Anna's mark and escape out of the southern region border, yet you choose to lay low and watch your master be humiliated. Either you are a traitor or Demigod Windsor asked you to let his daughter experience some hardship. Is Anna in on it? I sent this to Agatha's grimoire. Agatha glared at me. Clearly she had received a message. Susan, I have sent you a message, you should read it. It might be important. I said aloud, hinting Agatha to stop trying poking holes into me using her glare, and read the message I sent to her. Hearing my words, Susan turned to look at me and noticed my signals, and understood what I was hinting at. Are you nuts? Why would Demigod Windsor order me to do that? You should be a bard. You will make tons with your storytelling skills. Agatha sent a reply to my message, denying my claims about Demigod Windsor trusting his daughter to Anna. So, it was indeed Demigod Windsor who asked you to stand down and let ABA experience hardship. As an honorable retainer, if Agatha were not guilty of what I accused her of, she would have come for neck, because I enunciated that she was a traitor in the message I sent to her grimoire earlier. Yet she ignored that and argued that I was out of my mind to suggest that Demigod Windsor had asked her to let ABA suffer some hardship. This showed that she was more protective of me, suggesting that Demigod Windsor had asked her to let ABA suffer some hardship than me enunciating that she was a traitor. Showing Agatha's priority, that declining the suggestion that Demigod Windsor had asked her to let ABA suffer some hardship took priority over lashing out for being called a traitor. Agatha chose to deny a hypothetical claim over defending her honor. This could only mean that the hypothetical claim was not without merit and not so hypothetical after all. Hence, I concluded that Agatha was against escaping with ABA because Demigod Windsor asked her to let ABA undergo some hardship. Now the question was whether Anna was in on it or not. Considering that impatient Anna didn't demand Demigod Windsor to hurry up the payment of the ransom for his daughter and his retainer, I think both of them have come to an understanding. Keep your mouth shut. Her Highness cannot know about this. And how did you know? Did the Southern Emperor tell you? Agatha replied, threatening me from telling about Demigod Windsor's arrangements for his daughter to his daughter. No, Anna didn't tell me anything. It was quite obvious that a loving father like Demigod Windsor would not let his daughter be a hostage for so long. If possible, he would have tried to rescue her. If not, he would have already paid her ransom. It's been almost a day and Demigod Windsor showed no sign of paying ABA's ransom, and it is impossible for Demigod Windsor to violate the millennium-old rule and invade the southern region to rescue his daughter. So this could only mean that either the demigod had given up on his daughter to give birth to a better one, or he was up to something like letting his ignorant daughter experience the hardship of life. As for the rest, you helped me determine that my hunch was correct. I sent a detailed explanation to Agatha's grimoire regarding how I was able to conclude that Demigod Windsor asked Agatha to stand down and let ABA experience hardship. What will it take for you to keep your mouth shut? Princess cannot find out about this. She would be very angry with His Highness, and it will be my fault. Agatha offered me to name my price to keep my mouth shut about Demigod Windsor to ABA Windsor. Keeping the chat aside, I looked at Agatha with a smug expression. Price? I don't lack soul jades or broken runes or grimoires. I had Anna and the Southern royal family for that. What do I want? I want Ronnie's origin card, but asking Agatha to keep out of Ronnie's business was too risky. If Agatha were to get wind of Ronnie losing his origin card, that would open a whole new can of worms. Blood Fate plunder takes a huge toll on its victims, and it was too attention-grabbing due to its uniqueness. Until Agatha and ABA leave town, I should halt my plans for Ronnie. Master Wyatt, do behave. Southern Emperor is not here to protect you. Agatha warned me after being provoked by my smug expression. Do you really think threats will help your case? I asked Agatha, warning her not to provoke me, or I will not hesitate to tell ABA about her little secret. Let's see if your tongue is faster than my hands. Agatha did not back down after hearing my warning. Instead, she doubled down on her threat. You never planned to negotiate, did you? I asked, glaring at Agatha. It has been a while since I was threatened. I do plan to negotiate with you, since killing you is not an option. After all, you are the Southern Emperor's pet, which she currently favors the most. Still, don't take this as a show of my weakness. I can't kill you, but I can hurt you. Wow, I am so scared. No, don't hurt me. Please, I am begging you. I replied sarcastically. Agatha glared at me. Feeling her gaze, I acted all frightened, shook, and then smirked at her. You too. What are you guys talking about with your eyes? Agatha, what is it? ABA, who was left out of the conversation, noticed the little charade between me and Agatha. Curious, she could not help but ask what was going on. Nothing, princess. It is almost time for lunch. So what do you want for lunch? Agatha, with her quick presence of mind, immediately switched the topic to lunch. MMH, I am hungry, but nothing here tastes good. I miss the palace's food. Eating outside for a night. ABA already hated the food of the third-rate city so much so that she missed the routine, bland, and tasteless food back home, cooked by Card Emperor realm chiefs with SS-ranked cooking occupation skill cards. Princess, how about I cook for you? Agatha, as the escort of ABA, was always prepared, and cooking occupational cards was a must. Really great. ABA cheered, hearing that she would not have to eat the flavorless food from the restaurants of the third-rate city. While you are at it, why don't you prepare food for the rest of us too? I, for one, would like to taste the cooking of a semi-demigod card apprentice. I asked Agatha, since she is cooking for ABA anyway, she could prepare extra for the rest of us too. Watch it, Master Wyatt. Don't test my patience. Agatha warned me, asking me to not test her just because I was backed by the Southern Emperor. What? Is it because your cooking is bad, or because your ego as a semi-demigod doesn't allow you to cook for a bunch of low-realm card apprentices from a third-rate city? I asked Agatha, trying to push her buttons to the max because I knew she would endure it. She had to, for ABA. Yes, I am. When you reach the demigod realm before me, you can ask me to cook for you. Until then, pipe down, and remember that you will not be the Southern Emperor's favorite toy forever. Agatha taunted me by calling me Anna's boy toy. Agatha, please cook for everyone. I don't want them staring and drooling while I eat. ABA suddenly inserted herself into Agatha and my argument. Okay, princess, if you say so. Agatha did not think twice and immediately agreed to ABA's request, even though it went against what she said earlier. Forget it. Nobody here wants to eat the food you prepared. We will order something online. I said, provoking Agatha. It was fun to watch how Agatha had the strength to crush me, but had to hold back because she did not want to turn the relationship between the Southern royal family and demigod Windsor sour. Wyatt, don't be respectful towards our guests. I am sorry, Madam Agatha. It would be an honor for us to taste the food you prepared. Saying that, Susan turned to the three from Fine Gold and asked, right, girls? Why, yes. Your Highness, it would be our honor to eat the food you prepared. Yes. Yes, yes. At first, Diana and Cindy, even Jaya, hesitated because they did not want to contradict their boss, but seeing Susan's gentle yet persuasive smile and feeling the semi-demigod's glare, they hurriedly agreed with Susan's opinion. But soon awakening from their stupor, they looked at their boss for mercy. Tisk. I clicked my tongue at the three from Fine Gold for their awesome display of loyalty. Then turning to look at Agatha, I smirked and said, these two aren't guests, they are hostages. So the regular guest rules don't apply to them. Wyatt, why are you being so hostile towards us? What have we done to you? ABA complained and asked why was I so hostile towards them. The answer was obvious. Because of their meddling ass, I had to make new plans for Ronnie, and I did not like the new plan one bit, but it was the safest bet. Ask Agatha. She knows. I could not just tell ABA what made me dissatisfied with them. That was not how the real world worked. So, I did anything that a regular person would do to throw the blame back at Blamer. Princess, don't listen to him. He is a sour puss. They are grumpy about everything. People like him are common out here. We should learn to ignore them. Agatha advised ABA. Okay then. Agatha, I want soup and salad for lunch. As for the rest of them, you decide. ABA knew asking Agatha to cook for everyone was too much, so she didn't force her to take separate orders for the rest of the people. All right then. We are having soup and salad for lunch. Agatha announced that she would be preparing soup and salad for everyone. Nobody minded that Agatha made a unilateral decision about what they were having for lunch. They felt they were blessed enough to have a semi-demigod cook for them, so they didn't mind Agatha deciding their lunch for them. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Agatha, good save earlier. But remember, you owe me one. I will save it for later. I sent it to Agatha. Earlier, she easily diverted the topic because I assisted her, and she owed me a favor for keeping my mouth shut about the demigod Windsor asking Agatha to hold back and let ABA go through hardship. Okay, but remember, it is only valid if you keep your mouth shut. Agatha replied as she headed to the kitchen. I know. I replied back to Agatha. I did not know what to ask her in return for keeping the little secret from Ada, so I decided to let Agatha owe me a favor. I have a lot of enemies. It may come in handy someday. You three, come. I will introduce you to the sales team, I said to the three from Fine Gold. I had already checked regarding this with Vivian and Sarah through Hive AI, so as we neared the warehouse card lab, they both walked out of the card lab and greeted me. Boss. This is Vivian, and the boy next to her is Sarah. They both make up the production team for now. I introduced the production team to the three from the Fine Gold and then added, this is CEO Diana, Managing Director Cindy, and CEO's sister Jaya. For now together they are the sales team. Master Wyatt. I am not just CEO's sister Jaya, I am the captain of Fine Gold Guards. Jaya corrected me. Finally, I saw a boy other than you, boss. I was starting to feel that women's world domination was getting closer. Diana chimed in. What's that supposed to mean? I hired the people that were available and capable for the job, I asked Diana. Boss, don't misunderstand me. All I meant was that there are more capable women available for hire than men. Diana added and spewed the words that came to her mind to get out of her boss's gaze. Giving Diana a hard stare, I turned to Vivian and Sarah asking, how far have your practice come? Any progress? Boss, I can create the slime fairy cards meeting the required bare minimum card durability. With enough practice, I should be able to create cards with higher durability ratings. Sarah answered, considering that he has near zero experience in card creation, he has achieved a lot in a small amount of time. Obviously thanks to the card template and the assistance of Hive AI. Boss, I can create near-perfect cards every 2 out of 3 times, Vivian answered with great confidence. Vivian's achievement was not surprising, but good to know that she had mastered the creation of the slime fairy card. Good work, both of you. I complimented Vivian and Sarah, and then turning to Diana, I said, Diana, prepare a secure place for the production of slime fairy cards in Fine Gold Compound, and recruit a few trustworthy people who are willing to be subjects in R&D of the slime fairy cards. As for the sex workers, let us pause that thought for now. Once I get a green signal from Anna, then we can proceed as planned. If not, we can troubleshoot it at a later date. Okay, boss. Leave it to me. Diana nodded in agreement. And since your hands are filled with the Fine Gold business and your active soul control practice, let Cindy lead this project. I announced that Cindy would be leading the pleasure card project. Okay, boss. Diana did not fight to lead the pleasure card project as she had to deal with the supply and distribution project of silver milk powder. It was proving to be challenging considering that her realm was lower than her competitors. Therefore, for now, her first priority was to focus on her forging her ego gem and then breaking through to the card overlord realm, allowing her to stand toe-to-toe with her competitors. Thank you, boss. You will not regret this decision, Cindy hurriedly thanked me. Cindy was over the moon and felt like she was on the 9th cloud. She has been praying to be chosen to lead the new project ever since she knew about the project, even though it hasn't been more than 6 hours since she knew about it. I know it. That is why I handed you the job. But don't forget about forging your ego gem. Cindy and Diana both had to forge their ego gem as soon as possible since the platform they will be representing me in will soon no longer be restricted to Sky Blossom City, but the entire Blossom District. And then if everything works out, maybe they could expand their influence even further. Thank you, boss. I will work hard to meet your expectations. And I promise that I won't disappoint you. Cindy once again thanked me. She was thrilled about the new opportunity that she had been given, but did not forget the responsibilities that came with it, and she was willing to do everything in her power to fulfill them, not only for her sake, but for her boss and his trust. Boss, what about me? I know my experience is not enough for this big project, but I think I can be of help in some or the other way. Please give me a chance. This time Jaya did not interrupt her boss directly, but waited for him to finish and then pitched in her request. I thought we already agreed on you focusing on forging the ego gem for now, so that you too can attend the top 10 universities like me. I needed Jaya to forge her ego gem as soon as possible to check if the bluestone aka Viltronian core in her would be forged into a normal ego gem or a tittle demon core like Corey. I too think that university takes priority over work, Diana added. She seemed very passive when it comes to her sister's life choices. She was not the type that would force her plans on her sister, instead the type that said, no matter what happens, I will be there for you. I like this about her parenting, but considering that she raised Jaya to be a delinquent, her parenting style needed some corrections. B, but I want to be of help too. Jaya felt that what her boss and sister were saying was true. But practicing active soul control and forging ego gem is boring. She would rather go around bossing and lording employees to do their jobs. Basically, what she wanted to do was be a white-collar delinquent. You could always help after you forge your ego gem, persuaded Diana. Hearing Diana's persuasion, Jaya became conflicted and could find no words to mount a protest. Seeing the opportunity, one decided to strike the iron while it was hot by adding, Jaya, why don't you look at it like, the faster you forge your ego gem, the faster you will get to help with the new project. Hearing me, Jaya's eyes shined bright, and looking at me with anticipation, she asked, Boss, does that mean I don't have to join the Bright Loins and can directly get started with the pleasure card project if I forge my ego? They say if you have to train a dog, you have to throw it a bone. So to motivate Jaya, I decided to agree with her. Yes, you can. And to make it official, turning to Cindy, I said, if Jaya forges her ego gem early, hire her for the pleasure card project. Yes, boss. What about her job title? Cindy agreed to my arrangement. You are the one who is going to lead the project, you decide, I answered. Sure, boss, Cindy replied, and the giddy Jaya enthusiastically thanked me. Thank you, boss. Before you guys get to celebrate, remember this, the pleasure card project can never be connected back to me, I said, eyeing the three from fine gold. As for Vivian and Sarah, as my calamity daughter gem, they would not do anything that will harm my interest. Diana, Cindy, and Jaya did not miss this small detail. They understood that the two on the production team were their boss's confidants and wanted to gain similar trust from their boss. Diana, you need to be on top of this. Until the pleasure card business can be introduced to the world as an independent new blooming startup, the Fine Gold compound will be its temporary office. The location chosen for the R&D and first phase of production should be secure, and the people used as subjects for testing should know how to keep their mouth shut. I warned Diana to be careful about the privacy of the pleasure card project. Yes, boss. Leave it to me. Diana nodded in agreement and then added, Boss, how about using death sentence prisons as subjects for the testing of the cards? They will be easier to silence. That's going too far. You three remember, though I don't mind you guys dipping your toes in the gray area to get the job done, there is a limit. We can never let our actions make this limit get blurry. If we do let the limit disappear, then we will be no different from the circle. I did not expect Diana and Cindy to do all the things by the books, but I want them to know there is a limit, which they can never cross. Though the law can turn a blind to them, I will not, because if I did, then there will be no difference between the circle and me. I have said the same to the Bright brothers, and I repeated it for the trio from Fine Gold. I know that I have had my daughter gems kill many for less, so I should not have any qualms about killing a few death row inmates. But as the scientist who did not hesitate to conduct illegal human experiments to create superhuman serums to end the Voltronians' tyranny on Earth, I knew better than to repeat the same for my gains. Understood, boss. Diana and the other two solemnly nodded, agreeing to my words. Okay then. Cindy, I will leave these two to you. I hope you guys can begin the R&D as soon as possible. Now guys can get to celebrating. With that, I decided to bid goodbye to the three from Fine Gold and have Vivian and Sarah followed Cindy. As we head back, I saw Susan near me with a confused look. So I asked, Susan, what happened? I was about to go through the procedures to rent this warehouse, but a weird thing happened, answered Susan, pointing at her grimoire. What happened? Susan quit working as an associate auction manager for the Guild Association Mall, so we can no longer occupy this warehouse. Therefore, we agreed to rent the warehouse on a weekly basis since we didn't know exactly how long before we left for the Heat's End Royal Palace. My superior texted me saying I didn't need to pay the rent to utilize the warehouse. Susan was confused because she has never seen the Guild Association be so considerate to its ex-employee. Well, Anna is seen living here for a while now, so it is not a surprise that they wouldn't want to charge us for rent. It would be correct to say that they didn't dare to charge rent to someone close to a royal. This was my speculation, considering that Guild Association Mall was a big company. They work like a complex machine, so they couldn't just let Susan utilize the warehouse for free of cost. There were so many protocols and regulations that they would have to hoop through to even make a small change like this. I see. If it is regarding Her Royal Highness, I can see why they would do this. I should clear this with the concerned staff, said Susan. I could literally feel a brilliant light of virtue shine behind Susan, blinding my eyes. I think there is no need for that. It is a courtesy extended by the higher-ups from the Guild Association Mall to the royal family for their hard work in protecting and governing the southern region. I stopped Susan from rushing to make some enemies in her previous workplace. But, knowing Susan was going to argue otherwise, I interrupted her saying, Diana, I hope Fine Gold is a good new start for Susan. Don't worry, boss. With Manager Susan's work experience, she will easily be able to pick up the reins. I am looking forward to Miss Susan working with us. She will be a wonderful addition to Fine Gold family. Since I own the majority shares of the Fine Gold Merchants, which can be considered as one of the local businesses suffering due to the presence of giant multinational corporations like the Guild Association Mall, Susan, my exclusive manager, had decided to quit her job at the mall and come join Fine Gold. This way, not only will she be able to supply me with ingredients supplied by Fine Gold, but also learn new things at Fine Gold. Although truth was that Fine Gold was not an oppressed local business, but it had copied the business model of the Guild Association Mall, stole most of their suppliers, and opened its branches in 13 different cities across the Blossom District, and continued to bloom by expanding to places where Guild Association malls are absent. Basically, Fine Gold was the amalgamated knockoff of Guild Association Mall and other various successful businesses. Wyatt, are you sure you don't want to shift the card boutique to a new location, closer to the Fine Gold? Since I am working at Fine Gold, I will not be able to visit the warehouse regularly. Susan asked. Fine Gold is quite far from the Guild Association Mall, so for Susan, who will be working at Fine Gold, it will be hard to commute to the warehouse every time I needed her. So, Susan suggested that we move the card boutique to the Fine Gold compound. It's okay, Susan. I can handle things on my end. You be careful at your new job. I didn't agree to move the card boutique to the Fine Gold compound because I did not want it to be connected with Fine Gold, and second, I had gotten used to this place. It felt a little like home, so I didn't want to leave until we left for the royal palace. Fine, I will make some arrangements for maintaining the warehouse. Seeing that I was still adamant about not moving the card boutique to the Fine Gold compounded, Susan sighed in disappointment and offered to make arrangements to have someone clean the warehouse since she cannot, as she will be starting a new job at Fine Gold. No, you don't have to. We have Corey for that. And if not her, I can always clean the warehouse using a cleaning array. So you stop worrying about me and prepare for your new job. Susan was considerate, but was now being a worrywart. My daily necessities were not something she should be concerned about, and she offered to make arrangements for them. But I don't need her to worry about me. I can take care of myself. Don't worry, boss. I will make sure that Manager Susan feels comfortable and will help her settle in the new workplace personally. Diana had already guessed that her boss's relationship with Susan was way beyond that of a regular employee and employer. They seemed to be very close. Upon this discovery, Diana could not help but see the heartbreaking end of her sister's first crush. But that did not stop her from cozying up to Susan, because she knew that her boss cared a lot about this woman, and attending to her would gain her some points with her boss, and Susan too, who apparently is her immediate superior. Jaya, whenever she looked at Susan and her boss together, for some reason she felt threatened, but she assured herself that their relationship was nothing more than that of a big sister and a younger brother. Yes, boss. Don't you worry. Manager Susan will feel right at home, and I will arrange a new office that would be as warm and cozy as here. Cindy would be a fool if she hadn't already noticed the special relationship between her boss and Susan. Her idea was the same as Diana's. She wanted to be on Susan's good side to be on her boss's good side. Cindy, you don't have to worry yourself with Manager Susan's office place. I have already made prior arrangements. She will be using the penthouse of the Fine Gold Tower No. 2. I think that should be of Manager Susan's liking. Diana, who had already said that she would help Susan personally settle in the new workplace, was not surprised to see Cindy volunteering to help Susan. Therefore, she gave Cindy a big blow by revealing that Susan would be using her previous office, which she was forced to vacate without any prior notice today morning. Yes, CEO Diana is wise. The penthouse office of Tower No. 2 will be the most suitable place for Manager Susan's new office. Cindy didn't bicker with Diana. Now that she had landed the pleasure card project, these small taunts from Diana felt funny to her, because she knew once the pleasure card business can solve all its hurdles, then she will be stepping into the world market, whereas Diana would be stuck in the Blossom District market supplying and distributing the silver milk powder. Seeing Cindy give up without a fight, Diana was caught off guard, but Cindy's thought process wasn't out of her deduction. She understood what Cindy was thinking. But she scoffed, thinking, lead of the pleasure card project? More like a puppet lead under the boss. Surprisingly, Diana, who could think of this, didn't wait to consider that she too was in the same situation as Cindy. Okay, you two. I hope you both will assist Susan to your limits. She is a quick learner, so she will not be troubling you guys for long. I know asking Cindy and Diana to train their future boss was too much, but Susan needed more exposure to the market, and Fine Gold was a good place to start. Yes, boss. Leave it to us. Diana and Cindy didn't shrink away from the new responsibility I selfishly added to their workload. They seemed eager to take this one on. After eating the soup and salad made by Agatha, while licking their fingers, Susan, Vivian, and Sarah followed 3 from Fine Gold back to the Fine Gold, full of praise for Agatha's cooking. I don't know if the soup and salad made by Agatha were that good, because there wasn't any for me. I knew Agatha did this intentionally, but she acted innocent in front of ABA, who had gals to say that I deserved it since I reject Agatha's food earlier in satire. The world has come to the point where everything you say as satire is held against you. So flipping ABA a bird, I ordered a meat lover's pizza and ate it all by myself. This is not sad because my new physique requires that much food intake, though it can be reduced by using soul power as nourishment. What the heck are you looking at? I yell at ABA while swallowing down the last piece of the pizza. Disgusting. ABA commented, looking at my oil-stained mouth and fingers. Yeah, FCKU. I said, arranging a temporary cleansing array formation to clean myself and any statins on the couch. I would warn you to watch your language in front of the princess, but watching your miserable state, I don't feel like it. Agatha, who would scream Bloody Mary at the slightest disrespect for AB, didn't even bat an eye when I cussed at ABA. Instead, she took pity on me. FCKU too. Cleaning myself from oil stains, I returned to my original self and disassembled the temporary cleansing array. Looking at my sudden transformation, Agatha and ABA were surprised. Ignoring them, I head out of the warehouse. Wyatt, wait. Where are you going, leaving us alone in here with your unconscious pregnant sister-in-law? What are we supposed to? Ada immediately called out to me. Not my problem. You were the ones who promised Susan to take care of Jackie, not me. Do as you see fit. Not waiting for ABA's reply, I head out of the warehouse and decided to go to the Southern Watch's temporary military base to meet with Anna and check on Courtney and Bloodette. After all, I promised Courtney that I will come to meet her once in a while, since her calling me is not an option due to the regulations of the military base. Understandable, as they were here on a top-secret mission and not on a picnic. Before all that, I decided to make a quick stop at the TSR Guild. Van, Old Ben, and others had brought back Ronnie. I decided to deal with him once and for all. Come back in here. I heard Agatha's voice ring in my ears, and soon I felt a force drag me back into the warehouse. FCK, did you just attack me? I yelled, pointing at Agatha, who used some kind of weird world rule to forcefully drag me back into the warehouse. No, I didn't. And I am sorry if I have offended you. We just had some questions to ask you. Agatha denied attacking me, but apologized for her actions. Fine, what is it? I don't have time to waste with you guys. I was indeed pissed to be powerlessly drawn back to the warehouse against my will. I would get back at them for that. But let's not get ahead of ourselves trying to challenge a freaking semi-demigod over a little scuffle. Not to forget that a semi-demigod apologizing to a card soldier was impossible, but Agatha did. So, I can only conclude that she meant no harm with her actions. Have your men returned from the Southern Academic City yet? How is the condition of your cousin? Is he stable? Or are there any complications? ABA hurriedly asked questions one after the other, not waiting for me to answer. Why did you stop? Go ahead and ask a few more questions. I said sarcastically. I am. I thought you were in a hurry, so I asked all the questions in a breath. ABA justified herself. So, it is my fault. I asked, glancing at ABA. I didn't say that. Don't misinterpret my words, ABA complained. Master Wyatt, just answer Her Highness's questions, said Agatha in irritation. She had never been frustrated with a person as much as with a high schooler in front of her. Giving Agatha a deep glance, I answered. My men have already arrived and Ronnie's health is stable. It seems he will pull through. But he hasn't regained consciousness yet. I didn't bother to lie and answered truthfully. Master Wyatt, if possible, can your men bring Ronnie over here? I would like to check on his condition personally. As I thought Agatha or ABA, neither of them was not going to let go of Ronnie's case. Yes, but for now I think it would not be good for Ronnie's health if we keep moving him around too much. After all, he has just arrived from a long journey, and once he is healthy, he will personally visit you too to thank you for saving his life. Agatha and ABA's interest in Ronnie's condition will only increase if I keep rejecting them. So I decided to agree to their request, but push the request delivery date further for now by making up excuses until they leave the southern region. Okay, patient's health comes first. I hope when he shows signs of improvement, you will bring him here. Agatha agreed to my proposal. She was not a medic. Therefore, she did not continue to demand to check Ronnie's condition, instead chose to wait till Ronnie gets better and ask him what happened when he was held as a hostage. She wanted to know if Butcher Bob's people really did try to extract Ronnie's origin card using an unknown method. If yes, then how? But if not, then no problem. Are you guys done now? I asked, looking at ABA and Agatha. No, I want to ask you if you hate me. ABA asked brazenly. Was I that obvious? Tell me what gave it away. I asked ABA sarcastically. Wyatt, please. Don't be like that. We're going to be university mates soon. So in that spirit, can't you stop being so irritating all the time and tell me what's your problem? ABA asked me why was I being a jerk to her. She didn't use this particular word, but the context specifically hinted toward it. Wait, you are attending Morningstar University too? Why is everyone attending Morningstar University? There are other 9 top universities. Have you considered joining them? I wasn't surprised that ABA was attending the Morningstar University. I gathered that at our meeting. But still, how are the other 9 universities faring if everyone chooses Morningstar University over the rest of them? What? You make no sense. And this is what I am talking about. Why do you have to act so intolerable? We can be friends, you know, proposed ABA. Oh, really? Nobody is going to be friends with an intolerable guy like me. I asked ABA with a grief-stricken face. Yes, but don't worry. You have me. Ditch your irritating attitude and do as I say. Soon you will have plenty of friends. ABA answered enthusiastically, not realizing that I was being sarcastic to mock her words. Really? Then you must have tons of friends. I continued my charade. What surprised me was that Agatha played along. Yes, I do. ABA nodded vigorously. Princess, the members of our mercenary group don't count, said Agatha, who had a clear understanding of how many friends ABA had. What? But they are the only friends I have. ABA protested. I stared blankly at ABA and started to feel sorry for her. This is the downside of reaching for a long burn. You start feeling sorry for the target. Agatha, you count as a friend, right? ABA asked with great expectation. I would like to say yes, but since I am getting paid by your father, so no, I can't be counted as your friend, Agatha answered mercilessly. I could see ABA almost tear up. I can't watch this. What about Grandpa Matt and Grandma Jance? ABA tried to bargain with Agatha. No, Princess, they too get paid by your father, so they cannot be counted as your friends. Agatha didn't hold back, even though she could clearly see tears at the corners of ABA's eyes. This was too painful to watch. Similar to a pig realizing that its master is only feeding it to butcher it. ABA had a mixture of expressions on her face, but it was mostly disbelief and sorrow. I felt like the waterworks would start any second now. It did not feel right rooting for a little girl to cry, especially because it was ABA, the future hope of humanity, who would build the new government when the 3 mischiefs had used the old one as tissue to whip their butts. Princess, this is the hard truth you have to learn and get through this to grow splendidly. Master, I will make sure that Princess grows into a capable adult. Agatha had her internal struggle, but she did not let it show on her face. Though the present ABA was a pain in the ass, I had seen the heroic ABA from the Clown Mask's memories, so I could not help but feel sorry seeing the future hope crumble here, realizing that she had no friends whatsoever. The timeline is a mess because of the Clown Mask's meddling to stop the Supreme Leader. No matter how careful she was, the timeline ended up pivoting too far from its original direction. So, I reluctantly neared ABA and patted her back, saying, There, I too don't have friends. No, I have 2 of them. One is crazy, and the other one is a pervert. If you are okay with it, I don't mind asking them to be your friends too. Wah. The waterworks finally began, and I got the front row ticket to it. Crying, ABA whipped her tears and snot with her hands, saying, "You would do that for me? I would love that." Okay. I couldn't help but marvel at how crying ABA's actions matched her middle schooler appearance. Should I call it ABA was acting her appearance? Does this mean we are friends? ABA held in her tears and asked in great anticipation with her big teary eyes. Tisk. I clicked my tongue in annoyance, but reminded myself that this little crying girl was the future hope of humanity. I steeled myself and answered, yes. Okay. ABA and I looked at each other awkwardly, and then I said in annoyance, clean yourself. There is snot hanging out of your nose. See, if you are my friend, then you cannot talk to me like that. I hate it when you act like I have stolen your family heirloom or killed your favorite pet. Agatha used a card on ABA, who transformed back into her normal self and made unrealistic demands of her new friend. ABA, as your first friend, let me give you a piece of advice. You cannot order your only friend or try to change him to your liking. Friends are people who get along despite their shortcomings and differences. If you try to change them, then it is no longer friendship. They will leave you, and you will have to look for new ones or stay alone. What? I didn't try to change you. I was only trying to tell you that I don't like you speaking to me like that. ABA defended herself. Whose problem is it that you don't like me speaking like that? I asked ABA. Mine, ABA answered. Since it is your problem, how is it fair that I should change the way I talk to you? You make no sense. What do you mean? ABA spoke in disbelief. I said if it is your problem, why should I be the one making changes? I repeated myself. I heard you the first time. I asked if you mean to say that you are not going to change the way you talk to me. ABA spoke with more context this time. My answer was simple. It is your problem. Why should I change? Why should I change the way I speak because of you? I repeated myself the third time. You jerk. My problem is that you talk differently to me when compared to your employees. If I am your friend, you should stop talking to me as if you have a grudge against me. I want you to talk to me like you normally would to Susan or any other employee of yours. ABA explained herself once again. Oh, you noticed it, huh? I normally speak this way to my special friends, for example, Corey, and then there is you. I justified myself and noticed Agatha giving me a look of alarm. You just told me you only have 2 friends. ABA pointed out. Yes, I only have 2 friends, but Corey is my special friend. Saying the word for the second time, I heard the way special friend sounded to the ears of a grown-up. So I turned to look at Agatha, who was on guard ready to attack me as long as I so much as tried to touch ABA. So to assure her, I said, I heard myself the second time. Don't worry, I will not use that word again. I am not worried about your words, but your actions. Hearing my assurance, Agatha did not lower her guard against me. Instead, she warned me not to make a single wrong move against ABA. Otherwise, she cannot guarantee my life. Whatever. I shook my head in dismay. What is the difference between a special friend and a friend? ABA asked, which caused Agatha to give me a look. Cautioned by her look, I decided to give up messing with ABA, whose mind hadn't developed similar to her body, and replied, Fine, I will change the way I talk to you, happy. If nothing else, I will take my leave. I have places to be. Wait, Wyatt, tell me, what is the difference between a friend and a special friend? ABA asked again. Ask Agatha. She will explain it to you. I am already late. I yelled through the ball in Agatha's court and exited the warehouse. Then I hurriedly summoned my nanomorpher and escaped toward the TSR Guild. Date, April 2nd, 2321. Time, 14:35. Location, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild. Boss. This way. Van and Old Ben greeted me at the entrance, and then they lead me towards where unconscious Ronnie was stowed. Van, how far is the construction of the TSR Guild headquarters on the barren lands of the Dungeon Highway coming? I had asked Van to buy all the land next to the Blood Rock Gate dungeon that sealed Bloodette, and ordered him to construct a headquarter over there so that the dungeon seal doesn't get exposed and we access blood rule pills made by Bloodette efficiently. Boss, I hired the best construction card apprentices in the city to build the new headquarters. By the end of the next week, it should be ready for an inauguration ceremony. Van answered to the best of his knowledge. Boss, if you don't mind, I have something to ask of you, Old Ben asked cautiously. Go ahead and ask away, I said. Boss, after the new headquarters of the TSR Guild is built, I would like to use the old building as the new headquarters for the Tiger Squadron. Our present headquarters is almost half a decade old, and we need an upgrade. Old Ben spoke of the needs of the Tiger Squadron. Captain Ben, I am sorry, but we of the TSR Guild do not plan to abandon the old building. It will still be in use, but not as frequent as before. Van, shoot down Old Ben's plan of upgrading the headquarters of the Tiger Squadron even before it took off. Old Ben, you should have told me about this problem earlier. Here, take these 1,000 median soul jades. This should be enough budget for the Tiger Squadron to upgrade their headquarters and get started on other stuff. I previously offered Old Ben to allot a budget to the Tiger Squadron, but he refused and wanted to take care of it himself by selling his blood weapon cards. But that wasn't enough, as the City Lord had left the Tiger Squadron in a very dire state so that they would crumble to the pressure and accept a new captain other than Old Ben. But the soldiers of the squadron held their ground and stayed true to their name, the Tiger Squadron. Thank you, boss. I don't know how to repay your generosity. Old Ben thanked me. No problem. You and your men are my soldiers now. This is what I should do. And if you really want to repay me, earn more profits for me. I answered. Okay. Old Ben agreed with his expressionless face. Boss, here. Van pointed to the bed where Ronnie lay unconscious. Look at this lucky bastard sleeping soundly. Ronnie was indeed lucky. I was planning to cripple him after extracting his origin card using blood fate plunder on him, but due to this asshole's luck, Agatha and ABA were making a fuss about him being healthy and out of harm's way when in their custody. I tried lying to them, but they were not sold on that and demanded to re-inspect Ronnie's health. And because of that lie, Agatha's interest in Ronnie had increased by another level, so I cannot cripple this bastard and had no choice but to feed him a Calamity Daughter gem on a later date. Tisk. I clicked my tongue looking at unconscious Ronnie and asked Van to awaken him. Following my command, Van awakened the unconscious Ronnie. I watched as Ronnie slowly opened his eyes and uttered, "Where am I?" "You are home, safe," I answered. No matter how much I was disappointed with this asshole for his betrayal, I still required him, I mean his origin card. And not to mention I need him to meet Agatha and clarify things to her. "Wyatt, you don't know how happy I am to hear your voice," said Ronnie, and then getting up from the bed he bowed to me and yelled, "I am sorry. I not only failed to complete the mission you gave me, but also betrayed you in the process. I will accept any punishment you deem fit. Van, slap him 100 times with 10% of your strength." Van was Card Lord and a Calamity Daughter gem. A messily ant-like Ronnie would turn into blood and gore paste if he slaps him with his full strength, so I asked Van to limit his strength behind the slap to 10% of his original strength. Even this was more than enough for Van to slap Ronnie to dead. Hearing my punishment for him, the corner of Ronnie's mouth twitched and his knees went weak. Yet he turned towards Van ready for his punishment. "I am ready. Get it over with." Seeing Ronnie not complain or bargain his punishment that he asked for and face it despite his fear, it seemed that the ordeal with the Boother Bob's goons helped him mature a little. But people are like animals, it's hard to change their ingrained nature. This fellow will betray me again if the opportunity arises. Therefore I planned to feed him a Calamity Daughter gem after he met with Agatha. "Van, stop." I stopped Van from slapping Ronnie, and looking at Ronnie I said, "I can see you have already reflected on your actions. Stuff happens, let us move on. Since I plan to let Ronnie meet Agatha, I cannot have him be beaten to a half-dead state before he meets her, otherwise it will open another can of worms." So, not only did I stop Van from slapping Ronnie to a half-dead state, but also did not feed him a Calamity Daughter gem. Because when Agatha meets Ronnie, she will definitely inspect Ronnie's body for any abnormal signs using her cards. So to be on the safer side, I decided to not feed Ronnie a Calamity Daughter gem until Agatha is done inspecting him. Once his meeting with Agatha completes without raising any suspicions, I will have Van punish Ronnie with 100 slaps, and then feed him a Calamity Daughter gem, in the process healing the half-dead Ronnie using the reconstruction ability of the Calamity Daughter gem. So, until the whole ordeal with Agatha has been taken care of, I decided not to make a move against Ronnie. Thank you, Wyatt, for forgiving me and saving my life. No matter how much I thank you, I cannot thank you enough. I don't know how I will repay you in this life. I owe you so much. Even if I give this life to you, it will not be enough to repay your kindness to me and my family. Ronnie kept thanking me repeatedly. Since I have already tasted his betrayal no matter what he said, or did he cannot change my impression of him. I would really be a fool to fall for his tricks again. What surprised me is how could the son of an honest man like Uncle Wyatt grow up to be so opportunistic scumbag? Say no more, Ronnie. I am not your real savior. I hired a mercenary group to save you. So you have nothing to thank me for. So stop wasting your time here and go meet your family. They must be worried sick for you. Especially Jackie, who is waiting for you at the warehouse. Go pick her up and meet Uncle and Annie Wyatt. They must be waiting for your return without sleep. Hurry, go. Don't keep them waiting, especially your baby mama. I didn't want to waste any time with Ronnie anymore, so I decided to send him packing on his way. Wait, what is Jackie doing at the warehouse? She is pregnant, she should be resting. Ronnie asked in surprise. She is waiting for you with your real savior, the leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary group that I hired to rescue you. Those are the guys that deserve your thanks. So, while you go pick up Jackie, you can also use this opportunity to thank them for saving you. They are really good people. They are waiting to check your health to see if there are any other further complications in your health. So go and cooperate with them. I add in a good word for the Wolf Fong mercenary because Ronnie could use his slick tongue on Agatha and ABA to convince them there is nothing wrong here for them to look for. Wyatt, even though all you did was hire a mercenary to rescue me, you don't know how much it means to me. For a second, I thought I would never be able to see my unborn baby. If not for you being the bigger person and forgiving me for betraying you and hiring a mercenary group to save me, I may have never really been able to see my lovely wife, the unborn child in her belly, and my old parents. Wyatt, you made this possible for me with your generosity. So don't say you did nothing. You have done enough for me. Like I said before, even if I lay this life for you, it is not enough to pay the grace I owe you. Ronnie spoke, thanking me for saving him and allowing him to reunite with his family, and then added, "Okay, I will head out to fetch my wife and unborn baby." Watching Ronnie walk out of the room, I handed Van a storage card containing a few Calamity Daughter gems and said, "Save one for Ronnie and use the rest to recruit new members for the Sinner Squad." "How many recruits do you want this time, boss?" Van asked as he took the storage card I handed to him. "There are about 3 dozen gems in the storage card. Use them all if you can. If you can't, then save them and use them to replace the dead ones." The mission to rescue Ronnie was a good example of how handly the members of the Sinner Squad were. I would have suffered a huge loss if Butcher Bob's card overlords had captured Van or Old Ben. There is a lot of difference between Van, Old Ben, and the Calamity Daughter gems in the Sinner Squad. Van and Old Ben are the public faces of my various ventures. If they are dead or caught doing something shady, it will be a lot of trouble for me. As for the faceless Calamity Daughter gems in the Sinner Squad, their only significance is to get the job done or die trying. That's why I decided to revive the Sinner Squad, and if required, maybe add new teams to it. Okay, boss, I will do what I can. But the Vagabond card apprentices with High Realm are very rare and dangerous. So, I think using all the gems right away is not possible, but I will keep an eye out for recruits. Van agreed to my arrangement and made plans accordingly. Here, Old Ben. Deliver this card to Rami Kaga and ask him to make preparation to visit the Sun Blossom City with me. While you are there, show off your platinum grimoire. I want Rami to understand that it is in his best interest to cooperate with me. I handed Old Ben a Slime Fairy Infinity Harem version card, though it had too many defects that Diana, Cindy, and Jaya pointed out. It didn't matter as this was a freebie, so Rami better be satisfied with this, or he could sit on it. I wanted to give Rami a personal visit, but brainstorming about the pleasure card project with 3 from the fine gold, I skipped it and decided to have one of my Calamity Daughter gems deliver the card and message to Rami. I had better things to do. The reason I was planning to visit the Sun Blossom City was to do something about the space isolation barrier covering the Sun Blossom City. As for the desolate Punisher array, I had Roy taking care of it. Apparently, the disciple from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect has holed himself up in his room, cutting himself off from the rest of the world, making it impossible for Roy to feed him the Calamity Daughter gem. So I could afford to delay taking care of the space isolation barrier covering the Sun Blossom City for now. Yes, boss. Old Ben took the card and nodded in agreement. Having assigned Van and Old Ben their respective work, I rode my hover bike to the Southern Watch's temporary base. Date, April 2nd, 2321. Time, 1525. Location, Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. I rode into the base without any delay at the gate and headed towards where Courtney was being held. But I had to stop seeing Anna descend from the sky with a stout figure. Due to the bundles of fat covering its body, it was hard for me to tell whether the stout figure was a male or female. "Wyatt, why are you here?" Anna asked after landing, and for some reason, the stout figure next to her gazed at me with greed in its eyes, sending shivers in my spine. No matter what gender this abomination belonged to, I did not want to be near it. To meet Courtney. The main reason for my arrival at the Southern Watch's base was to find Anna and ask her why she wasn't answering my question. Yet I lied, deciding to be subtle about it. "Oh, is that it?" Anna said in disappointment, knowing that her crush wasn't here to find her, but another girl. If she hadn't known that Courtney and her crush were strictly friends, Courtney's life in the Southern Watch base would be uncertain. "Yes, you seem busy, so I won't disturb you any longer," I said, glancing at the stout figure next to Anna. "Master Wyatt, you can have your girl back. My work here is done." As soon as the young card creationist finished speaking, Cole Wilson felt a strong killing intent descend on him and knew that his cousin wouldn't hesitate to kill him if he were to continue to hinder her any longer, especially now that her young lover seemed to be visiting another girl. So Cole used his slick tongue to calm her anger by addressing her as the girl of the young card apprentice. As expected, his trick worked. The killing intent covering him suddenly vanished. "Forgive my rudeness, but you must be..." I didn't know the stout figure, but it seemed to know a lot about me, especially about Anna's relationship with me. Despite its appearance, it seemed capable. "He is a nobody. Ignore him. Didn't you ask whether the authorities are using sex workers as informants earlier? Come, let's discuss it in detail. There are many things I have to tell you before I get to it." Anna spoke, finally giving me the clarity that the fat thing in front of me was he. Anna made it sound as if the authorities using sex workers as informants had a big history to it, but I had a feeling that she spoke so mysteriously because she wanted me to spend time with her instead of Courtney. Cole, who was being treated as a nobody by his cousin, could only shake his head in dismay, and despite the repercussions that could follow, he introduced himself. "Master Wyatt, my name is Cole Wilson." With Cole's interruption, Anna glared at him, but before she could act, I added, "Nice meeting you, Mr. Wilson. Please, call me Cole. Mr. Wilson is my grandfather." "Mr. Cole, it is then," I said, and then wanted to leave with Anna, but Cole didn't seem to be done yet. "Master Wyatt, I am a big fan of your work. I heard you were a man of many talents. I hope to work with you someday," said Cole, ignoring impatient Anna's glare. "If such an opportunity arrives, then I would be happy to work with you." Since Cole was being carried around by Anna, then he must be capable, so it wouldn't hurt to get to know him, since the royal family and I were already tied together with our common interest, silver milk powder. "Ha ha ha. It is good that you would say that, Master Wyatt. I have a client who is in need of a good card creationist to help with the creation of her origin card. I don't know if you are interested." It was as if Cole was waiting for me to say those words, and he shamelessly proposed cooperation. Hearing Cole's proposal, I didn't answer him immediately, but instead turned to look at Anna, who nodded. Assured, I said, "I am interested." "Why not? But you have to know that I will not leave the city. The client will have to come to me." How could I say no to money? Knowing Cole, the client he proposed must be someone with deep pockets. Not to mention, it was not just any card creation, but origin card creation. I can't miss this excitement. "Don't worry, Master Wyatt. The client will commute to your workshop. If you set a date for the meeting, I will inform the client, but I do hope that the meeting will be in the next 3 days. Cole was being way too cooperative to my demands. Not only will the client come to me, but I can choose the date and time for the meeting. This felt too good to be true, but since Anna vouched for him, I decided to believe him. "I am free now. If the client is okay with it, then we can get started right now," I answered. "Great. Let me check with the client." Saying that, Cole hurriedly summoned his grimoire, moved to the side, and made a call. "Anna, so the authorities are using the sex workers as informants, huh?" When Anna agreed to speak about this earlier, I got the answer I was searching for. The authorities are indeed using the sex workers as informants. Wyatt, there is more to that. You can't just go and decide if what the authorities are doing is good or bad. Anna prepared to give me a long lecture on why what the authorities, meaning the royal family, meaning her family, was doing was a necessary evil. But I interrupted her, because I have had enough of whether what the authorities were doing was good or bad. Diana and Cindy's debate had already wasted enough of my time. I wasn't willing to waste any more on it. So I said, "Anna, I don't care. Times were tough after the monster war. The authorities did what they could. Let us not turn it not a debate. Not to mention judging it. Okay. Hearing my words, Anna sighed. Is this the reason why you were dodging my questions? I asked Anna if she avoided my answering my question because she thought I would judge her and her family based on that. Kinda, yeah. You know, Wyatt, you are the only person who makes me question my choices and worry about things that I didn't used to worry about. You should take responsibility for it. Anna answered honestly and even poured out some of her feelings in it, but soon stopped remembering the talk she had with her crush, worrying that her words earlier could scare him away. Anna looked at his expression cautiously, trying to read the information they conveyed. Don't worry, Anna. I am in no place to judge anybody for what they have done, much less their ancestors. As for the responsibility, I am not ready yet. Let us enjoy the little things we have right now. I answered. I knew Anna's feelings for me, but I was conflicted and I did not want to choose. Was I being selfish? I don't know what I really want. To be accurate, who I really want. And when I am able to answer this question, that was going to be one painful day. Okay, let us take it slow and enjoy the little things, Anna answered. From her young lover's expression, she could tell that he did like her, but something was holding him back. This was enough for Anna to wait for him. As long as he doesn't say that he doesn't want her, she would not leave his side and would continue to keep waiting. Okay then, after I am done here, let us go out for a dinner. There we can discuss the new business venture I am planning to start. I said, looking at Anna. Since the authorities were using the sex workers as informants, I had no choice but to seek help from Anna for the development of my new business. Okay, but this time I will choose the place. Anna agreed and announced that she would choose the venue for our dinner date. There was a reason I didn't allow Anna to choose a venue. I didn't trust her with these kinds of things. I was worried she would choose an isolated place where she can force herself on me. Pretty please, I promise no funny business, Anna begged. I decided to trust her and let her choose the venue for our dinner date. Okay, looks like you couples are planning a dinner date. Envious. Cousin, if you need a venue, I know a good place where they serve the best monster meat steak. Cole finished explaining things to his client and returned. Judging by the simile on his face, it seems everything is set. Cole Wilson, the black sheep of the Wilson family, and a black merchant by trade. Wilson family is one of the vassal families belonging to the Heatsend family, known for their bravery at the way beyond. Unlike his family, Cole Wilson did not choose a life of a warrior, but he joined the trade business because of his love for money. Cole Wilson believed that if he had enough money, he could get the world to spin in reverse. And not to mention that he was too good at it, making money that is. So much so that the Wilson family, which called him the black sheep of their herd, handed him 15% of family's annual revenue to manage. Cole has never disappointed their expectations and has kept reeling in more and more fortune for the warrior family. Taking Cole's case into account, the family head of the Wilson family, Cole's grandfather, decided to encourage the children of the Wilson family to explore other fields along with their warrior training. Fatty, if you love your nose, then don't butt it in things where it doesn't belong. Anna had her plans for the venue for the dinner date with her young lover. She did not need any help or recommendations, especially not from a fat FCK who hasn't been on a single date. My bad, cousin. Cole didn't argue with Anna and instead turned to her young lover and said, Master Wyatt, the client is free and has agreed to your arrangements. Let us move to your workshop so that I can give them the coordinates to teleport here. Since they currently stood in a temporary Southern Watch military base, giving out its coordinates would be irresponsible on Cole's part, so he suggested that they move to the young card creationist's workshop in order to send his clients the coordinates to teleport to. Hearing Cole's suggestion, Anna looked at him and said, Fatty, what about the materials we collect from the demigod worshippers? It can wait, Cole answered nonchalantly. The reason Cole was here was that he heard about Anna had killed a devil. As a black merchant, how could he let go of the opportunity to get his hands on some high-level ingredients? This arrival was the reason why Anna had to leave the warehouse abruptly earlier. Okay, sure, I answered to Cole's proposal, and turning to Anna I added, there is no harm in taking Courtney with us, right? After all, there are already 2 hostages held in the warehouse. What's one more? Since I was already here, I planned to meet Courtney before leaving. While I was at it, I also asked Anna if she allows Courtney to stay in the warehouse instead of being holed up in the barracks of the temporary military base. Sure, she has been on her best behavior, so why not? As long as she doesn't leave the city, I don't see a problem. Anna generously agreed to my proposal. It seems me asking her on a dinner date has her in a good mood, and mostly because the base was having a headache feeding Bloodette, the blood ghost reincarnate. No matter how much monster blood you feed her, she is never full. She had to assign 2 soldiers just to feed Bloodette. If not for Courtney being a Tau physique, Anna would have already lost her patience by now. When Anna heard her young lover's proposal, Anna thought if Courtney was out there, then she'd hunt the monsters to feed Bloodette herself, saving a lot of trouble for the soldiers in the base. Great then, I said and sighed in relief seeing Anna be so easy to reason with. Anna, Cole, and I arrived at the barracks where Courtney was being held. As we arrived, we saw Courtney practicing her swordsmanship by swinging a sword made of blood. I felt like I had sensed the sword in Courtney's hand somewhere, and then I remembered that it looked very much like the blood ego spirit I created by feeding Calamity Daughter Gem to the broken rune blood swordsman. The sword in Courtney's hand wasn't my blood ego spirit, but a replica. Feeling our presence, Courtney stopped swinging her blood sword and greeted Anna. Southern Emperor, what brings you here? While nodding toward me. Little girl, if someone hears you they will think that I am trespassing your property, Anna commented hearing Courtney's plain greeting. Wyatt, you are here. Did you miss me already? Courtney ignored Anna and addressed me. Yes, I had to work at the base and decided to pay you a visit, I answered. Hearing my words, Courtney's face had a glowing smile. Hi, Wyatt. A blood-red colored pseudopod extended from Courtney's neck and greeted me. It was Bloodette. Hi, Bloodette. I returned Bloodette's greetings and said, I have good news for you too. Really? What is it? Bloodette asked while Courtney didn't seem as enthused as Bloodette to hear the good news I spoke of. Clearly, Courtney hated being caged so much so that any good news she heard in here was only news to her unless it was about her regaining her freedom. I know this isn't much, but Anna has agreed to let go as long as you promise her not to leave the Sky Blossom City, I said. Really? Asked enthused Bloodette. Unlike Courtney, Bloodette was used to being confined, so being held in the military base did not affect her as much as it did to Courtney. After all, here she got to drink monster blood to her fill, but back in the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon, she would usually have to fill up on the blood rule in the cave. But this didn't mean that Bloodette didn't hate being confined to the base. After decades of solitary confinement in the dungeon seal, Bloodette was finally able to leave it only to be confined again. The confinement of the Southern royal family on Bloodette and Courtney had various effects on each of them. Courtney was depressed, being treated like a prisoner for doing the right thing. Courtney was a free-spirited person. She was a person who loved hoverbikes. She was a biker, which should sum up her adventurous spirit of Courtney. For someone like her to be told that she cannot do this or do that was like daring her to do that or this. Yet she behaved because she thought that was the right thing to do, but as time went on the reason that it was the right thing to do was seeming insufficient. As for Bloodette, she was well-fed, and there was Courtney to keep her company, so this was an upgrade from her previous arrangements. She didn't have to like it, but she cannot argue the fact that this was way better than her previous accommodation. But the new living arrangement of theirs was taking its toll on her friend mentally. The connection between them made her aware of that. And recently, she did not need the connection to tell her that her friend was not doing fine. Bloodette tried various ways to cheer up her friend and finally, they found an escape in active soul control practice and rule comprehension. But Bloodle knew this solution was only temporary and didn't know how long this could keep her friend diverted from the obvious problem. Therefore, when her second friend came to visit them, she was more than thrilled of his arrival. Maybe he would have an answer to their friend's mental strength. And to her surprise, he brought the solution with him. They were no longer just confined to the military base, but the entire city. They were still confined, but this better than their previous living situations, so Bloodette was thrilled and happy that finally they could leave this military base and get some room to breathe. Yes, Anna said you guys were well-behaved these days, and that she can trust you guys with a little freedom. I answered to enthused Bloodette, who was still having a hard time believing my words. Okay. Did you hear that, Courtney? We can leave this SHD hole. Bloodette spoke in excitement, not caring for her words in front of the Southern Emperor, the leader of the temporary military base. Okay, Courtney answered plainly, and then turning to Anna, she said, I want to see my mother. Clown Mask was one of the reasons why Courtney had given up on escaping the military base as she did earlier. He hoped that if she behaved, then maybe they will go easy on her mother. But last few days she had heard no news from her mother, and Bloodette couldn't feel her mother's presence in the military base compound. About that, your mother has been moved to a more secure facility. Don't worry about her. You see, your mother and my mother have come to an understanding that she will cooperate with us, and in return we will help you live a normal life. With the loads of information she is giving us, taking care of her daughter seemed fair, but you are not just any regular daughter, are you now? You are the holder of one of the Tau physiques and contractor of Blood Supreme. If the wrong crowd of people learn about your existence, they will try anything in their power to get their hands on you. Therefore, we held you here to check if you can be trusted to follow our arrangements, and you have proven that we can trust you to follow our protocols. This is good for both you and us. This way it makes our job to keep you safer until you are strong enough to take care of yourself. But remember this, break one rule, and you will be back in your confinement. Little girl, don't waste this opportunity created for you by your mother. Even though she wasn't one of the best mothers I know, in the end she did what a good mother would do, sacrifice herself for the future of her child. From here it is up to you, how you utilize the opportunity created by your mother. I have never seen Anna speak so many words before. It seems whatever the clown mask said to her had a great impact on her. So much so that she was hoping to help Courtney. After all, Clown Mask and Courtney's situation was not much different from Anna and her mother's. The circumstances may be different, but a few of the problems were the same. Therefore, she wanted Courtney to make it in society and not end up as another statistic on the board. Until Courtney brought Clown Mask up, only then did I realize that I cannot feel the Clown Mask's calamity daughter gem within the bounds of the military compound, and before this, I never thought of checking up on her situation. Mostly because I knew that as long as the Clown Mask cooperated with them, the royal family would treat her like a VIP. The day when the Southern Watch took the Clown Mask into custody, I allowed her to cooperate with the royal family as she deemed fit, and as long as she doesn't reveal my secrets, it was fine. It seems the Clown Mask took this as an opportunity to use the royal family to provide for her daughter with the opportunities she couldn't provide, trying to lay low in the circle to sabotage the Supreme Leader's plan from within the organization. It appears it was because of her deal that Courtney wasn't sent to a secret base where she would be trained to be loyal to the royal family, such that they could use her Tau physique. Instead, now they have given Courtney the choice to live her life, but she has to follow some of their terms and conditions that would help the royal family protect Courtney from the real bad people out in the world. Overall, not a bad deal. Despite the restrictions, Courtney would get to leave her life. With some restrictions, Courtney was free to live her life, but as a Tau physique and contractor of Blood Supreme, her new life was not going to be as free as the old one. After all, with great power comes great restrictions. Courtney was a walking, talking nuclear bomb. Bloodette alone had the strength to massacre an entire district with her command over the Blood Rule. The royal family would be a fool if they didn't monitor someone with that much power. If my guess were correct, the royal family must have already set plans in motion to make sure that they could manipulate Courtney into feeling a sense of belonging to the southern region. Of course, they had Clown Mask in their custody, but using that card would only cause Courtney to grow hostile towards the southern royal family and the southern region. I don't know what they have planned, but I am rooting for them because I don't want to be in a situation where I have to choose between Courtney or the southern royal family. I want to meet my mother, Courtney asked, staring right into Anna's eye. Anna didn't reply to Courtney immediately. Rather, she stared right back at Courtney intimidatingly. Honest to God, if not for Bloodette lending her power to Courtney, right now, she would have fallen to her knees. Wow, little girl, you have guts. To be in a stare-down match with the Southern Emperor, now that should go on your resume. The rumors were indeed true. All Tau physiques are indeed monstrous talents. Seeing the atmosphere turn heavy, Cole tried to lighten up the mood by talking nonsense, which only irked Anna. At this point, he might as well have said that the Southern Emperor couldn't intimidate a little girl. But his praise for Courtney was not wrong. After all, if you consider a summon card as the part of the card apprentice's strength, then Bloodette was part of Courtney's strength. Shut up, you damn fatty. Anna yelled at Cole and finally stopped intimidating Courtney. I want to see my mother. Panting, Courtney gasped for air as soon as Anna's pressure on her disappeared, but still she stubbornly asked Anna to let her meet her mother. Despite her flaws, Courtney loved her mother. And knowing that Clown Mask was cooperating with the royal family in exchange for her freedom, she wanted to meet Clown Mask and have a heart-to-heart talk with her, which was long due. Listen here, little girl. I think you don't understand your situation. You are in the custody of Southern Watch. You do as we tell you to do, not the other way around. Anna did not want to compromise with Courtney. Anna, what seems to be the problem here? Both the mother and daughter are cooperating, and yet why do you try to shorten the leash on them? I knew what Anna was trying to do. She was trying to set the nature of this deal, that she was in charge and not the other way around. If she lets Courtney have her way right now, then in the future it will become even harder for them to control Courtney. But what Anna did not understand was that Courtney was the kind of person who responds to love, but if you try to suppress her, she will struggle twice as harder. The way to control her was not to cage her like an animal and use a wipe when she didn't follow the rules, but to shower her with love and trust. Courtney would melt like butter and stay loyal to the hand that came to her in the aid in time of need. Courtney was not a wild beast, but a human with the most humane heart I have seen. Therefore, when I saw Anna was going about it the wrong way, I had no choice but to intervene. This was because I knew this was heading in the direction where at some point I would have to choose between Anna and Courtney. Wyatt, this the protocol, Anna argued. I was happy that Anna did not plainly ask me not to intervene in the Southern Watch's business. Anna, screw protocol. Look at her. Do you really want to be so heartless? Pointing at the desperate Courtney, I stared into Anna's eye and added, trust me on this. Courtney is the most honest and loyal person I have met. It would be best for all of us if you use the give and take method rather than the carrot and the stick method. What do you mean by all of us? Anna asked skeptically. Courtney is my friend. I don't want to be in a position where I have to choose between you or her. So please, I am begging you not to let this small argument grow to that point. I laid out what I was worried about. Both Anna and Courtney were important people to me. I didn't want to choose sides. Southern Emperor, please. I just want to meet my mother, Courtney begged Anna. For Courtney, who always thought that her mother did not care much about her, the new revelation about the clown mask's cooperation with the royal family had come as a huge surprise to her. Anna felt the desperateness in Courtney's voice. As someone who was brought up by a single mother, had a clear understanding of how important Clown Mask is to Courtney, but the interest of the royal family came first before her compassion for Courtney. Anna wanted to steal her heart and reject Courtney ruthlessly, but then her young lover's words came to her mind. I don't want to choose between you two. Anna didn't want to test her luck and wasn't confident that her young lover would side with her if she were to wrong his friend in the name of the interest of the royal family. Therefore, she decided to agree with Courtney's demand. Fine. Thank you. Hearing Anna agree to her demand, Courtney thanked Anna genuinely. Listen here, little girl. By agreeing to your demand, I am breaking thousands of protocols. It will take time for me to arrange you a meet with your mother. While I am at it, I want you to behave and not increase the workload of my soldiers. Can you do that? Though Anna sounded stern, she felt good breaking the chain of her doing anything for the family's interest. It may seem like Anna was a rebel in her family, but there was a reason why her grandfather chose her as the next leader of the southern region instead of many other capable candidates. Anna cared about the family the most, and despite her wild shell, her core will sacrifice anything for the interest of her family. Despite her shortcomings, nobody would go as far as Anna was willing to go for the family. This wasn't just about making the tough choices, but the capability to see it through. Anyone can make tough choices at the expense of others. Only a true ruler will participate in the struggle and hold the resolve to see it through to the end. Anna's grandfather saw that in Anna, so despite her obvious flaws, he chose her as the next heir. A craftsman can polish iron to remove his flaws, but he cannot turn it into gold. Anna was the gold with flaws. These flaws could be polished. A nobody who was a flawless iron compared to Anna's flawed gold. It couldn't be cultivated into gold, but Anna could be cultivated into flawless gold. Instead of choosing the competent bums in the family as the next family head, Anna's grandfather preferred a quirky talent like Anna to lead the family to its future any day. Despite all his calculations, Anna's grandfather never considered what if the gold gets ruined during the refining process. Why would he? Someone with an unparalleled bloodline was not easy to break. Anna's grandfather was right about this, but he failed to consider the wild card known as love, which has been the reason for the downfall of many nations and the start of new revolutions. Right now, the Anna her grandfather had cultivated to prioritize the family interest first over anything else had chosen to do the opposite. Caving to the reasoning of her heart, she turned a deaf ear to the reasoning of her mind that was cultivated by her grandfather. Doing so, Anna felt a refreshed feeling. Anna has been lazy, incompetent, and rebellious, but never dared to harm the interest of the family. Today she did against the teachings of her grandfather. This feeling that came with doing what she felt right was a refreshing feeling for Anna. It has been a while since she had put her interest first over the interest of her family. It was addictive. As for the guilt, she didn't feel it. The shame that she used to feel whenever she thought about putting herself first before the family in Terset was nowhere. That is when Anna realized that the shame that would always hinder her decision-making process did not appear today, because today she didn't just put her interest first, but her love first. In her books it trumped everything, even if meant she would have to end the entire world thrice to get her love. Thinking of this, Anna turned to look at her young lover. For some reason, he looked more handsome than usual. Then without giving it much thought, she took him in her embrace and gave him a passionate kiss. She tried to move her tongue into his mouth, but met with resistance, which was nothing for someone of her prowess. Sigh, couples. Looking at Anna's sudden but bold action, Cole, who claims to be single by choice, couldn't help but sigh. He knew Anna claimed to love this boy, but this moment was when Cole knew how passionate she was about this boy. From breaking the protocols to passionate public kissing, Anna has shown that this boy wasn't just any other fling of hers, but this was serious. This called bad news for the Vessel families who planned to marry their progeny to Anna to climb the social ladder or gain a voice in the royal family. Their Wilson family was one of them. Courtney looked away in shame, but a blood pseudopod had extended out of her body and said, "What are they doing? It looks like fun." Hearing Bloodette's comment, Courtney's shame soared to another level, and she hurriedly held her hand out, covering Bloodette's eyes, and said, "You are too young to see this kind of stuff. I am thousands of years older than you." Bloodette protested. After a good long minute, Anna finally let go of her young lover, who gasped for air, and before he could say anything she said, "In my defense, you seduced me." Wiping the lipstick print on my lips, I looked at Anna in annoyance and said, "The venue for the dinner better be good." The reason I did not get angry at Anna's sudden public display of love was that I enjoyed it. "Say no more. You are going to love what I have planned for the evening," Giddy Anna assured. She was ready for a cold shoulder from her young lover, but contrary to her expectation, he showed no such reaction. It seems she has worn him down and torn a hole in his dense heart. This made Anna enthusiastic and even lust for more, but she knew if she did that, then she would be overplaying her hand. Cough, cough. "I think we should head to your workshop, Master Wyatt." Faking his cough, Cole reminded me that it was getting late, and they should head back and call over the client. "Fatty, watch it. You seem to be getting bolder." Anna glared at Cole for butt in her sweet talk with her love. "Anna, Cole is right. We should not keep the client waiting. Let us head to the warehouse," I said before Anna could oppress Cole any further. "Thank you, Master Wyatt, for understanding." Cole Wilson, the son of Wilson, had to be polite to an orphan teenager, not because he is humble. How can a humble person make it as a black marchant? The orphan teenager had the grace of the Southern Emperor and royal family, so he could only be humble to him despite the difference in social status. Wilson considered being humble a necessary part of his job. An arrogant and prideful person would never make it as a black merchant. They deal with a lot of shady customers who welcome the confidence of the merchant, but not their arrogance. It only had one end, the dead end. "Okay, huddle up," said Anna. Her plan was that she would fly us all to the warehouse. It would be faster that way. Hearing Anna, I could not help but turn to look at Cole. Feeling my glance, Cole said, "Master Wyatt, I am only a card overlord. Not everyone is a genius who becomes a card emperor by the time they are 100-year-old. Cole hardly has the patience to practice his active soul control, and combined with this average talent, he had recently forged his ego gem and broke through to the card overlord realm. Even if he could have broken through to the card overlord realm with help of elixirs like the others in similar predicament, he chose not to, because there is no future for card apprentices who step into the card overlord realm without forging an ego gem. His family's elixir can help him with the active soul control, but not the ego gem forging. So it took Cole decades to forge his ego gem. Unlike Anna and Luna, who have inherited the talent of the unparalleled bloodline, Cole, their distant cousin, was not so lucky. This has been his mark of ridicule in the Wilson family and outside. Being lucky enough to be born in the unparalleled bloodline stream, but not being lucky enough to inherit it was a curse, which Cole was fully aware of. But Cole thinks this curse was a blessing because if not for it, he would have never been able to find this talent in making money and would be stuck in the old warrior ways of his family. One only knows what they are capable of when they are the most desperate. Right now, due to his current abilities, he doesn't need the Wilson family, but the Wilson family needs him. So what if he is not a card emperor by the age of 100? With the amount of money he makes, he can hire an army of card emperors and semi-demigods. That is when he came up with a weird life motto. With enough money, one can make the world spin in reverse. Was it wrong of Wilson to think so? The family members who grew up with him are now card kings, and some were even card emperors, and now they were freezing their asses in the way beyond fighting a never-ending battle with supreme beings. Despite their loyalty and dependence on the family, it didn't care if they lived or died, as they were not short of such talents. As for him, the whole family was dependent on him to make some funds to nurture new talents and hefty retirement funds for those that are injured or the families of those that meet a glorified ending in the way beyond. The bullies that made his life hell in his childhood now would walk on eggshells around him. With a few words, he could change the lives of these so-called card kings and card emperors. Not every card apprentice is a card creationist or a master of any other profession. Take Anna, for example. If not for her family, she would have to earn her keep by dungeon diving. And to meet her card emperor level requirements, she could only raid high-level dungeons. Anna is strong, but to clear an SS-rank dungeon alone was simply exhausting, and for regular card emperors, it was impossible. Therefore, even though they are of the card king and emperor realm, they still need to depend on their respective guilds, families, and organizations. The life of a card apprentice with no other trade to live off of was very hard and uncertain. It is because of these people that the card apprentice proficient in different trades are in demand. Sorry, Mr. Cole, I didn't mean to pry. Though I said that I used my soul pupil on Cole to check if he was telling the truth, he was. Got to appreciate this guy's struggle. He made a place for himself where even the mightiest fail. Southern Emperor, I cannot come with you guys. I want to check on the orphanage. I have not visited it for days. The first thing Courtney planned to do when she regained her freedom was to check up on the orphanage she grew up in. As the one who made it out of the orphanage, Courtney took it upon herself to provide for it and keep it running so that it can continue to do the good work it was doing. If not her, who would take care of the cuties in the orphanage? Recently, her visit to the orphanage has been very rare because Clown Mask restricted her. Courtney agreed because Clown Mask agreed to take care of the orphanage. Now that the Clown Mask was gone, Courtney needed to step up. We are finally going to the orphanage. I want to meet the brothers and sisters you brag about. Wait, will they like Bladette? Hearing Courtney was going to the orphanage, Bladette, who has heard a lot of stories of the orphanage from Courtney, could not help but yell in enthusiasm and excitement. But soon her insecurities crawled up. Bladette knows that many humans are disgusted and afraid of her. Therefore, she only extends her head out of Courtney's body in presence of friends. Otherwise, most of the time, she holes up in her body and watches by sharing their senses. Of course they will. After all, you are their elder sister, Bladette. Really? Bladette asked with great anticipation. She also hoped to experience the camaraderie and sibling bond Courtney used to narrate to her. Trust me, Courtney assured Bladette. As her host, she knew all about Bladette's insecurities and desires. After all, they both could share each other's senses and emotions. Courtney has noticed, recently Bladette would not pop out her pseudopod head when she sees something new, and she knew the reason why. Because whenever someone witnesses Bladette extend her pseudopod out, people in their surroundings would express fear at first, and then when they realize Bladette is of no harm to them, they could not hide the look of disgust in their eyes. If it was Courtney, she would say screw you. Her dressing sense was as such. It completely displayed her screw you mentality. But it was not as easy for Bladette, who wanted to get along with everyone and make as many friends as possible. Courtney, I have shared my employee's contact information with you. Contact her. She will help you take care of the orphanage from this day forward. I have already asked her to make arrangements for the children's welfare, schooling, health care, and jobs for the ones that are about to reach legal age. She will be expecting your call. I forwarded Diana's contact information to Courtney. Feingold was expanding, and they would require new employees, and orphanage had a lot of abled and desperate young adults that wanted to make something of them. The jobs I spoke of here were nothing fancy, but bottom-level jobs enough for them to make a living and save for their future. You didn't have to do this. Courtney has single-handedly been taking care of the orphanage for a year now. She was confident she could continue to do so further. Now with Bloodette to help her, things would get easier. Don't argue, just accept it. The children would not you to pause your life for theirs. This way you all can live your lives. Consider it as my gift to you. I would be stupid to let someone as loyal and trustworthy as Courtney be stuck in a third-rate city. She was loyal and strong for me to trust my back to her. Courtney was too good for this third-rate city. She had a bigger stage to shine on. Okay, do what you have to, but if try to pull one on me, then be prepared to face the consequences that will follow. Trust me, you wouldn't want that. Anna warned Courtney to keep the rules of her partial freedom in mind. I know. Courtney replied coldly, and summoning her hoverbike she speed away. Cousin, let's go, said Cole impatiently. It has been way past the time he had stipulated to his client. This was one of his regular clients. He did not want to keep them waiting as it was bad for business. The hell? I am not your cab, you damned fatty. I have shared the location of the warehouse to your grimoire. Get there by yourself. Anna cussed at Cole for hurrying her, and turning to me she said, Wyatt, I am too tired from carrying this fat dumbass around. How about we commute using your hoverbike? Anna's intentions couldn't be clearer. Shaking my head, I said, Okay. Cole shook his head in dismay as looked at his domineering cousin sitting on the back of the hoverbike while hugging her lover from behind and resting her head on his broad back. She no longer looked domineering but appeared like a lovesick maiden. As the person who knew the competition among the families for their progenies to be Anna's husband, he could not help but worry for the future of this new investment, Dalton Wyatt. Cole summoned his hover car to follow the couple, but the route pointed by the location shared by his cousin varied from the one they took. That was when Cole realized that this was the hint from his lovesick cousin for him, warning him not to take the same route as them and be the third wheel. If he didn't want to shorten his lifespan, he better travel by the route she sent to his grimoire. Cursing all the couples in the world, Cole took the route his psycho cousin had shared in his grimoire. Date, April 2nd, 2321. Time, 1637. Location, Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Mr. Ronnie, your origin card is indeed one of a kind. No wonder Butcher Bob didn't hesitate to kidnap you. If your origin card was to be baptized a few times, you can easily become fierce competition for him. I did not know that the monster corpses could be processed so efficiently. Not to mention the using the bones to make the packaging material for the processed meat. This origin card is really ingenious. Agatha was full of praise for Ronnie's origin card. When Ronnie visited and thanked them for rescuing him, Agatha used her cards and mental strength to inspect Ronnie. She found no anomaly in his body, which made her think that maybe extracting the origin card was nothing but outlandish bullshit used by their employer's men to explain Ronnie's temporary coma. Agatha tried to inquire him about the incident, but he said that he was unconscious the whole time. So she moved on from it and inquired Ronnie why was he kidnapped. Learning about his origin card, Agatha could not help but think that Ronnie would be a good investment for her master and herself. Ronnie was a card student, right? His origin card had a lot of room to grow. By the time Ronnie becomes a card lord and forges his ego gem, his origin card would have undergone numerous baptisms, and its value and capabilities would have increased considerably. With proper support, this origin card could reel in huge profits. But Agatha wasn't sure if her master would be interested in investing this, but she was very interested and thought that it was a worthy investment. ABA has never seen Agatha so interested in something, so she did not disturb her with her antics. Jackie was thankful to these ladies from the Wolf Fong mercenary had rescued her baby daddy, but seeing how he drooled over them, she started to feel like maybe they shouldn't have rescued him and left him to die. She could not help but notice that Ronnie has become more self-absorbed ever since he got his origin card. Your Majesty, if my origin card was half as good as you say, I will be lucky, Ronnie replied humbly to Agatha. He has attended the Prestige Academy of Culinary Arts and knew how good his card was. He didn't require others to tell him about its potential. He had already experienced it by seeing how the Butcher Bob was willing to make him a country hick his son-in-law. You are indeed lucky to have such a resourceful origin card. Agatha was a little envious of Ronnie's origin card. She thought if she had 10,000 arms, she could serve her master 10,000 times better. Ronnie was really proud of his origin card, seeing how even a semi-demigod was envious of it. He didn't even know that there was a realm called card semi-demigod before today. He used to be ashamed of his fate ingredient, but now he was proud of it. Your Majesty, we are indeed lucky to have a brother-in-law like Wyatt. This card is his grace. Wyatt created this origin card for free as a gift for our unborn baby. Seeing that my husband was good for nothing and would not be able to provide for our baby or die raiding a dungeon, he created an origin card that would help Ronnie earn money without having to enter the dungeon. Jackie sang the praise of her brother-in-law, and looking at her husband, she said, "If not for his greed, we wouldn't have faced this disaster." "What do you mean? I did every for our baby. What can't you understand about that?" Ronnie spoke in dissatisfaction. "All you had to do was follow Wyatt's instruction and complete the crash course in 3 months without gathering much attention. Instead, you became greedy and almost got yourself killed." Jackie did not want to reveal that the man she trusted life to had betrayed her brother-in-law's trust, so she swallowed most of the words she wanted to yell at Ronnie, and then yelled, "Don't you dare drag our unborn baby into this. You did it for you, to satisfy your greed. How dare you throw the blame on our unborn child?" Jackie was kind of disgusted by Ronnie at present. Earlier, she too agreed with Ronnie's mindset, but after talking with her in-laws and thinking of coming to beg her brother-in-law to save her husband, she spent an entire night thinking about the entire incident and realized that what Ronnie did was a betrayal of trust and good grace. Now that she understood it, she couldn't help but feel disgusted toward Ronnie and cannot believe that she was foolish enough to run away from her home trusting this man. Hearing Jackie's words, Ronnie thought his wife sounded more like his mother and father. He clearly saw the disgust for him in the eyes of the love of his life, shattering all his pride for his origin card. "You, Jackie, I understand my faults. Please trust me. I will not repeat them again." Is this what they called couple spat? And why is she praising that greedy bastard Wyatt instead of her husband? Now Wyatt is my friend, so is it wrong to call him names? ABA couldn't help but wonder. Unlike ABA, Agatha was not interested in the couple's fight. What caught her attention was that Jackie's brother-in-law had created Ronnie's origin card. Agatha could not help but marvel at the young card creationist's abilities. She had read the card info of the enchanted blood slime spirit card, and she was impressed. Now she could not help wonder if the young card creationist could create cards like Ronnie's origin card, 10,000 Armed Butcher. If yes, then Ronnie's origin card would become obsolete, and he no longer seemed worth investing. Instead, she can have the card creationist create a few similar cards for a price and hire some trustworthy card apprentice to start her own independent business. It sounded a lot better than investing in Ronnie. But of chance, if he couldn't create similar cards to Ronnie's origin card, so she didn't want to lose Ronnie either and decided to recruit him. It wouldn't hurt to have him around. If the card creationist can recreate Ronnie's origin card as a normal card, then she can keep Ronnie as a regular employee. If not, she can treat him as an investment. Either way, she would not be making any losses. So she went ahead with her plan to recruit Ronnie. "Mr. Ronnie, I will be straight with you. I am planning to pursue a business venture in monster meat processing, and I would like you to join my organization. Of course, you will not be treated badly and compensated appropriately for your hard work." Agatha put forward a proposal to Ronnie. It did not have any specific promises and terms. It had a very loose interpretation of what Ronnie would stand to gain by joining her organization. "Your Majesty, I am sorry, but we will have to decline your offer. My husband is already working for his cousin, so he cannot join your organization." Jackie did not wait for Ronnie to make his own decision and immediately answered for him, fearing that her greedy and opportunistic husband would agree to Agatha's proposal, forgetting the grace they owe to his cousin. Agatha already expected this kind of answer from Jackie, but Ronnie was different. She could see ambition in his eyes and knew he would not hesitate to take the olive branch she has extended to him. "I am sorry, Your Majesty. As my wife said, I'm happy where I am." Ronnie rejected Agatha's proposal. There are 2 reasons for that. The first was because Jackie preferred him to work for his cousin, and the second was because he was too weak. The incident with Butcher Bob's men was a once-in-a-lifetime lesson for Ronnie that the strong have no obligation to keep their promises to the weak. Agatha's intentions for him were clear. She wants to use him. If he were to agree to her today, he will be her slave for the rest of his life. Ronnie wouldn't mind being a slave if it meant Jackie and his unborn baby can be taken care of, but he knew Agatha has no obligation to protect him, his wife, and his unborn baby. But the same was not true for his cousin. Ronnie felt so, because his cousin had saved his life twice even though he didn't have to and had asked nothing in return. As for the capability of his cousin compared to a semi-demigod, since the said semi-demigod was waiting in his cousin's warehouse, then it couldn't be an overstatement to say that his cousin was a capable person too. Fine. Agatha was taken aback by being rejected by a card student no less. Her pride as the semi-demigod didn't allow her to try and negotiate with Ronnie. Now all her hopes of starting a business venture in monster meat processing depended on Ronnie's cousin, whether he can create regular cards similar to Ronnie's origin card or not. Thank you, Your Majesty, for understanding. Ronnie replied humbly, thinking, Cousin, I have angered this great god trusting you. I hope you come through for the sake of my unborn baby. Jackie, who was thinking she was a fool to run away trusting this man of hers, hearing Ronnie resolutely reject Agatha, was delighted, especially when he turned to give her a gentle but reassuring smile as he said, as my wife said. Jackie felt like she was in love all over again. Then she shyly reached out for her husband's hand and interlocked their fingers together. Feeling the warmth from Jackie interlocking her fingers with his, Ronnie couldn't help but let out a satisfied smile, thinking, women are so easy to please. Agatha noticed the little action of the couple and couldn't help but feel disgusted. Annoyed and irritated, she wanted to leave the place before she showed her ugly side to her princess, but when she turned to look at the warehouse in trance, she noticed a fat figure enter the warehouse. Hello, is this Master Wyatt's card boutique? Cole asked, looking at people in the warehouse. Yes, it is. Master Wyatt is not available at the moment. Jackie got up and hurried to greet the customer. Surprising Ronnie, ABA, and Agatha, who knew that Jackie didn't work here, yet she acted too professionally enough to fool them into thinking she did work here. Huh, I see. Hearing the pregnant receptionist, Cole couldn't help but wonder. Clearly I took the longest route here, so why are they late? Damned couples. Thinking of a certain steamy possibility, Cole couldn't help but cuss every couple in the world. If you don't mind me asking, how may I address you and what is the purpose of your visit? You can leave a message, but if it is urgent you can wait. Master Wyatt may arrive any minute now. Jackie said, looking at the overweight customer who seemed to be lost in his thoughts. I am Cole Wilson, and I have already spoken to Master Wyatt. He must be arriving. Please don't mind me as I wait for him, said Cole politely as he headed to the couch. Sure. Would you like water, tea, coffee, or cold drinks? Jackie offered Cole beverages. Just a glass of plain water, Cole answered. Splendid, replied Jackie and headed towards the kitchen to fetch a glass of water for the customer. Jackie remembers the layout of the warehouse from her stay here in the past. Nothing much has changed. Reaching the couch, Cole was shocked to see Agatha and the little girl next to her. If he couldn't recognize them, then he has failed as a black merchant. Cole Wilson greets Her Majesty ABA Windsor and Agatha Williams. Cole greeted ABA and Agatha with appropriate eloquence. Finally, someone who recognizes my greatness in this dump of a city, said ABA. She was used to being respected and treated as the center of the party, but ever since she came to this city, she is met with continuous ridicule and shame. There is a limit to how much a person can take. Anna was a lot. Now that she found someone to satisfy her vanity, ABA could not help but get excited. Wilson? The vessel family of the Heatsend family, Agatha asked Cole in annoyance. The reason they were stuck in this city was to train her princess, and the presence of someone like Cole was a hindrance to it. So she didn't really welcome Cole's presence. Yes, Your Majesty. You are correct. Cole answered politely, suppressing the greed in his eyes. Demigod Windsor and his special ability were a hot commodity in the market. Even if people are willing to pay Demigod's expensively high service fee, they cannot get an appointment, as Demigod Windsor was a busy person. If Cole were somehow able to gain the confidence of Demigod Windsor, then he would have made it a big time as a black merchant. But that was easier said than done. Many people have tried to get close to him, but nobody could approach him. And even if they were able to successfully approach him, they could not escape the scrutiny of his special ability. But right now all these hurdles did not exist in Cole's mind. All he cared about was how to use ABA to approach her father, Demigod Windsor. As for the rest, he had to approach Demigod Windsor first to worry about them. Otherwise, they were just useless worries. As Cole was hatching his plan to get inexperienced and gullible ABA to do his bidding while avoiding her caretaker Agatha's suspicion, he heard his cousin's voice. Wyatt. I did not do it on purpose. Whatever, I answered, and walking toward Cole I said, Mr. Cole, have you sent the coordinates to your client? I sent them the minute I arrived here. They should be arriving any second now, answered Cole. Seeing the crowd outside, Jackie, who fetched a glass of water, did not know how to react and choose to just give the water to the intended person, Cole. Here, Mr. Cole, your glass of water, said Jackie, handing Cole a glass of water. Seeing Jackie serve Cole water, I couldn't help but frown. I am thirsty too, said ABA, looking at Jackie, who replied, I will get it right away. Jackie, what are you doing? I asked Jackie in a stern voice. Master Wyatt, big sis Susan wasn't here, so I just wanted to help. Jackie was startled by her brother-in-law's stern voice. She didn't understand what she did wrong for him to react as such. You are pregnant, you don't need to do this. Let your husband fill in for Susan. I know that Jackie is as much as rotten as Ronnie, but I couldn't watch a pregnant woman toil around when an able grown-ass man was doing nothing. Yes, honey, Wyatt is right. You should sit and rest. I will get the water. Ronnie immediately chimed in, while Jackie couldn't help but feel that she doesn't deserve such a caring brother-in-law. Wait, why are you guys still here? Don't you know Uncle and Auntie are worried sick about you? I felt a headache for Ronnie's loving parents. They should disown this heartless bastard and live in peace. After all, he is the source of all trouble in the life they built for themselves, which was no more, and this asshole was the one to be blamed. Ronnie wanted to say he lost track of time and make other nonsense excuses, but was interrupted by his cousin. Don't waste time explaining to me. Head home right away, I ordered the couple. Yes, Ronnie replied affirmatively, and then grabbing hold of his pregnant wife's wrist he headed out, but was stopped by his wife, who looked at his cousin and said, Thank you. Thank you for everything. No problem. Now head home, you two, I said, feeling that Jackie was being genuine. Seeing the couple exit the warehouse, ABA asked in dissatisfaction, What about my water? Are you pregnant? I asked ABA. How dare you ask that to me? ABA exploded, being asked if she was pregnant, but before she could finish she was interrupted by me as I repeating myself sternly. I asked, Are you pregnant? No, embarrassed and enraged, ABA shouted. Then go get your damn water yourself. Aren't you ashamed to ask a pregnant girl to fetch you a glass of water? I reprimanded ABA, while Agatha, just watch it all happen. After all, this was the true purpose of their stay here. Cough, cough. Hearing my words, Cole choked on the water he was drinking. How can you speak to me like that? I am your friend. ABA complained. Princess, that's what friends do, correct you when you are doing things wrong. Agatha stepped in to calm ABA and help her understand where she was wrong and how should she react in such a situation. But I just asked for a glass of water. ABA spoke, defending herself. Since Agatha would support her no matter if she said that she did something wrong, then ABA had no other choice but to accept it. Princess, you are smart. You know where you went wrong. Agatha did not argue with ABA, but let her decide herself and reach a conclusion. What happened? Why is my little baby so down in the dumps? A mature feminine voice suddenly sounded in the room. Everyone turns to see the source of the voice, only to find a mature lady with graying hair, clearly showing the sign of entering the wise age from mature age. Grandma Asong, what are you doing here? Looking at the mature lady, ABA yelled in surprise and rushed into her embrace. Your Majesty Asong. Agatha greeted the mature lady hurriedly, and then Cole followed her, saying, Madam Asong, you are here. ABA, how many times should I remind you not to call me Grandma? For God's sake, I am younger than your father? The mature lady named Asong seemed not to like being called Grandma by ABA, but still tolerated it. Sorry, ABA apologized, sticking out her tongue. Clearly her apology wasn't sincere, and she planned to tease her again. Fatty, Asong was your client? You should have told me earlier. Anna also seemed to know Asong, and from her tone, they seemed to be on good terms. There are a lot of familiar faces here. Anna, it has been a while. I hear a rumor that you no longer party. Is it true? Asong greeted Anna while ABA still continued to embrace her. Yes, your words came true, Anna answered mysteriously while looking at me. Haha. Good. Good. I am happy for you, said Asong, and turning to Cole she said, Cole, I thought this was a third-rate city, so why are you all here? Did I miss something? Madam Asong, I cannot answer for everyone, but we are here for Master Wyatt. He is the card creationist I spoke about. Cole introduced me to Asong and then added, Master Wyatt, this Madame Asong, she is your client. Hello, Madame Asong. Pleased to meet you. I greeted my client. Since I did not know how to address her, so followed Cole's choice of words. After Cole introduced us, with a gentle smile Asong looked at me and asked, Hello, Master Wyatt. Aren't you a little too young for a golden grade card creationist? Yes, I am. Well, I must say that I am really quite impressed. Madame Asong, don't worry. Despite his age, Master Wyatt is a very capable card creationist. Cole vouched for me in front of his client, which was given. If he cannot even vouch for me, he should not have contacted me in the first place. Cole's words were not enough to assure Asong. She knew Cole had to say that. After all, he will get a hefty commission out of this. You would say that? ABA commented, and turning to the Asong she added, Auntie Asong, though he is rude, he is a very good card creationist. You can trust him. Hearing the little devil ABA vouch for the young card creationist Asong was taken aback, as ABA has never gotten along with anyone of her age, and considering her high standards the boy should know his stuff for him to gain approval from ABA. Seeing her Aunt Asong was still not convinced, ABA turned to Agatha and signaled her to say some good words about her friend. Agatha, who wanted to get her hands on regular cards similar to Ronnie's origin card, so she followed her princess's instruction without hesitation, as this would be a good way to get on the good side of the young card creationist. Your Majesty Asong, please don't underestimate Master Wyatt's capabilities because of his age. He is a very capable and innovative card creationist who doesn't stick to the conventional methods or fear testing the boundaries. If you require a truly unique origin card, then you are in good hands. Old friend, you are silent for once, Asong said, glancing at Anna, who was awfully quiet. I trust him. You should too. Anna said a few words, but they were powerful and more than enough to say and mean everything meant to be said. Little guy, you come highly recommended. It is good to see someone of your age with such high achievements. It seems my work in the capital wasn't for nothing. The gentle demeanor of Asong never left the room, but it also didn't allow anyone to underestimate her. It had majesty to it, as if anybody who looked at Asong couldn't help but want to put her on a pedestal and just bathe in her gentle wisdom. Everyone spoke of Asong as if she was a big deal, but I could discern her realm. She was a card soldier. Yes, a card soldier. To be sure that I wasn't being tricked by some realm suppression card, I used my soul pupils to check her realm. She was indeed in the card soldier realm, and her soul pathways were a mess. They seemed to be clogged up with a lot of impurities. And her health was concerning, as it seemed to be deteriorating. It was already a miracle that this woman was standing. Asong's body displayed a very rare condition found in a few card apprentices, but what was more fascinating to me was that the card overlord realm Cole addressed her as Madam. Well, he has to because she was his client, but a card semi-demigod. Agatha, too, showed respect to Asong and addressed her the same way she would to her master. Not to mention, ABA seemed to be very close to her, and Anna too. Who was this woman, for a semi-demigod to show her respect? Wyatt, meet one of the key figures of the government and one of the most respected figures of the capital, Asong Young. She is solely responsible for most of the new reforms in our laws, the good ones of course. Anna proudly introduced me to her friend Asong. Anna, don't put me on a pedestal. I am just another woman doing my job, Asong said humbly. Learning of Asong's profession and her relationship with ABA, I finally made a connection to why ABA would go on from trying to establish the history's strongest mercenary group to founding the New World Government when the three mischiefs decimate the old one. Then I had my super brain scour through the Grimoire network to find out every information on Asong Young. In a second, the super brain provided me with every article on Asong Young. Anna had already informed me of Asong's political achievements, so I skipped that and looked into why a card soldier was so well respected and received by a semi-demigod. Asong Young is the direct descendant of the prominent noble Young family known for its political presence since the founding of the new government. Asong Young is one of the late bloomer card apprentices. She contracted her grimoire in her 50s, but that didn't stop her from going to the government at the age of 27 and making waves in the capital. As a politician, Asong Young can be called the voice of the unrepresented and the minority. What surprised me was that most of her reformers passed by the government were mostly capitalist, which seemed to mostly benefit the hard-working people, not just the card apprentice. But the rich still had an edge over the hardworking. This was unfair, but still a big win for common people, because in this world, if you are not a card apprentice, then you are worse than domesticated animals. Scrolling through the articles on Ah Sung-young, I found one which had mentioned Anna and Ah Sung attending college together, which meant that Ah Sung had lived more than 100 years, which begs the question, if she became a card apprentice in her 50s then 50 years later. At present, why was Ah Sung's realm so low? I know that late bloomers have a very low talent, but still, Ah Sung's family was loaded. She could just pump her with enough soul jades until she breaks through to the card overlord realm. Well, I think the impurities clogging her soul pathways were responsible for this. If Ah Sung were somehow able to get rid of the impurities clogging her soul pathways, then it would be a different story. Madam Ah Sung, it is an honor to meet you. Please, forgive my rudeness earlier. Now that I knew why the others kicked up a fuss about Ah Sung, I decided to appear a little enthusiastic. Master Wyatt, don't be polite. I prefer your frank attitude. Ah Sung replied with her signature gentle smile. Then, I will follow your orders. Good people are hard to come by, but now that I meet one, I decided to show her my respect. The articles on the Grimoire network weren't enough for me to reach such a conclusion about Ah Sung. I had accessed Clown Mask's memories, though it did not have a lot about Ah Sung except that the Supreme Leader's henchman killed her because she was the one who kept trying to pass a bill that would require the Central Region to update and add new arrays to their city arrays, and one of these city protection arrays was the Dome of Judgment, which would target the dark forces, especially undead. This was bad news for the Supreme Leader, who was building a lich army by sacrificing card apprentices and planned to use them to storm the cities of the Central Region and overthrow the government. The more I learned about Ah Sung-young, the more I felt that she was the reason ABA went on to become the future of humanity in this world. Haha, Anna, you have found an interesting guy. Ah Sung laughed, and turning to Agatha, she inquired. I can understand why Anna is here. What about you guys? What are you two doing this far down the south? Hearing Ah Sung inquire about them, ABA, who was still in Ah Sung's embrace, buried her head deeper into Ah Sung's umbrella frock, knowing that it was her fault that Agatha and she were stuck here. About that, Agatha did not know how to explain to Ah Sung what was happening here. Therefore, she was relieved when Anna interrupted. They are my hostage. That brat tried to murder someone just because he called her short. Anna answered Ah Sung, giving her a brief, but enough explanation to know that ABA was the culprit here. I see. So your temper hasn't gone yet. How, ABA? You know where you went wrong. You are grown enough to know what to do next, so I will not say any further, said Ah Sung as she gently brushed ABA's hair, as Anna's head was buried in her frock. ABA nodded her head, which was still buried in Ah Sung's frock, messing it a little. Good. It is rare for me to be surrounded by my friends. So let us not waste time and get to the matter at hand, and then we all can enjoy a merry dinner. Master Wyatt, I trust Anna. Since she trusts you, I will be in your care. The gentleness behind Ah Sung's words did not undermine its authority. Everybody in the room felt like they were a part of the upcoming origin card creation. Your Majesty, Ah Sung, if you don't mind, I would like to cook the dinner. Agatha offered. She wanted to cook for Ah Sung, mostly because she did not wish for the flavorless food of this third-rate city to affect Ah Sung's appetite. Sure, dear. I would prefer a home-cooked meal over a takeout any day. Ah Sung accepted Agatha's heartfelt offer. Thank you, Your Majesty. If you are carving something, please order. I will try my best. Agatha was delighted that Ah Sung had agreed to her request. Surprise me. Ah Sung answered, leaving Agatha the heavy burden of choosing the menu for tonight's dinner. Leave it to me. I will get right to it. Agatha said, overzealously taking the dinner preparation as a challenge. Master Wyatt, you won't mind if I use the warehouse kitchen, right? Agatha asked me. Hearing Agatha, I turned to look at Anna. After all, we both had made prior plans for tonight. Feeling my gaze, Anna looked at me and signaled that it was okay. We could move our dinner date. Ah Sung was Anna's good friend. Anna wanted to spend time with her. Sure, if there is some for me, I said, reminding Agatha to not pull the same stunt that she pulled during lunch, and added, the warehouse kitchen is not well equipped. You will have to be resourceful. Thank you, Master Wyatt, said giddy Agatha as she hopped towards the warehouse kitchen. but I frowned as she didn't agree that there would be some for me. Master Wyatt, let me know the card ingredients you require. I will make them available through my channels, said Cole, reminding me that we should get to preparing for Asong's origin card creation. Mr. Cole, you don't have to go through the trouble for small stuff. I have a personal manager who will be responsible for the card ingredients. But if I do require rare card ingredients, I will have to trouble Mr. Cole, I said. Okay then. Cole agreed. Madam Asong, please introduce me to your fate ingredient, I asked. Sure, saying that Asong summoned a fancy but huge wooden storage truck and took out a big oval clamshell and said, my fate ingredient is an A-rank deep-water clam monster bivalve shell. Can I hold it? I asked Asong, looking at the smooth and shiny oval-shaped clam monster bivalve shell, about 2 meters in length. It could fit a human inside it. Yes, please. Asong passed me the bivalve shell. Despite its appearance, it was lightweight and very sturdy. Clam monsters are usually found in S-rank and above ocean field dungeons, deep in the ocean where the water pressure is so strong that even a card king has a hard time swimming in there. Yet these A-rank clam monsters exist there thanks to their strong shells. Both sides of the bivalve shell would make good shields. But that would be a waste of such a precious fate ingredient. Madam Asong, since you had Mr. Cole search for an innovative card creationist, then should I take it that you have a plan for your fate ingredient? Considering Asong's status and family background, hiring a diamond-grade grimoire artist was not a problem, but the problem must be that they weren't willing to follow her plans for her origin card. Master Wyatt, my plan is straightforward. I will listen to what you can do using my fate ingredient, and if it satisfies my preference, then we can continue to the next stage, but if doesn't, then I will compensate for your time. I usually don't have a habit of explaining to my clients the origin card I am going to create for them. All I can say is that I will be creating something you need, and it is going to cost you a lot. I said what I usually say to all my clients that had their origin card created by me, and then added, I can promise that it is not going to be a glorified shield or any shield-type card you have seen before. Master Wyatt, I appreciate your confidence, but it seems we have reached an impasse, said Asong. Mr. Cole, I thought you informed Madam Asong about how I did business. I did not argue with Asong, and instead questioned Cole. After all, he was getting paid for setting up this meet. Sorry, Master Wyatt. Please give me a second. Cole was sweating bullets. Originally, he wasn't well known enough to represent Asong, but he got her as a client through mutual exchange with a fellow black merchant for the dibs on the sales of an SSS rank card ingredient. Cole chose an A-list public figure as a client over the hefty compensation of the sales of an SSS rank card ingredient without batting an eye, but soon regretted after trying to satisfy Asong's insane requirements for her origin card. His cousin's young lover wasn't his first choice as the card creationist for Asong. There were several others, but they all failed to satisfy Asong, and finally, Cole stopped looking for well-known card creationists and started searching for dark horses making a name for themselves in the card creation field. His cousin's young lover was one of them, but he seemed to be more stubborn, arrogant, and demanding than the renowned card creationists. Cole suffered a huge headache stuck between Asong and his cousin's young lover. Madam Asong, these are the few of the origin cards created by Master Wyatt that clearly display his creativity and that he is not afraid of trying something new. Cole hurriedly showed a catalog of origin cards created by his cousin's lover. They are indeed unique and innovative, but Cole, this is not what I asked for. Asong knew what she wanted and did not fall for Cole's persuasion. Sigh, madam. I know what you want, but look at these cards. Don't you think their creator will definitely create something worthy of you? Cole knew nobody in the world could meet Asong's insane ideals for her origin card, so he wanted to persuade her into trusting his cousin's lover. A black merchant's job was like a fixer. They had to get what the client wants, which sometimes even involved convincing the customer that what the black merchant had in stock was the best option for them, and persuade them into buying something that they wouldn't buy at some other time. Therefore, Cole turned to look at Anna, Asong's trusted friend, and signaled for help in persuading Asong. This was the main reason why Cole chose to introduce Asong to his cousin's lover. Anna frowned when she saw Cole look at her. She knew how adamant, stubborn, and picky Asong could be about her origin card. This is the reason why Anna kept quiet and didn't recommend her crush to Asong until Asong herself sought for her opinion. Asong, it has been 5 years since you found your fate ingredient. Stop being picky and let Wyatt do what he does best. Trust me, you are going to love the outcome. Anna didn't want to persuade Asong, but the damned fatty kept begging her with his eyes. Finally, she agreed, thinking that this would be a good thing for her lover's resume. Anna, I thought you were staying out of this one, said Asong with a gentle smile. This time, her gentle smile wasn't enough to mask the meaning behind her words. Everyone in the room could feel that Asong wouldn't let anyone pressure her into doing something she did not want to. Tisk. Anna clicked her tongue in annoyance and gave Cole a glare, almost giving him a heart attack. Auntie Asong, Wyatt is indeed a capable card creationist. You can trust him to create a useful and unique origin card for you. Look, this is the card he created for me. ABA came forward to help her friend by persuading her aunt to utilize his services. Interesting. Is this a mutant slime? I haven't heard of this one, but it seems to be capable of taking over a horde of monsters by itself. Impressive. Asong looked at her friend's lover with a curious gaze and thought he must be something to be capable enough to captivate her friend's heart. But all this was not enough for her to trust the creation of her origin card to a high schooler she had just met. I get that a lot. I said, knowing Asong wasn't going to one of my clients unless something drastic happened to change her mind. Haha, I see. This card is indeed worthy of your pride. Alas, we were not meant to be. Asong said, knowing that the young card creationist was going to stick to his principles and not going to make any concessions for her. She respected that even though it meant her visit here was waste of time. Asong, I heard that you are suppressing your realm so that you don't want to waste a chance of your baptism for your origin card. Anna suddenly spoke. Was it my mom? She worries too much. But yes, you heard right, answered Asong. Yeah, right. I blurted, knowing Asong was lying, but soon regretted it, as every eye in the room looked towards me. Young man, you have something to say? Asked Asong, masking her passive-aggressive tone with her gentle smile. Madam Asong, I love how you can mask your thoughts with that gentle smile of yours. I did not want to say anything, but since you asked, yes, I do want to point out that you are lying. Hearing me call Asong a liar to her face, everyone in the warehouse held their breath. But Asong herself did not seem to be offended. Instead, she held her peaceful smile and gracefully said, Master Wyatt, if you can't provide a good explanation, your words will have serious consequences. As Asong said those words, I could hear a slight, odd vibration in the surrounding soul pathways. Alerted, I checked the surroundings using my soul pupils. Following the vibration of the soul pathways a few miles up in the sky, I found a total of 10 card apprentices' soul pathways hovering. To my surprise, these soul pathways were of card semi-demigods. Then I turned to look at Asong, who just passive-aggressively threatened me. Asong, ask your men to watch it. Anna reminded Asong, while indirectly warning her semi-demigod bodyguards. Anna knew the existence of Asong's bodyguards the moment Asong teleported to the warehouse. Anna, it is okay. I can take care of this. I signaled Anna to let me handle this. Hearing me, Anna looked at me with reluctance in her eyes. Clearly, she did not know how her capable but weak lover planned to handle this situation. Anna, don't baby him. Let the boy talk. I want to see if he is just an ignorant smart mouth or really knows his stuff, Asong said while keeping a mild smile and maintaining her gracefulness. Yet her eyes shot a gaze sharper than a knife at me. Ignoring Asong's sharp gaze, I said, Madam Asong, you are not suppressing your realm, but you cannot go further in your active soul control. If you force it by using soul jades, your health keeps deteriorating. You already know this, therefore you came up with a lie to avoid practicing active soul control. Or should I say you keep using your origin card as a shield to avoid declaring your condition to your family and close ones. You can try denying my words, but this is the truth. Impressive. I did not know that Aura's sight allowed the card apprentice to diagnose another card apprentice, said Asong, showing that she too had done her background search on me. Considering that she carried around 10 semi-demigod bodyguards along with her, it was not surprising that they did a background check on me. After learning who Asong was going to meet, it would be surprising if they didn't. Should I be impressed too? I asked Asong with a blank expression. Compared to what you just showed, I guess whatever I do wouldn't seem that impressive, said Asong, shaking her head elegantly. Now that you got your explanation, please leave my property. I don't entertain people that threaten me, even if it was passive-aggressively. I really hated it when people tried to test me. I can understand it if they were doing so out of concern for whether their card creation was in good hands or not, but Asong didn't have such intentions. She clearly did not plan to have her origin card made, as she wanted to keep using it as an excuse to stop forcefully practicing her active soul control using soul jades. After all, it was affecting her health negatively. I don't know why she felt the need to lie about this, and I no longer cared. What about a client? Since you already exposed my charade, I might as well get my origin card created. Just promise me it will not be a shield. Ah-sung asked with a mischievous smile. This smile seemed more genuine than the gentle smile of hers that she has been using to mask her passive-aggressive reactions. Clients are always welcome, and a shield would not suit a graceful client such as yourself. I did ask Ah-sung to vacate my property, but that was when she was a nobody. But now she was my cash cow, client. So, she was welcomed with open arms. Decisive, I like it. Anna, you found yourself a good one. Ah-sung complimented. Ah-sung, is what he said true? Anna asked Ah-sung in concern. Yes, and I don't want to talk about it. Let's not worry about that. I want to enjoy my origin card creation since I don't know if I have the time to enjoy my second origin card reaction. There was a reason Ah-sung looked like in her mid-50s, even though Anna, her classmate, looked in her 20s. That was because she was a late bloomer. The aging of the card apprentice's body gets slower as they contract a grimoire, and the rate of decrease in aging depended on the realm of the card apprentice. So, even though Anna was more than 100 years old, she had the appearance of someone in her 20s, while Ah-sung, who contracted her grimoire in her 50s, had the appearance of someone in her 50s. Considering that she was a card soldier, she didn't have a lot of life to live. Therefore, her mother forced her to use soul jades to break through to the higher realm. But Ah-sung, who knew that forcefully cultivating active soul control will only shorten her life, came up with a lie to postpone all her troubles. Fine, but if you need someone to talk to, I am here. Anna understood Ah-sung, so she did not force her worry on Ah-sung. Auntie, are you dying? ABA asked Ah-sung with teary eyes. Though ABA was ignorant, she knew it was already a miracle for a card soldier to live past 110 years old. ABA, honey, didn't I just say that I don't want to talk about it? Ah-sung asked with her signature gentle smile. But ABA was about to break into tears, but was interpreted by Ah-sung's sharp words. ABA, if you cry, I will get angry. Woo-woo. Hearing Ah-sung, ABA broke into tears and ran toward the kitchen, where Agatha was busy cooking a bountiful meal, unaware of what was happening outside. Glancing at the fleeing ABA, Ah-sung sighed and threw a playful glance at me, saying, Look what you did. Me? I looked at Ah-sung in stupefaction and said, You forced me to. Whatever, now that the truth is out there. The old fossils in the government will take this as an opportunity to give me permanent leave. I still had so much work to do. While knowing that there are capable talents in the future generations such as yourself, I can rest assured knowing that you guys will continue my work. Ah-sung sighed. Wait, hold up, back up a little bit. Don't throw your unfinished work at us. You can leave when you have completed your work. Your origin card. Take it as thanks from our generation to you for your work. All I meant was that Ah-sung could stop sighing, as her origin card was going to be the solution to her problem. Ah-sung looked at the kid and could not help but think where his confidence came from, and then added, It looks like you guys plan to work this old lady to her bones. I was looking forward to the permanent leave. Well, old-timer, we want to play around for a while. So hold down the fort for a little longer, will you? I said, looking at Ah-sung, who kept sighing. If you put it like that, I have no choice but to work myself to death. But promise me that you will grow up strong and beautiful. Ah-sung did not mind working herself to death if she could save a few more innocent smiles. Now that's where I draw the line, I said, putting a stop to the cringe. Hearing me, Ah-sung burst into laughter and said, It has been a while since I have been myself. Master Wyatt, you are something else. Boy, back off. He is spoken for. Anna butted in, feeling that the way her friend looked at her crush was not right. Okay, Mama Bear, Ah-sung said, teasing her friend. Anna snorted at her friend's comment, but the corners of her mouth raised, feeling the moment. Out of everyone in the warehouse, Cole was the one who was excited the most because he was going to achieve the impossible in the world of black merchants. He was going to close the Ah-sung Young account. With this, his reputation in his world would soar by 100-folds. But that wasn't enough for Cole, as he had another huge prey set in his sight, Demigod Windsor. With Ah-sung Young and ABA Windsor's recommendation, it would be easy for him to get an interview with Demigod Windsor, and for what came next, it was up to his charm. Master Wyatt, jokes apart, can I take your words seriously? Ah-sung knew she was running on borrowed time and tried to search for a solution for her condition, but even in this magical world, immortality was still a mystery yearned by all and acquired by none. Be it a card student or a card demigod, they all had to leave this stage one day. I never make promises that I cannot keep, I assured Ah-sung. Then I will be in your care, Ah-sung said politely. She has been to many card creationists and heard the kind of origin card they can create with her fate ingredient, but none as bizarre as the card creationist in front of her claimed. Despite her doubts, Ah-sung decided to hire him to help create her origin card because she wanted to check what the younger generation she was fighting to improve was capable of. Yes, she was taking a gamble on the idea she was fighting for. Well, then it is decided. Master Wyatt, please name the ingredients that your people cannot find in this city. I will get them, Giddy Cole announced. Thank you, Mr. Cole. Saying that I send the list of ingredients to Susan, asking her to go through them and list the ones that she cannot procure even with the help of the fine gold. A few minutes later, I received Susan's reply with a list of ingredients that she cannot procure. Going through it, I forwarded the list to Cole saying, Mr. Cole, I will need your help with these ingredients. A-rank Deepwater Clam Monster Core X1. A-rank Hairy Triton Monster Shell X1. A-rank Hairy Triton Monster Core X1. B-rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Shell X1. B-rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Core X1. A-rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Shell X1. A-rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Core X1. A-rank Mayasled Cowrie Shelled Monster Shell X1. A-rank Mayasled Crowy Shelled Monster Core X1. Going through the list of ingredients sent to his grimoire, Cole blurted out a cuss. FCK. Mr. Cole, language. Ah-sung corrected Cole. Sorry, Madam Ah-sung, but the list of ingredients listed by Master Wyatt is very expensive. Before Cole could finish, he was interrupted by Ah-sung reminding him that he should not worry about the cost. Mr. Cole, money is not a thing. I know, Madam Ah-sung, but these ingredients are very rare and some of them have never been used as ingredients. The cost of the ingredients did not matter to Cole because the costlier the ingredients were, the more money he made through commission. The problem was that most of the ingredients specified in the list were not something he could procure right away because they all were either very rare or only a few of them left, especially the A-rank Hairy Triton Monster Shell and Core, which were used in the creation of extremely rare soul pills that were said to have the ability to slightly upgrade the user's talent by cleansing their soul pathway. Not to mention the B-rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Shell, which is used as an ingredient in the creation of the SSS rank Infinity Space card. There is no way Cole could procure these ingredients at a moment's notice, because these ingredients were so precious that people would not let the other soul know that these ingredients were in their possession. Mr. Cole, are you saying that you cannot procure the ingredients stated by Master Wyatt for the creation of my card? Ah-sung asked Cole. No, I can, but not at the moment's notice. I need time, Cole answered. Well, how much time? Ah-sung inquired Cole. 2 or 3 days, answered Cole honestly, knowing he had lost the opportunity to make a killing by procuring these ingredients for the creation of Ah-sung's origin card. Mr. Cole, you know that I don't have that kind of time. Are you sure there is no other way? Ah-sung asked Cole, giving him a lean way out of courtesy for his service so far. It pains me to say this, but I really cannot procure those ingredients as of now, Cole answered. Only he knew how much his heart was aching over the lost commission of these ingredients. Then, please forward me the list of ingredients. I will have my people get them. Upon Ah-sung's request, Cole shared the list of ingredients in Ah-sung's grimoire, which she shared with her help, and receiving a reply from her help, Ah-sung informed me. The ingredients will be here in an hour. You must be feeling pretty good flexing your wealth and power in front of your juniors, I commented. Yeah, I worked too damn hard to order around these arrogant semi-demigods. Ah-sung did not shy away from my comments and seemed proud about it. I could only think, ordering around semi-demigods as a card soldier is pretty awesome. Unlike ABA, who had a demigod father, and Anna, who had 4 demigods in her immediate family, Ah-sung was a daughter of a card emperor belonging to a family protected by a semi-demigod ancestor who had a foot in his grave. So, what Ah-sung had achieved was indeed impressive. Date, April 2nd, 2321. Time, 1905. Location, Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Susan had arrived from fine gold with the other ingredients. Is this all? Do you need anything else? No, this should be enough, I said, going through the ingredients bought by Susan. A rank Origin Core X1. B rank Saltwater Weed Monster Core X1. A rank Boulderback Turtle Monster Shell X1. A rank Boulderback Turtle Monster Core X1. C rank Thorn Shell Snail Monster Shell X1. C rank Thorn Shell Snail Monster Core X1. E rank Clear Water Oyster Monster Core X1. E rank Clear Water Oyster Monster Shell X1. A rank Water Nymph Essence X10. A rank Water Nymph Core X10. Now that I had half the ingredients required for the creation of the Asung's origin card, I wanted to start the creation process and get the other ingredients as they arrive, but then only 20 minutes remained for Asung's stipulated time for the arrival of the ingredients, so I thought I might as well wait and go through the plan I had for Asung's card. Asung was not a fighter but a scholar, a sick scholar at that. Her expiry date was nearing. If the Supreme Leader's henchmen had not killed her, she would have soon met a natural death. Usually, at the end of their life, people try to complete something of importance. But Asung spent the last days of her life fighting to get the government to upgrade the array formations protecting the cities in the central region, which was totally out of her routine. Usually, she would fight for reforms involving the unrepresented and minorities, but in the last few days of her life, she went all in to force the government to upgrade the array formations protecting the cities. The only reason Asung was so out of character is maybe she knew that in near future something was going to go down. I have no idea what Asung knew and how much she knew, but it was clear that with her death, she had passed on her duties to ABA. The little ignorant and pampered girl today was going to be the heroic figure who was going to shoulder the weight of the entire humanity in near future. Now that I know how, why, and by whom Asung was going to die, I decided to intervene, not personally, but by creating an overpowered origin card for Asung. There were two important reasons why I had decided to intervene in Asung's future, and as for the butterfly effect, it was already FK'd with my presence. Thanks to me, the Matron and Pla clan, along with their plans for the southern and northern regions, were exposed to the Heatsend royal family. I don't know if the southern royal family stands a chance against Matron's brainwashed Pla clan, but the future the clown mask had seen is no longer possible. This timeline had deviated from the one clown mask saw long ago, and there is no fixing it. The reason why I planned to save Asung was that I had a feeling that if Asung was alive, she was going to make the Supreme Leader's plan for overthrowing the government a lot harder. And the other reason was that in 3 months I will be moving to the central region where the southern royal family's authority reach was questionable, so for a carefree university life, having a friend like Asung was a must. The problem was not saving Asung, but helping her live longer and solidifying her seat in the government. Asung had people's support. What she lacked was power, considering her clogged-up soul pathways. That was going to be challenging. It was also the reason why just creating a weapon of mass destruction for Asung wasn't going to cut it. If Asung was stuck in the card soldier realm for the rest of her life, because of her condition, no matter how overpowered the origin card I create for her, it will be of no use as the battery powering it. Asung's realm was not enough. Therefore, instead of creating a combat-type card, I decided to create a support type of card that would be the best fit for a politician like Asung and help with her condition. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.